The smell of disinfectant is everywhere in the hospital. I feel sick after smelling it for a long time. Everyone was in a hurry, and parents looked tired and sat on the side chairs. I leaned on the edge of the bed and stared at the sleeping person in the hospital bed. The noise around him seemed to have no effect on him. The person lying on the bed is my brother. He just graduated from college. In the morning, my dad drove him to the new company. He didn't expect that as soon as he got out of the car, he was bitten on the shoulder by a lunatic who rushed out from nowhere. A large piece of meat was bitten off abruptly. When my mother and I received the news and rushed to the hospital, they saw the cold operating room lights and my dad who was lying on the floor. A well-known doctor who I know every day came here once and left after a few words of reassurance. Late at night, the ward became quiet and there was only a slight beeping sound from the instruments around. My dad went to smoke in the hallway and my mother fell asleep on the sofa next to him. After comforting my future sister-in-law in another city, I walked back to the hospital bed. In the afternoon, my brother woke up once, but only yelled twice for a headache and then fell asleep again. Everyone has a sixth sense, as if my right eyelid that kept beating since I learned that my brother was injured, until he was out of the operating room foreshadows the earth-shaking things that will happen next. At 2:20 in the morning, the nurses on duty also fell asleep in their seats. When I took a cup of hot water and returned to the ward through the quiet corridor, what I saw was my mother who was limp on the floor and my brother who was twitching constantly on the bed. The water cup fell and the spilled water burned my feet. When I stumbled and called the nurse called the doctor called more doctors and used many unknown instruments on my brother. Against the straight lines and sharp noises in the instrument, I knew what was going on. It's much calmer than expected. When the doctor shook his head and warned us, my mother fell on her knees, begging them to do a miracle to make her son come alive. My dad covered his face and cried bitterly. There are 3 children in our family, my brother, me, and a 7-year-old brother. Life and death are an insurmountable boundary. I stood in front of my brother's hospital bed and looked at the nurse who took off the instrument. I suddenly realized that no matter how close my brother and I stand, they feel far away. That night, the hospital where my brother left received a total of 117 bite patients. All 117 people died that night and none were spared. Desolate crying kept coming from every hospital bed, swearing the collapse of a family. When the first scream came from the ward at the other end, the tearful grandmother just pulled the 7-year-old brother out of the elevator. A large number of doctors and nurses poured into the ward at the end. 10 minutes later, 2 people with blood on their faces rushed out of the ward and bit them when they saw them. In an instant, the corridor was flooded with panic screams. In the harsh screams, the dead people opened their eyes one after another. After our family took refuge in the back kitchen of the hospital canteen for 2 full months, the rotting brother wandered outside the kitchen glass window in hospital gowns. My mother and grandmother started to cry as soon as they saw my brother. The 7-year-old brother pointed to the outside and said, "Brother is there." But my dad covered his mouth. The night my brother went, it was the end of our family and everyone else. All the people who had died in the hospital gradually recovered within half an hour. The surprised family members and doctors were bitten before they could cheer. The original cheers turned into tearing screams. For a time, the life-saving paradise evolved into the Shura hell. When I was dragging a whole family and trying to escape from the hospital in grief, I found that the entire hospital was completely sealed off. The people outside seemed to be reluctant to let us out. When we hid in the back kitchen of the canteen, the whole hospital was already boiling. No one knows what happened. The dead suddenly resurrected and then bit the living people beside them. The door of the hospital was opened half a month later. There was no medical team or police car outside the door. The street was silent, and scattered garbage bags and newspapers were blown across the street by the wind. My name is Himo, female and a junior student. The younger brother's name is Tianchen, we call him Baby. Before the outside world became like this, he was an outgoing child. When the walking corpse wandered around us, roaring in search of prey, he would only shrink in the arms of his parents and grandma without a word. In the past 2 months in the back kitchen, we used a radio left by an unknown master to learn about the situation outside. An unknown virus hit us during the alternate season of spring and summer. This kind of virus is medically incomprehensible, and the human immune system is useless in the face of this kind of virus. Once infected, it will die quickly. The only way of transmission is through contact with body fluids, and the most direct way is to bite. From the bite of those walking dead, you read that right, the dead man who stood up and walked. People infected by the virus will die quickly and then stand up again after a complete death. It is not resurrection but rebirth. After waking up, the person is no longer the original him. Their purpose of standing again is only one, that is to eat, and the people we live are food. A lot of news was released at the beginning of the broadcast. But after a month, the broadcast did not broadcast it again. No channel is reporting anything. There was no screaming in the hospital for a long time. After the tall doctor was crushed to the ground by a group of wandering living dead in the yard, there was no other person alive in the next month except for our family. The day before the broadcast was stopped, the broadcast continued to emphasize that those who are resurrected from the dead should no longer be regarded as companions. They are already dead, and now they are just to eat you. The only way to completely kill them just smash their heads. It has entered July, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter. The refrigerator's electricity was cut off the day before yesterday. The food in the huge refrigerator that we depend on for survival is rapidly deteriorating and smelling. Choosing to cook some to survive a meal every day, and Grandma had very serious diarrhea. My mother held her collapsed baby with tears all night. My dad squatted in the corner and exhausted the boxes of cigarettes he had hidden in the cupboard. After feeding my grandma some boiled water, I got up and walked towards the cupboard. There is a knife for chopping bones. When I took the knife in my hand, when I heard the movement, my dad stood up from the ground and stared at me for a second time before saying, "Girlie, what are you doing with the knife?" My dad is not young anymore. His hair is almost all white in the past 2 months. When he stood up from the ground, his hand holding the cigarette was still trembling slightly. My brother suddenly left, and the blow to him and his mother and grandmother was fatal. But the reality didn't even give them even an hour to heal their injuries, and cruelly threw us into the desperate world before us. I glanced at the mother and grandma on the other side and spoke softly to my dad. "This is the hospital. There must be a lot of medicine in the outpatient building. I will find some medicine for the baby and grandma to take." My dad's face twitched and his voice was trembling. You want to go out, you know what's out there, so go out. I know, but without medicine, grandma and baby will die. I use the words very bluntly. My dad knows a lot better than I do, and there is no need to circumscribe at this time. Sure enough, after hearing these words, my dad was silent for a long time and then took a sigh of smoke in his hand and then pinched it out. "You stay here with your mother, I'll look for medicine." "Dad." I sighed, "There can't be no one here, you have to stay and protect your mother and them. All children are the hearts and minds of their parents, and I don't know how it feels to see his daughter go out after a compromised dad. Anyway, holding a kitchen knife and walking in the blood-stained hospital yard, I feel very uncomfortable. I kept my steps as light as possible. I was like a frightened rabbit, trembling all over, watching the movement of the front, back, left, and right. The outpatient building is just in front of the cafeteria. Soon I walked to the main entrance of the outpatient building. Along the way, I only saw a pool of black blood on the ground, full of flies and mosquitoes. There are side entrances on both sides of the outpatient building. I leaned against the wall and quickly flashed in from the right. The outpatient building that used to be so crowded is now empty, with fallen shoes, clothes, and medicine bottles everywhere. And even when I passed a ward, I saw a severed hand full of maggots in front of it. He pressed his mouth tightly to suppress the nausea, bypassing the severed hand, leaning against the wall and taking 2 deep breaths, steadying his mind and pushing open the empty door of the first outpatient room. It is about the same size as a ward with a messy table and bookshelf. There is a push bed behind the bookshelf. You can look at the whole house at a glance. Entering the house, closing the door lightly, I rummaged around. Finally, in a pile of books and reports, I remembered that this is a hospital, not a privately run clinic. How could there be medicine in the outpatient clinic? In the meantime, I found a small diary and slipped it into my pocket. The pharmacy is usually located in the lobby on the first floor of the outpatient building. I just need to go out the door, turn left and walk into the lobby, and I can find the pharmacy. When I walked out of the outpatient room, I took a probe into the hall and walked quickly towards the hall after I was sure it was safe. There were several push beds in the hall. Almost every one of them was covered with black blood. I didn't dare to imagine what had happened there, so I could only quickly swept out the main entrance of the hall without opening my face. The whole person was stunned in this sweep. Outside the gate, 2 crooked, rotting dead men approached with a low growl in the direction where I was. Their speed is not too fast, but the horrible appearance still scared my legs and couldn't move for a while. I really overestimated my courage. When the 2 living dead entered the hall, I reacted, turned back and ran away. As a result, as soon as I ran a few steps away, I saw that the door to the room with 3 large letters at the medicine collection office was half open at the moment. He gritted his teeth tightly. His brain struggled for a second.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
And then resolutely chose to suddenly turn around and ran towards the medicine taking place with the door half open. As long as I can find the medicine quickly, I can run out before the two walking corpses block the door. Walking dead. That's what the host on the radio said. But after I entered, I noticed that I had made a serious mistake. Since this door is open, I can come in, so can walking corpses. Behind the medicine shelf in the room, a female walking corpse who had lost almost her entire face heard the movement of me entering the door, cracked her skinless mouth, and yelled at me. Although my whole body was trembling with fright, I have no plan to leave. There are medicines to save my grandma and baby, and I can't escape anymore. After my brain was blank for 2 seconds, I didn't know where there was a courage, gritted my teeth, raised the kitchen knife in my hand, and quickly rushed towards the walking corpse. After slashing at the shoulder of the walking corpse several times and almost cutting off her entire arm, I suddenly remembered that the most effective way to deal with them is to smash their heads. Realizing this, I quickly stepped aside and kicked the walking corpse's stomach fiercely. She slammed back 2 steps and hit the stool behind her and fell to the ground. Grabbing this opportunity, I rushed forward and stepped on her chest. At the same time, I raised the knife and slashed at her open-mouthed head. This trick was very effective. After the knife fell into her head, she quieted down almost instantly. I didn't have time to be in a daze. I drew out the knife and with my still trembling hand, I got up and quickly searched the medicine shelf. Antidiarrheal medicine, anti-fever medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, glucose, antibiotics, sleeping pills, almost all medicines I found useful were stuffed into a plastic bag I picked up on the ground. When I rushed out of the medicine room, the two walking corpses had just moved to the door. After avoiding the danger, I found the exit and ran away. This ghost place, I don't want to stay for a second. Just as we were getting closer and closer to the exit, the last thing I wanted to see appeared. A few crooked bodies blocked the only exit in front. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. I panicked almost instantly. My hands shook uncontrollably. I tried my best to stabilize myself, but they all ended in failure. Looking back quickly, the two walking corpses behind me are gradually approaching, shaking hands, and tears have flowed down uncontrollably. It is not my hypocrisy. In this case, I have no confidence to deal with 5 walking corpses before and after. There is nothing else to do except watch them approaching me eagerly. The feeling of helplessness and panic can drive people crazy. In a few seconds, my brain has almost automatically passed through countless escape plans, but they were all crushed by the predicament in front of me. Just when I trembled and raised my knife, I was ready to give myself one at the last moment of necessity. When I was happy, there was a sudden sound of rapid footsteps from the general direction of the hall. Before I could react and look back, the sound of footsteps ran to a very close place, with puffs, 2 cuts. With the sound of skin and flesh, the two walking corpses fell to the ground in a muffled sound. Behind them, a young man in a white shirt put away the long knife in his hand before he even came. Seeing that I was still in a daze, the man slightly twisted his brows. It's not enough. He suddenly spoke, and I suddenly realized that there were 3 walking corpses approaching me in front of me, and hurriedly turned back and ran towards the man. Hiding behind the man, he didn't seem to be nervous at all facing the 3 walking corpses, raising the knife and rushing straight forward. The skill is very agile, and the long knife is very easy to use, almost only a few seconds. The 3 originally still majestic walking corpses all separated their heads and lay quietly on the ground. Facing the ground for 2 seconds, I forgot my disgust at those foul smells, and I just wanted to wave my palms to applaud the young man. Tugging me into a control ward next to him, the man rubbed the knife on the bed quilt and then said faintly, "Are you from the hospital?" I froze for a moment before hesitating and nodded. "Well, be it. Where are you hiding?" "The back kitchen of the canteen." He raised his eyebrows slightly. "You, and my parents' brother and grandmother." Hearing this, he glanced at me up and down. "Why do you come out by yourself?" I touched the medicine in my pocket. "I can do it by myself." When the man didn't pick me up, he looked around the room and said, "You go." At the moment I walked out of the ward, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind and subconsciously turned around and asked, "Are you alone?" The man nodded slightly, which was considered to be what I said. But I felt tight and turned back hurriedly. Since you are alone, why don't you just stay with us? In this case, wouldn't it be better for more people to get together? With a chuckle, he replied, do you think it is easy for me to live alone, or is it easy for me to take your family with you? After returning, I was thinking about the person I met in the morning. After giving medicine to the baby and grandmother, my dad pulled me aside and asked me what happened after going out. My mom's eyes were red with tears, as if to make me go out alone in the morning to get angry with my dad. In a few perfunctory sentences about encountering a walking corpse, the blood on the kitchen knife cannot be explained or covered up anyway. I mainly mentioned the young man I met in the hospital today. Dad expressed great surprise and interest in the fact that there are still living people in the hospital. God knows how long it has been since we have seen a living person. Humans have always been social animals, and the isolation during this period of time has almost made all of us collapsed. After knowing that the person was unwilling to join us, he just sighed heavily, glanced at the grandmother and baby lying in the corner, and said helplessly, the oil bottle of our family. How can anyone think with us? Dad, why are you sighing? Isn't your girl going out today and coming back well? I tell you, the walking corpse is easy to deal with. I can protect my mother, grandmother, and baby. Hearing that, my dad smiled bitterly. I don't know you are a girl yet. When I came back, my face was still pale. I didn't get scared to look so bad. Is your father really old? The food in the refrigerator is completely inedible, and what I can eat is the remaining generations of instant noodles. No matter how much you save, you will have one meal tonight. Tomorrow we will face a major crisis of food shortage. After my parents and grandma were all asleep, I got up in the corner and sharpened the kitchen knife I used during the day, planning to go out the next morning to try my luck in the canteen in front of the hospital. Do not let them go hungry in any way. If the food is cut off at this time, we will have to wait for all of us to die. Early the next morning, before everyone was awake, I quietly got up and took the kitchen knife and went out. Compared to the first time, although this time I was still very nervous and scared, it was much safer. Leaning on the wall outside the dining hall, he scanned all the places he could see and repeatedly confirmed that there were no walking corpses in his line of sight before quickly ran towards the building yesterday. I still plan to discuss with the young man yesterday. Although it is very selfish to think this way, if he joins, then the job of going out in the future will be much simpler. At least two people can take care of each other. Although my dad practiced simple boxing skills in the early years, it was after all before marriage. Now I'm in my 20s, how could he be the same as when he was young? At the entrance on the right, there are still the corpses of yesterday's walking corpses. After a night of corrosion by various microorganisms, they are already inaudible. I walked quickly by holding my nose. After making sure that there were no walking corpses on the first floor, I quickly ran to the room yesterday, only to find that the door was slightly open. My heart sank suddenly. I opened the door and walked in as expected. He is no longer here. After looking at the empty room for a while, he sighed deeply. Before I turned around, a familiar voice came from behind. Is it coming for me? The young man said that his voice was very light and even gave people a light-hearted feeling. Turning my head abruptly when I saw that person, I almost yelled out in surprise. You haven't left. He turned back and closed the door, walked to the bed and put down the tote bag with all kinds of biscuits in his hand, and then looked at me. What's the matter? I didn't get any response to my surprise. I could only put my smile away dryly, cleared my throat and said, I'm here. I want you to think about it. Anyway, you are alone. It's better to be boring than you are. Come with us. After I finished speaking, I was afraid that he would use yesterday's words to stop me, so he hurriedly said, don't worry. I'm learning dancing and I have strong bones. I can definitely help you. He raised his eyebrows. What? When the walking corpses came around, you thought they wouldn't bite you by dancing. After being choked by him, I didn't know what to say for a while. After a while on the spot, I gritted my teeth and clenched the kitchen knife in my hand. Let's go out and chop down a few walking corpses. Show you that I can really help, and then you will consider whether it will be a success. The man seemed to be intrigued when he heard the words. Then what if you die and the remaining house is old, weak, sick, and disabled? Holding the knife in my hand tightly, I almost twisted my scalp and said, I won't die. The man didn't continue to answer the conversation. After staring at me twice, he put down the biscuit in his hand, and after a long silence, he said, your proposal can be considered. Hearing this, I was surprised and anxious. After jumping on the spot twice, I resisted the urge to scream and gave the man a thumbs up for a long time. I didn't realize until the man ate a cookie. I remembered that I hadn't asked the person's name, so he hurriedly calmed down his emotions, stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Himo. Why is Sheng Xiao silent? Himo, he raised his eyebrows. He obviously didn't understand why Sheng Xiao silently was. He clapped his hands and shook it up. Chen Ming. Chen Ming, I was stunned. I have to say that Chen Ming's joining has indeed given me a lot of encouragement at least. Nothing is to be done by myself. Chen Ming's skills are very good, but he only said that he used to be a famous police officer. I have to guess even his age. After confirming the joining of Chen Ming, at his suggestion, we were not in a hurry to find food outside, but took advantage of the fact that there were no walking dead in this building, and we cleaned up a previous doctor's office. Come out, the office is located at the corner of the stairs on the second floor. This building should be old, and there are only 5 floors in total. After confirming the safety of the door lock, Chen Ming and I went back to the cafeteria to pick up my parents. As he approached the cafeteria, there was a faint sound of flapping the door panel and roaring corpses. After determining the direction of the sound source, my face darkened almost instantly. Chen Ming glanced at me and asked, "What's wrong?" I looked at him. That's the door of the back kitchen. My parents and they are inside. Chen Ming quickly scanned the situation with his probe. Before I could react, he drew out the knife and rushed out. After I caught up, I saw a walking corpse with a shaved head lying on the ground outside the gate. There have been walking corpses wandering outside the door in the past. Whenever we encounter this situation, we choose to remain absolutely quiet until they leave. It was my dad who opened the door. When he saw me, he was obviously relieved. His eyes were placed on Chen Ming's body, his expression was stunned, and he let us go in quickly. I went out suddenly silently, which naturally frightened both my mother and grandma. When she saw me, my grandmother trembled her hands and pulled me to her side, tearfully educating me not to go out alone next time. After some comfort, I was finally able to talk to them about Chen Ming. After my parents listened, both of them looked at Chen Ming thoughtfully, and then my dad hesitated and asked, "Live, is it insured in the building? After all, it's an open place in case it gets surrounded." The back kitchen of the canteen is small, and as the weather gets colder, it is impossible for us to continue to live here as a family. In the hospital ward at least, there is no shortage of quilts and medicines. My dad is a sensible person, so I simply asked a few. After dispelling the doubt, I finally promised our family to move over there. During the period, my grandmother talked to Chen Ming and kept talking to him. I don't know if the old lady thought of my brother, and she started to wipe her tears as she spoke. My mother was so busy that she was forgotten by the side every day. She glanced at her father, who was packing and eating, and then she rubbed against me and stretched out her hand to pull on my clothes. "Sister." Hearing the sound, I looked down at him, touched his head and knelt down. "What's wrong, hungry?" He shook his head with a heavy expression on his small face that was totally incompatible with his age. He glanced at his parents again and then whispered to me, "Are we all going to die?" Bringing my mother and grandma, who are afraid of the outside world, to the hospital building is a very heartbreaking thing. During the period, when grandma and mother retched and cried countless times at the blood stains and corpses on the ground, I kept looking for help. Holding Chen Ming every day for fear that he will be impatient and leave us behind. Fortunately, although he didn't show any expression on his face from beginning to end, he didn't show any impatient expression. After living in the office that had been cleaned up in advance, the first thing the mother and grandma did was to spread the quilts they found on each bed and clean up the indoor hygiene. Tian Tian seemed to like Chen Ming very much. He would not come down from him when he entered the house. Looking at Tian Tian, who didn't know what to say to Chen Ming in a low voice, I sighed deeply. He was still so young. Until he secretly asked me such a question behind his parents. Does it mean that deep in his heart, he is actually full of fear and vicious speculation about the life and the world in front of us? My dad picked only a few things from the back kitchen, and it was just barely edible things that he tried to pick out of a bunch of edible things. Looking at the old man who was squatting in the corner and frowning at the pile of rotten things, my nose suddenly became sore. My brother is 2 years older than me. He is very filial. In the past, he did all the hard work at home. My brother even bought the vegetables. My parents have long been used to having such a capable son hold up half of the sky at home. But when his brother just left this world, they were already over half 100 years old, and they had to face the absurd world before they even eased their grief. The absurdity of the world has never concealed the pain of their middle-aged bereavement, and their parents' hair has mostly turned white in these 2 months. Grandma was also old, and I can only try not to think about my brother. Occasionally, his face suddenly pops up in my head. I will slap myself severely in private and force myself not to think about it. There must be someone who can quickly recognize clear the world in front of you. I discussed with Chen Ming about the way to go out to find food. He used to get those biscuits in the supermarket in front of the door, and the door there was closed by him. So if we want to get the things there, we just need to be careful. Just deal with the walking corpses in the hospital yard and on the road in front of you. My dad listened very carefully. When we were about to go out, he took out an iron spatula that he didn't know where it was hiding before and wanted to go out with us. Before I could refuse, Chen Ming glanced at my dad and reminded him, after going out, be careful not to be bitten. My dad's sudden joining made me even more nervous. After asking my mother and grandmother to close the door and not make any noise, the three of us ran out quickly. My dad tensed his face along the way, and he could see that he was also very nervous. Chen Ming trot all the way and led us out of the hall. The main entrance of the hall was facing a straight road. At the end of the road was the hospital gate, and the inpatient buildings were on both sides of the road. As soon as I left the hall, I saw 4 walking corpses wandering towards us not far away. My dad was probably frightened. After a low drink, he subconsciously grabbed me and pulled him behind him. Chen Ming glanced back and didn't say a word. He drew out the knife and rushed straight up. He hurriedly stopped the father who wanted to call him back. I comforted him and said, "Don't worry, he is very powerful." Looking at Chen Ming, who was almost running to the walking corpse, I patted my dad on the shoulder. "Dad, follow me." Then I opened my legs and trot in the direction where the walking corpse came. Past. At that moment, my brain was blank, but everyone has a kind of heroism lurking in the blood. Chen Ming's calmness and courage also affected me, and the heroic feeling of reluctance to admit defeat prompted me to temporarily resist my eyes. The fear chased up. When rushing to the walking corpse, Chen Ming just cut off the head of the first walking corpse and tightened my brows. Before I gave myself time to think, I lifted the knife and rushed towards the walking corpse nearest to me. It was a woman in a hospital gown. Her belly was almost hollowed out. At the moment when I was hit by 2 knives facing her broken face, I suddenly remembered that she was the daughter-in-law of the neighbor's house next door. Very fierce, always quarreling with her husband. The weight of the kitchen knife is very heavy, and I have used almost all the strength of my body. Her originally not good-looking head is even more disgusting for people to look at. With a chopper removed, I immediately rushed towards the second walking corpse. Chen Ming was faster than me. He kicked the walking corpse from the side. The moment the walking corpse fell to the ground, I hurriedly rested on my body and slashed at the head of the walking corpse. Looking at the head that was directly divided into 2, I was sluggish for 2 full seconds before getting out of my body as quickly as I was burned by fire, and wiping away the brain and blood splashed on my face and body fiercely. Although I am not an obedient child, I have been very obedient in front of my parents. This will suddenly chop off the heads of 2 people in front of me. My dad seems to be very unacceptable for a while. There is no time at this time to slowly enlighten him who are the walking corpses who want our lives. Killing them is what we must do. When Chen Ming ran towards the gate, I could only take a picture of my father on the back to remind him. A sentence, Dad, be sure to follow up. For thousands of years, this is the only time such a ridiculous thing before me. My dad and others who have almost never been exposed to foreign movies, even if they know that walking corpses can no longer be equated with humans, there is still no way. Cut off their heads like us. This is not useful for persuasion and explanation from outsiders. My dad must understand this by himself. Otherwise, if he faces a walking corpse, he still thinks that the other party is a human, then he will not be able to do it anyway. Walking corpses will not choose to keep someone under your mouth because of anyone's ignorance and kindness. Their purpose of walking is only to find you and eat your flesh alive. These words were heard on the radio, and I remember them very clearly. We ran to the gate, and we never encountered walking corpses again. Chen Ming led us to leaning against the surrounding wall on a large number of roads outside. The door of the hospital is closed, and only a small door is open. It is estimated that this is also the reason for the relatively small number of walking dead in the hospital. There are obviously more walking dead outside than in the yard. The supermarket is almost 20 meters to the right of the gate, separated by a small green belt and a flower shop. Ours is a small city here. The old-fashioned road section in front of the hospital, there is no clear planning line. As long as the car is parked in disorder, as long as it does not affect the gate, there will be basically no one to manage. At this moment, those cars that are parked in disorder have just helped us a lot. Chen Ming pointed to the vehicles on the side of the road and said, "Walk around behind the cars outside in a while. The speed must be fast and don't make any noise." I rubbed the sweat on my hands and swallowed nervously. This was the first time I walked out of the hospital gate in 2 months. How did you get out before? I asked. Chen Ming is still looking at the street outside. There weren't so many walking corpses outside before. Then, why is this so much here? I don't know, it may be that a car passed by during this period, which attracted the walking corpses around, or it may just happen that the group of them wandered around here. After all, my dad has experienced a lot of scenes. Even though he has been following us silently, there is no problem. Even when Chen Ming and I moved carefully toward the supermarket door, he can also follow closely behind us and take our place. Along the way, we all leaned on the car and walked forward slowly, and we were afraid that even the alarm on the car was locked, so we didn't dare to touch it. Recently, there were even more than a dozen walking corpses from us. The hidden car roared and moved over. Finally, we almost squatted down the 20-meter road and came to the door of the supermarket. Two walking corpses lying on the glass door of the supermarket heard our footsteps and couldn't avoid it. Chen Ming drew out the knife and waved to me. One person, one faster. With the warm-up just now, after hearing the command, I barely paused and rushed forward. Although the kitchen knife is very powerful, it is very inconvenient to use. When I had to retreat after slashing on the shoulder of a zombie with 2 consecutive knives, my dad suddenly grabbed the kitchen knife in my hand and rushed forward. Looking at the walking corpse that was dealt with by my dad with a stab, I panted and gave my dad a thumbs up. After entering the supermarket, I quickly cleaned the supermarket with Chen Ming. After confirming that it was safe, I pulled out a dozen large plastic bags from the cash register. After distributing them, the 3 people spread out to different areas to get as much as possible. We should live in the big office that was cleaned out for a long time, and we should stock up on food and clothing. After I filled up a few large bags of biscuits, cola, orange juice, and jerky, my dad emptied almost all the instant noodles in the hospital. In the last sum, the 3 of us actually took a full dozen bags of things. It is a hassle to transport these things back to the hospital, not to mention the long distance in the hospital. It is difficult for us to walk just the 20 meters from the door to the yard. While we were studying whether to transport things back in batches, there was a sudden sound of something falling to the ground around us, which shocked us. We thought it was a walking corpse, but when we saw it with a knife, he was taken aback. The door blocked by a chair from the inside was pushed open from the outside. 2 young men, a man and a woman with pale faces, kept gesturing to us not to say anything, and then the 2 quickly blocked the door again and even watched carefully outside the door for a while before returning, turned over and walked towards us. Probably seeing that all of us were full of defensive faces, the boy pulled the girl to a halt almost 2 meters away from us, and his lips trembled for a long time before he reluctantly spoke. No harm. After speaking, she paused for a while. Seeing that we didn't answer, the girl seemed to panic and said with a shaking throat, "We haven't seen anyone alive for a long time. We don't know what to do. I just saw you come in the supermarket. You all will chop walking corpses. Can you bring us?" At the last sentence, the girl was almost crying, but she didn't dare. She cried. She could only cover her mouth tightly. Chen Ming glanced up and down at them, pursed his lips, and asked, "Have you ever been bitten?" "No number." The 2 shook their heads hurriedly and even rolled up their sleeves to show us. In some respects, our family is similar to the situation of these 2 people. If Chen Ming is unwilling to join, then at this moment, it is estimated that our situation will not be much better than them. Looking at the trembling 2 people, although I wanted to keep them, after all, we still can't eat enough. Obviously, we are already dragged down by others. If we join these 2 people on our own terms, then. Looking at Chen Ming, who was silent, I thought about it and said to the 2 people after the meeting, "How many people are powerful? You must be very clear about the current situation. We are all ordinary people. Being able to chop walking corpses does not mean that you can protect you from behind and keep you delicious and drinkable, so even if you are with us, you still have to come out to find food or other needs like we are now. Upon hearing this, the girl subconsciously shrank behind the boy and whispered, "Brother." The 2 of them looked a bit like each other, but the man seemed to be more mature. He should be nearly 30 years old, and the girl should be about my age, indeed a little like a sibling. It seemed that his sister's fear inspired his protective instinct. The man, who was still trembling, gradually calmed down, patted the girl's hand, and nodded solemnly at me. "Yes, we promise, like what you said. The more people are more likely to survive." Before my dad and Chen Ming could speak, I stretched out my hand and said, "Hello, this is Himo. This is my dad. This one is with us, and his name is Chen Ming. My name is Su Yuan, and this is my sister Su Kiki." Although the joining of Su Yuan and Su Kiki made Chen Ming apparently dissatisfied, it also solved the dilemma that our things could not be transported back. We found several large backpacks in the corner of the supermarket and put those things into the backpack one by one. The stuff inside was packed back to the back, and in the end it happened to be filled with everything in a bag by one person. Although some puffed foods like potato chips were not helpful to the current life, the power was cut off and there was no way of playing. I can only stay alone all day and find some children's favorite food for him, which may make him happier. I found an empty plastic bag, tore all the packaging bags of potato chips, and poured them all into the plastic bag. Finally, the bag was filled with most of the bag before it was twisted and put into another bag to prevent it from getting wet. My dad took the initiative to take the bag of French fries. Su Kiki was very nervous. He dragged Su Yuan's clothes to death and did not let go. My dad comforted her for a long time. After going out, the two people had to squat separately. Su Kiki probably was frightened. This will hear us telling her to separate from her brother and immediately began to cry. After a stalemate for a few minutes, Chen Ming became a little impatient, glanced at Su Kiki and said, "If you don't want to go, just stay here." At this time, it's better to talk between women and women. I took a deep breath, walked to Su Kiki, and let my voice down as much as possible. "Let your brother go in front of you, and I will guard behind you. You just keep quiet in the middle and follow your brother, okay? My suggestion is that there is no other way. Su Kiki has no other choice but to promise." She reminded her brother to wait for her for a while before finally walking towards the door with us. At this moment, there were already a few walking corpses dangling over outside the door, and they just caught their attention when we arrived in front of the glass door. Almost immediately, we opened our mouths and roared towards the door. Chen Ming drew out the knife, and after a quick glance at me, he made a few movements in the air with his hands. Although I don't know if the police have a unique set of combat gestures, these are his gestures. I understand. Two of me, three of him, resolved quickly. The moment Chen Ming rushed out, my dad took out the spatula from the side and quickly said to me, "Dad, help you." As soon as he rushed out the door, the walking corpse that was kicked by Chen Ming almost ran into full arms with me. He screamed and was forced back into his throat. After the walking corpse fell to the ground, he hurriedly touched its chest. Stepping on it, Chen Ming caught the gap and stabbed him in the head. The two brothers and sisters surnamed Su didn't have any weapons in their hands. They were obviously frightened when they faced the walking dead. Su Kiki hid behind Su Yuan, her face almost blank. The moment I glanced at the siblings, my dad had already cooperated with Chen Ming to bring down two walking corpses. Looking at the gap, I rushed forward and grabbed the two brothers and sisters surnamed Su. "Hurry up, take advantage of now that you two go first. There won't be so many walking dead in the yard. Leaning on the car, don't bang. Sound the alarm, don't alarm the walking corpses on the road, hurry up." Su Yuan quickly understood what I meant, pulling Su Kiki and arching toward the side of the roadside car. With one knife slashing the head of a walking corpse that was knocked down by my dad, everything went much easier. My dad's previous fears seemed to be suppressed by the walking corpses that fell in front of him. He seemed to be gradually recognize yourself that these things in front of you can no longer be called people, and it's not too difficult to kill them. The way back went smoothly. We went all the way into the hospital, closed the small door, and were not found by other walking corpses. Although the door is closed, the hospital itself is not safe. There may be many walking corpses wandering aimlessly in other buildings without stopping. We ran all the way to the outpatient building and listened all the way. The two brothers and sisters surnamed Su were out of breath. These two brothers and sisters must be the ones who lack exercise. My scum 5 physical strength this time finally has the capital to laugh at others. When preparing to enter the building, Su Kiki was a little nervous. I made sure that the building was safe before she was willing to go in. But when we just walked into the lobby, we saw a scrawny old man dangling out of the previous pharmacy. Misses the moment Kiki yelled out of her voice, she was covered by Chen Ming on the side. I hurriedly drew out the knife and quickly glanced at the walking corpse lady, confirming her head and body shape. After he was able to deal with it, he rushed up as soon as he gritted his teeth. It is not difficult to cut down a walking corpse that is not as tall as oneself, but the angle is not well grasped, and it is a bit disgusting to be splashed with blood and brains. With this, we were a lot more cautious when going up the stairs. Su Yuan also repeatedly told Su Kiki not to scream for a while, because she was forced to block several entrances and exits of the building with the previous sound. To prevent a walking corpse from hearing the sound just now, follow along. The reason why we were reluctant to completely seal the building before was because we did not clean the building, but closed the stairwell door upstairs. If a walking corpse rushed down from the building, we would have to run away. Can think of a way to reinforce and seal all the doors upstairs. When I returned to the room on the second floor, my mother stood by the door and looked out through the glass above the door with a worried face on her face. Seeing that we took 2 strangers back, she was a little surprised. But in fact, we have not seen a living person for a long time, but we have been brought back 3 in the past 2 days. After eating a little bit, Su Yuan looked around and said with some worry, "You live in this place." When he spoke, he glanced at his grandmother and Tian Tian, seemingly surprised that there are still old people and children here. "Well, this is the place we just cleaned out today. The door on the corridor outside has been locked, so this whole corridor is quite safe, but we didn't clean up the stairs, so we don't know how many corpses are, so we try our best. Don't move around in the corridor so as not to disturb them." After finishing these words in one breath before he could speak, I pointed to my family and introduced first. "This is my grandmother, mother, and younger brother." The siblings were very polite and immediately stood up and greeted their mother and grandmother. After a short while, Kiki talked to Tianxian, and the two whispered to each other without knowing what to say, but it was clear that Tian Tian liked Kiki a lot. My mother glanced at the two of them, then smiled at us and said, "Look at these 2 kids, one big one and one little kid, it's really congenial." Hearing that, Kiki raised her head and smiled at my mother. Su Yuan was in no mood to pay attention to these at this time. Even if he was in a safe place, he did not relax. "Himo, I would like to ask, how long have you been here? Have you seen the medical team recently? Has the rescue team been here before?" Kiki and I huddled in the room since we were there, knowing almost nothing about the outside world. Shaking my head, I sighed, "Where is the medical team? It seems that the whole incident has not been controlled since the first day. It has been developing in a bad direction until now, and it has never been dealt with. People. Then do you know what's going on now? Why do people suddenly start to eat people, if they are so bad that they can walk well? If it weren't for watching some foreign movies before, I thought it was a ghost at first. Event. It's been mentioned in the news that the dead are indeed called walking corpses by them, but they only mentioned it briefly. According to them, it was a virus that appeared at the turn of spring and summer this year. Even the human immune system has nothing to do with it. If it is infected, it will die, and if it dies, it will stand up and become like those outside." After speaking, I looked out the window. "So we can only make sure you never get bitten, you will get infected if you bite, and you will die from infection." Hearing that, Su Yuan sighed fiercely. "It is ridiculous to guess that this will be the case early on. The previous movies were just new to watch, but now they have become a treasure of knowledge of the escape manual. Let's pull it down." I waved. "In those movies, which of the pig's feet is not holding a large gun into the world? Realistically, apart from the 2 broken choppers in our hands, there is only 1 spatula left." Hearing this, my dad laughed out of a rare occasion, patted my head and said, "My daughter can't speak gently anytime." My mother took a look at our father and both of us after hearing the words. Fortunately, the girl is not gentle. "If you really want to walk around like the lady, can our family stay here? Hurry up and don't talk about those who have nothing, okay? Discussing the countermeasures is true. In fact, it's a discussion. There are not many options for us in the current situation. Depending on our temporary combat power, it would be very difficult to find food at the door, so we discussed all afternoon, except for some suggestions that are not feasible at the moment. Besides, the final decision is to stay there for the time being." As a result, it started to rain outside from the next day. Fortunately, we found enough food for so many people. We only had to wait for the rain to stop, and then we went out to bring back all the rest of the supermarket. The rest was only I can go one step at a time. We also cleared the next room out of the 2 adjacent rooms, one where I lived with Kiki and the other lived with Chen Ming and Su Yuan. During the day, most people gather together in silence. Few people talk. Perhaps everyone is afraid that the walking corpses will cause unnecessary trouble, but in my opinion, everyone is caught in a kind of endless confusion. I almost couldn't fall asleep all night, and I also fell into that kind of confusion. The last 2 months I was thinking about meeting a living person and leaving the place behind the kitchen ghost. After I left, I now don't know what to do next, what to do tomorrow, what I want, and the world in front of me. What can be given to us, the result of our crazy thinking, is a deep sense of despair and loneliness. The world outside the window is pitch black, moonlight is shining on the silent and dark ground, there is no trace of vitality, some are just cold and lonely. The building we are in is like a fallen leaf drifting in the ocean without front or back bank. There is no tomorrow, cut off from the world. After temporarily blocking the walking corpses with a solid wall, it was discovered that the number 1 enemy that can really defeat people may not be the walking corpses themselves, but the kind of suffocating despair they created. After the grandmother was strong for more than 2 months, her old body finally couldn't support all kinds of psychological and external pressure, and she collapsed. Grandma suddenly fell ill and hit her mother very hard. She stayed in front of her bed and washed her face with tears. She was very sensible every day. She went to chat with Grandma every day, but Grandma was sleeping every day. We could only use alcohol lamps, barely boil some hot water for her to drink. In such a low atmosphere, all of us knew the moment when we started to wait for our grandmother's death. The food has also begun to bottom out, and as a last resort, I can only cheer up and continue discussing with Chen Ming about going out. My dad also wanted to go out, but before I could refuse this time, Chen Ming took the lead and shook his head in the face of my dad's almost all gray hair. He probably just didn't want my dad to go out to hold back, but in any case, the result was what I wanted. Grandma has already done this, and I want to do my best to protect other family members. None of them can do anything. Su Yuan went out with us, and Kiki was at home to help take care of every day. People will always get used to it, especially in the current bad situation. The instinct to survive will also make people courageous. This time I went out although I was afraid, but I didn't tremble again. I can't tremble. There are parents, grandma, and younger brother at home. They need me. Once I die, Chen Ming will leave, Su Yuan will leave, and Su Kiki will also leave. No one will care about them. The whole building was quiet, only the ticking rain came from outside. We didn't find anything that could block the rain, and whether it was a raincoat or an umbrella, it was just a drag. We just rushed in the rain. The cold rain gradually calmed down my hot mind. The whole world is quiet, and only the sound of rain is left. The three of us ran towards the gate quickly. While passing by the medical building on the way, Su Yuan was startled by the 3 walking corpses that suddenly rushed out. The whole person almost rolled to the ground, and Chen Ming was greedy. He winked at me later and motioned for both sides to outflank it. Holding the kitchen knife tightly, I turned my body slightly and walked towards the left side of the walking corpse. One of the walking corpses immediately turned around and moved towards me yelling. It was wearing a white coat that was almost soaked in blood. It used to be a white angel, but now it looks uglier than a ghost. I slapped it up with a stab and the position was very accurate. Looking at the body that fell quiet on the ground, I squatted down and cut off a piece of her white coat and covered her face. Rest in peace. Chen Ming glanced at the female corpse on the ground, looked at me again and paused for 2 seconds before speaking slowly, "Let's go." After a few days, the number of walking corpses on the road outside has decreased a lot. Following the old routine, we arrived at the supermarket very smoothly. Because there was no key, we just concealed the door and blocked some cardboard boxes when we left. But at the moment, the cardboard boxes in front of the door are gone. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan looked at both of us nervously, pointed at the supermarket and asked in a low voice, "Walking corpse?" I shook my head and lowered my voice as much as possible. The walking corpse won't remove things by themselves, it should be a human. There was no expression on Chen Ming's face. He looked around the supermarket through the glass door and took out a card from his pocket. I looked at it carefully, and it seemed to be the hotel room card. The door of the supermarket was locked from the inside. He inserted the card into the crack of the door, and after tinkering up and down a few times, the door lock was opened from the inside with only a click. After winking at me, Chen Ming opened the door and walked into the house. Immediately after entering, after Su Yuan closed the door, I cleared my throat and said to the quiet room, "Is anyone in the room?" No one answered. "Don't worry, we were not bitten. If you can hear it, please come out." The room was quiet for a while, and then a squeaky voice came from behind the innermost shelf. In a faint sound of footsteps, a total of 4 people appeared in front of us, 2 men and 2 women. The looks of several people are very beautiful, very seductive. It is no wonder that the ancients often said that people are divided into groups and things are gathered together. Good-looking people can escape together even if they escape for their lives. The faces of several of them were very alert, holding a wooden stick and an iron fork that I didn't know where they found, standing at the other end. One of the boys with slightly yellow hair took the lead to speak. "Who are you guys? What are you doing?" I spread my hands and said that I didn't have any malice. "Don't be nervous. You are 4 of us. We are only 3. We should be the only ones who are nervous." After I finished speaking, I pointed to the remaining things on the shelf, since it must be for eating here. Another taller man frowned. "No, you can find it elsewhere. This is our place already." After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. This group of people seemed to have just arrived, and we showed up to take things away. They didn't agree that it was natural, but another supermarket was at the intersection at least 100 meters away. It was too risky in the past. Just as I kept thinking about how to persuade the few people in front of me to share some of the food with us, Chen Ming snorted coldly. What if we don't leave? Upon hearing this, the few people raised their weapons one after another as if they were fighting to the end. When he saw this, Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "What is this? We are all that now. Survivors should help each other. Why do we have to do it here? Don't say anything else, it will be quoted for a while. There is a walking corpse and none of us in this room can survive. Yes, yes, what can't be discussed, do you have to do it? You have to eat, we have to eat because you choose to hide here, we are not allowed to eat here. Right? I also hurriedly said, well, these things, let us score 5 or 5, half of you, half of us, can it be achieved? The two girls on the opposite side were obviously not so violent and immediately began to persuade the two men to share it with us. As a result, at this moment, a violent retching sound suddenly came from behind the shelf where they had been hiding. As soon as one of the girls heard this, her face suddenly changed and she ran towards the shelf. The remaining 3 people glanced at us and hurriedly ran to the back of the shelf. Taking this opportunity, Su Yuan hurriedly drew a few big bags from the cash register on the side for both of us. He wanted to take the opportunity to take things and leave, but a female voice cried suddenly from behind the shelf, "Let us had to stop the work in hand. Lin Wei, don't shout, we all have to die when the walking corpses are attracted. Don't shout, don't shout." This was another girl's voice. Although she was trying to persuade people, she was already full of crying. The female voice called Lin Wei was still crying loudly, "Get up, you get me up. Don't close your eyes, don't close your eyes, get up quickly." I glanced outside the door and made sure that there were no moving corpses around. I put down the things in my hand and walked towards the back of the shelf. Chen Ming glanced at me from the side. "Don't be nosy, we will leave when we get the stuff." Su Yuan also nodded as he stuffed things. "Yes, let's take the things and leave. Look at what happened in the past." According to her call, we will have to bring the walking corpses over the whole street for a while, we have to remind. The moment the voice fell, when I turned behind the shelf, I was completely, he took a breath. In the middle of the 4 people, a man with an open belly was lying quietly on the ground. The girl named Lin Wei kept crying and beating him on the chest, except that the wound in his abdomen would burst. Except for more blood, there are no other effects. Without thinking, I stepped forward and took Lin Wei's arm in twos and dragged her to the side. The people next to her who were still trying to comfort her would immediately pull me off when they saw it. Open, there is no way, I can only yell while pulling. That man on the ground is dead. He is dead if he is bitten. He will get up again soon and kill you guys. Don't help me quickly. She pulled it away, quickly shut her up, and soon attracted the walking corpses from outside, so we don't even want to live. Those people were obviously stunned when they heard the words. After a few seconds, they seemed to be considering the authenticity of my words. In the end, the few people who were at a loss still chose to believe me, and a few people hurried over to pull and pull. The girl was dragged aside, but she was still crying, and she had to crawl to the person on the ground. Finally, Chen Ming came over and put a hand knife at the back of her neck. She was finally quiet. Down. After the girl calmed down, the few of us were finally relieved. Su Yuan ran to the door to watch. The yellow-haired guy gasped for a glance at the few of us and asked me, how do you know that people will change after death? It's said in the news, I saw it with my own eyes. After I said that, I paused and forced the terrible look of my brother wandering in the hospital that had emerged in my mind. Smash your head, or you'll get up in a while. As soon as the voice fell, the person on the ground who had no vital signs suddenly opened his eyes. Accompanied by the low growl and the screams of the people around him, Chen Ming cut his head in half with a sharp knife. Keeping this group of people quiet is as difficult as the sky. We quickly gathered everything and prepared to go back. Before we went out, the 2 boys stopped us. Can we be together? Since bringing people back every time they go out, parents are probably used to it. There were so many people and powerful, we quickly packed out the other 2 rooms and put Ling Zhu in one of the rooms to let her rest first. Go with Kiki every day to sort the things we brought back into cardboard boxes and wrap them in layers to prevent dampness. The yellow-haired one was named Su Wengxiang and his nickname was Hugh. The other boy was named Sun Miao. He didn't speak much, but he was obviously the captain of their previous team. Later, Chen Yu told me that Sun Miao was not their captain. The real captain is the man named Li Lei who died before and also Ling Zhu's boyfriend. No wonder her reaction was so intense before. They used to be a cycling team. The small city we were in was almost in the middle of the road they were walking on. The zombies suddenly broke out and they were forced to be trapped here. After that, a few people risked changing places to find food. Met us. Stinky is a very extroverted person. It's okay when he doesn't speak. Once he opens his mouth, he doesn't talk about it at all. Of course, he has very little time not to speak 24 hours a day, except for sleeping. This is the opposite of Sun Miao, but what is rare is that they are still friends. Li Lei's death hit Lin Wei very hard, and because of this, she and my mother, who had been devastated all day long, fell in love with each other. The two got together to miss either her boyfriend or her son. Grandma's illness still hasn't progressed much. Sun Miao used to study Chinese medicine. After reporting the pulse condition for my grandma, he just shook his head slightly at us. Blood qi stagnation is still a heart disease. A group of people familiarized themselves with each other while facing the depression and silence outside the building day after day. You can still see wandering corpses in the yard from time to time. As we are accustomed to, we also shivered from the beginning to become accustomed to later. It is often said that time is the cruelest thing. It is silent, like a giant turntable, turning the bits and pieces of our lives into phantoms, gradually diminishing and finally suddenly at a certain moment when we thought we were holding on. I discovered that many things have long since been wrong. I admit that the silence over the past few days has made me hypocritical. We found more alcohol. At least we could drink some hot water or hot cereal. Apart from taking care of my grandmother, my biggest interest is sitting on the balcony and chatting with Xiaoyu and Kiki Smelly. There is a whimsical chat, but most of them are stories in the past, and now life is too dull and there is nothing to say. After all, parents are adults. After these days of adjustment they have almost eased, the old couple took the initiative to provoke the burden of cooking for us. Sun Miao and Chen Ming are like two ghosts. They don't speak much all day long, but in comparison, Sun Miao is more autistic, with a little sluggish expression. As for Chen Ming, it's just a ghost face. The tragedy of my brother's death was hidden in our hearts. Occasionally I would see his figure from The Walking Dead downstairs, but facing his distant and blue face, I clenched my fist outside. I can only do my best to suppress the emotions that are about to surging out of my heart. I can't stay weak. Our life seems to be very peaceful and quiet at the moment, but in fact it is embarrassed on all sides. For example, the food bottomed out again and there was nothing to eat in the supermarket outside. Chen Ming ran out of the building one afternoon and found a few daggers from nowhere. It is said that the daggers are actually more like scalpels, but I am not sure whether the scalpels are like this. Sun Miao, Su Yuan, and Kiki Xiaoyu, all of us gradually noticed our lack of physical fitness, so under Chen Ming's supervision, we stopped spending most of the day in a daze, chatting and doing nothing, and started to exercise ourselves. In this way, not to mention the fun life, but also to reduce the probability of risk when going out to find food in the future. Chen Ming seemed to be dismissive of this. Every time we violently do push-ups, the ridicule in his eyes always makes me want to jump up and shout at him, "Look at you again." The sky is getting colder, the temperature at night is already very low. We have to think about clothes while looking for food. After dinner that night, my parents took Tian Tian to sleep, and after wiping my grandma's hands and feet as usual, a group of us had a simple meeting in the next room. Everyone except me is not a local. I drew a simple map and pointed it to others with a flashlight. Look, follow the jump in front of the hospital and walk south to the pedestrian street. There are many the clothing store in China, and then across the pedestrian street is the retail food wholesale market. As long as we can enter a family and bring back things, we can all eat for a long time. Smelly stared at the map for a long time and scratched his head. Why is the pattern here so strange? The pedestrian street is connected to the food wholesale. I shook my head. That's an old street. It is said that my parents were like this when they were young. The pedestrian street was built later. Su Yuan hesitated and said, "Leave those alone. The point now is, how are we going to get there? It's definitely not practical to walk over. I don't know how many zombies will be encountered along the way. We can walk halfway down this road and it's hard enough, let alone go to such a far place." Xiaoyu is a girl with more courage, but only the courage is bigger. The stamina is worse than mine. Kiki also nodded, but if you don't walk over, you can only drive past. We don't have a car either. After hearing this, Lin Wei seemed to think of something suddenly. Aren't there always parking lots in the hospital? We can go to the parking lot. There are probably all Mercedes-Benz and BMWs there. Chen Ming, who hadn't spoken until now, finally nodded slowly. Just go there. Su Yuan hurriedly interrupted, but the cars there don't have keys. Where are we going to find the keys? Chen Ming glanced at him. I have a way. Although there were some vehicles parked in front of the hospital, we did not consider what was there but focused on the parking lot of the hospital. The parking lot of the hospital is in the basement. I visited it once and it was quite large. What we hope is that we can find a slightly larger car inside. Not only can we seat so many people, but we can also bring back more things when we return. The most important thing is that the street for food wholesale is just one street. At the entrance of the alley, we can park the car in front of the entrance to block the walking corpses outside to prevent them from wandering in. And secondly, if we encounter any emergency, we can escape as soon as possible. When we were ready to set off, my dad came over again and wanted to be with us. He was dragged back by the mother and Tian Tian. No matter what I did since I was young, my mother was very relieved. This is probably because of my character. It's completely the opposite of Tianchen and my brother. After repeated instructions to be careful, the few of us finally set off. This time we went out together. Chen Ming and me, Xia Oyu and Sun Miao, Wu Huo and Su Yuan, Kiki and Lin Wei were left at home because of courage problems. We don't want to meet a walking corpse and we have to listen. They screamed. The building was as quiet as always. A few of us went down the stairs quickly, and when we passed the elevator, we were all startled by a few slight bumps. Chen Ming turned around and swept back. At a glance, he waved us to continue walking, not to run away. There should be a walking corpse trapped in the elevator before the power failure. We walked in a hurry a few times before not paying attention to whether there was any sound. The parking lot is in the innermost part of the hospital. We have to bypass the building and pass through the small park at the back, and then we can go directly to the parking lot. Without delay, Chen Ming and I took the lead along the route of the wall and started to run to the corner. Turning to the back, we would pass the canteen where we had been for 2 months. There would often be walking corpses, and it was near the back door, which was nothing. Good place, but we have to pass there. Before we ran to the corner, there were several low roars in front of us. Accompanied by the messy footsteps, Chen Ming glanced at me and slowly drew out the knife. Sun Miao and others who caught up right behind him probably hadn't heard the sound yet. They became nervous when they saw the two of us drawing their knives. When they also drew their knives, a few crooked walking corpses finally appeared from the corner of the wall, in our field of vision. I already clenched the dagger in my hand and prepared to rush up to smash their skulls at any time, but when I saw the familiar hospital gown in the walking corpse, the familiar blue and purple face, the whole person was stunned. Ground. Seemingly aware of my hesitation, Chen Ming looked at me. What's wrong? Before I could answer, Sun Miao on the side squeezed me aside alongside Chen Ming and said to him, "Don't waste time, it's too dangerous to be squeezed here soon." After speaking, he rushed up with a knife. Smelly Stink and Drizzle followed closely. I squeezed the dagger in my hand, pressed down my heart and called back their voices and kept telling myself that it was not my brother. That's not my brother anymore. He just looks more like my brother. My brother can't eat human flesh. My brother will not be so terrible. Although the three of them were aggressive, they seemed to have a bit of eager thoughts similar to revenge, and they were quickly forced to retreat by those crooked walking corpses. Although the situation is not very optimistic, looking at my brother who is walking at the back of the walking corpse, he still feels relaxed in his heart. Chen Ming was very dissatisfied with the clumsiness of the few of us. After a cold snort, he rushed forward by himself. The clean knives and a few people helped the walking corpse team almost fell down. Xiao Yu was splashed on his body. He was full of blood and disgusting, retching on the side. Stinky and Sun Miao also supported their knees and gasped for breath like a joke. At this moment, what is left is my brother's lonely numb face facing Chen Ming's Wanian, ghost face. At this moment, Chen Ming put away the knife and slammed my brother's waist sideways and kicked it up. My brother immediately fell into the green belt and caught the gap. Chen Ming turned back and frowned and shouted, "Hurry up!" We didn't dare to delay anymore. We didn't keep up with our busy schedule. Everyone knew at this moment that if you want to be safe and sound outside here, it is the safest to stay by Wan Niang Chen's side. I have said long ago that he is a pervert, but thank you for not killing my brother. As I passed by my brother, the watch on his wrist that I gave him the day before he was bitten dazzled my eyes under the reflected light of the sun. Running to the back of the crowd, tears began to fall when they were untimely. As people grow up, they will know that blood relatives really cannot be replaced by any feelings. Although I pressed it down, but seeing the familiar brother so close in this way, I miss him more and more. Miss him and the world before. Then we ran to the small park and we never encountered a walking corpse. The sun was very good. When passing the small pond in the center of the park, Xiao Yu pointed to the other end of the pond and asked us, "What is it?" When she was talking, I faintly smelled a pungent smell. Before I could look at it, a stinky scream rushed to Sun Miao's back. "The corpse, I'm a god, just one thigh." Chen Ming took the opportunity to kick to the smelly butt. "Be quiet." Then call out to throw you down. Xiao Yu was frightened by Smelly's sudden throat. After that, she glared at Smelly with an unhappy face. "I don't know which day you will kill you." Stinky just ate at Chen Ming's and this will reply to Xiao Yu ferociously. Who talks a lot about you, stinky woman, you mean you. Xiaoyu was in a hurry and she rolled up her sleeves and was about to step forward. I hurriedly stood in between the two of them. Okay, it doesn't matter how we quarrel, we still have things to do, why is there no sense of danger at all? Chen Ming was angry and the next road went so fast he didn't mean to wait for us at all. He walks very fast. Except for Sun Miao barely keeping up with him, a few of us are jogging so we can barely follow him. During this period, we have to pay attention to whether our running sound is too loud. It will startle the walking corpses around, and the walk for a few minutes is simply miserable. When we reached the corner outside the parking lot, Xiaoyu, Su Yuan and I were already on our knees and panting. Chen Ming glanced in the direction of the entrance, frowned and paused for a while and then asked me, Himo, what? How many exits are there? After a pause, I shook my head. I don't know, I haven't been here, but my dad has been. Facing Chen Ming's increasingly ugly face, I lowered my voice, otherwise, go back and ask. After a full half-minute of silence, Chen Ming waved his hand. Forget it, it doesn't matter, you will pay attention to your surroundings for a while and go in with me lightly. The gate of the parking lot was open, and there were even two cars that were side by side preparing to enter at the entrance, blocking most of the entrance. When passing by the two cars sideways, a small walking corpse in a seat belt in one of the cars yelled at us arrogantly on the seat. Thanks to the blessings of those two cars, the scene in the parking lot is completely different from what we imagined. Looking at it, there is no walking dead quietly, but this not only didn't let us relax, but it became even more tense. Stinky hid behind me with some timidity and asked Chen Ming, big brother, is this place unclean? Isn't it a bit more Yinchi? It's weird. The smelly sound was very soft, but there was a light echo in the parking lot. Chen Ming ignored him. After sweeping the parking lot, he took the lead and walked towards a white Ford Maverick. Sun Miao and Su Yuan immediately followed them. I glanced at them and kept talking. Looking at the smell of my clothes, he said to Xiaoyu, go check here. Now in this era of luxury cars everywhere, you can see BMW and Mercedes-Benz at a glance, but those cars are not suitable for us, we need big ones. The entire underground parking lot is very large, but there are not many cars parked. It is quiet and outrageous. Apart from the slight noise of Chen Ming and the others rummaging for the Maverick, I can almost hear my heartbeat in a hurry. In this way, he swept the entire parking lot with a fast heartbeat, except for a few stalls of not-so-fresh blood, nothing else. When they returned to Chen Ming's side, the white-winged tiger without the key was activated suddenly. Staring blankly at the disconnected wires under the steering wheel, he gave Chen Ming a big thumbs up. Sure enough, in this era, people who dare to come out to see people with the face of a late lady all day are equipped with special skills. At the same time, I also doubted what Chen Ming said about his profession, compared with the police. I think he seems more like a car thief professional. Two cars came out in a row. Su Yuan took me and Stinky, and Chen Ming took Xiaoyu and Sun Miao. It took a lot of work when we went out. We first removed the car blocking the door and drove our car away, go out and then block the entrance with a car. In this way, the parking lot is at least safe. If you need to come over next time, you don't have to worry about it being full of walking corpses. We didn't go back, we drove the car all the way out of the hospital. If we wanted to drive out, the door of the hospital must be opened, but the door opening and the sound of the car had attracted the walking corpses outside. It was easy to open. Closing is not so simple. Fortunately, there are not too many walking corpses on the road at this moment, so there is no need to worry about a large number of walking corpses rushing into the hospital. Chen Ming opened the way in front. We followed closely and walked the streets and lanes all the way, and soon stunned me as a local. This was the first time I went out in the true sense in more than 2 months. The last time I saw this familiar street, I received a call from my mother at school, saying that my brother was injured and went to the hospital, and he hurriedly took a taxi. Thinking back now, the scenes on that day looked like they had been in a lifetime. The bustling and excitement of the past has long been gone on the street. In addition to deserted, the small streets we are in are mostly private snack spots. Most of the store doors are open, and they are very messy. It is not difficult to guess what kind of chaos has erupted here. Withdrawing my sight, I took a deep breath. From the first day to the present, I have adopted a psychological state similar to shielding to face the situation in front of me, shielding all things or things that will affect my mood or state. When the car was barely rushing out of a small alley, the familiar RT Mart in the distance made me realize that it had arrived. It bypassed RT Mart's shopping mall building, and there was a food wholesale street behind it and a pedestrian street at the other end. To be honest, I have never been to these small alleys, and it is really surprising that Chen Ming can find them. When exiting the lane, the car in front slowed down, probably because the people inside were observing the situation ahead. There is an open space in front of our T-Mart. There used to be a group of old ladies dancing square dancing here at night. What impressed me the most was their simplified little apples. Su Yuan glanced at the building in front of him, obviously not understanding the terrain, and said to me, "Didn't we say we are going to the wholesale food market? Why are you here?" Pointing to our T-Mart's building. "Hey, it's behind the mall." Ahead, Chen Ming and the others had stopped their car not far from the alley, and they seemed to be going to walk over. Su Yuan also drove the car over and asked me during the period, "Your design here is too strange." I shrugged my shoulders. It's an old street, it was going to be demolished, but I guess no one will demolish it now. When they reached Chen Ming's side, they saw him and Sun Miao from a distance cutting down two walking corpses that were very close to them. Our car was parked on the side of the road in front of the alley. This is a straight road from north to south. There are a few walking corpses wandering near and far. Now they are all approaching us. Because the surrounding area is empty, plus they are not many in number and slow in speed, so this will not feel threatening. In fact, sometimes when you muster up the courage to face the things that scare you, you will suddenly find that they are not as scary as you think. Xiao Yu glanced at the RT Mart in front of him. I said, "It's much faster to get things in this building than to go to some pedestrian street or snack street." Chen Ming nodded. "Just stay here, you will be closer when you go in, don't be careless." An understatement changed our previous plan. Each drew out the knives. And after Chen Ming chopped up an approaching lowly walking corpse, he ran towards the opposite square first. We followed, and during the period I turned around and shouted at the people behind me. "After the gate goes in, go straight to the entrance. There are many carts there. We carts to take things and encounter walking dead can be regarded as a precaution." As soon as we entered the gate, a few of us were forced to stop by the dozens of walking corpses gathered together in the aisle. But some of them had already noticed our voice and turned around and looked at us one after another. I noticed in the hand of one of the walking corpses there was a fleshy thing that seemed to be an intestine. Suppressing the nausea in my heart, Chen Ming rushed forward when I drew out the knife. One of the advantages of a longer knife is that you don't have to go close to the walking corpse, not to mention a lot of risks, and it can also prevent brain and black blood from splashing on the body. But to control the long sword well, you need to be very skilled and agile, otherwise it will become more cumbersome to get it in your hand. Chen Ming killed him from the middle, and the few of us immediately walked aside to raid the walking corpses that hadn't reacted yet. In the end, the walking corpses still surrounded each other, seeming to be attracted by something, and didn't look back until they were pierced through our heads. After they fell to the ground one after another, I saw that there were only half of the human corpses remaining on the ground. The reason for saying half is because he was sitting against the wall, and his upper body was almost clean except for his back. It seems that this person should have died shortly before we came. I raised my brows. This person came to the mall alone. At this moment, Chen Ming on the side suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He squatted down in front of the corpse, drew out a dagger and stabbed the corpse's left arm. Upon seeing this, Sun Miao suddenly lowered his voice and said, "The arm is broken." "What?" I was a little surprised. How could this be? Chen Ming didn't say a word, retracted his dagger and looked at the man up and down again, beckoning us to let go and slashing the man's head with the knife. "The fracture is still very serious and there is swelling around it. It should have just been broken." As we continued to walk towards the entrance, Sun Miao whispered, "Who interrupted his arm?" Hearing that, Xiao Yu immediately moved closer to me. "What do you mean? What's the situation? Why would anyone rush to fight with others in idleness?" No one answered her. We were silent for a long time until we ran to the entrance. Chen Ming said quietly, "People don't offend me, I don't offend people, take things and leave." I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. I always feel that when he said this sentence, his voice seemed to be louder than usual. We took a cart alone, and Chen Ming and Sun Miao were responsible for keeping a few of us safe. Next, we are going to start the shopping spree mode, pushing the cart and turning it quickly in the mall. As long as we see anything that can be eaten and used, it will be swept into the shopping cart. There were Chen Ming and Sun Miao guarding, and there were not many walking corpses in this mall, so we had almost no obstacles along the way. 7 or 8 shopping carts were quickly piled up. We pushed all the shopping carts onto the aisle in front of the door and concealed the doors. These doors need to be opened, so even if there are 3 or 2 walking corpses coming by outside, we won't understand how to open the door. After we installed another whole car of rice noodles, we finally prepared to go to the second floor to look for the clothes to be picked up this time. It has entered October. After the previous few rains, the weather has obviously cooled down. We need to be thick. Some clothes, the entire second floor is full of clothing areas. The mall is a circular shape with an empty center and shops on all sides. There are not many walking corpses on the first floor, so when we come to the second floor, we naturally face silence. Only the open doors of various shops and the messy clothes in the women's clothing stores outside show what kind of absurd things have happened here. We didn't plan to be separated, we didn't have time to clean up one by one. We simply went in with a group of people from house to house. In a store that specializes in down jackets, we installed 2 carts, shirts, sweaters, coats, and shoes. All choose to keep warm or easy to walk shoes. We used to go shopping with our girlfriends. Even if we didn't buy anything, we could go to a store for a long time, which is like this. It only takes a few minutes to empty a store. The things were picked up very quickly. We ran back and forth many times before we moved everything to the door. There were already a dozen walking corpses inside and out in front of the door because we were going back and forth inside and out. Walking makes them all a little manic, roaring constantly. The reason why Chen Ming and the others parked the car on the opposite side of the road was to prevent them from running to the car and throwing away the walking dead when they encountered such a situation. But that is to prevent more walking corpses. We should still be able to deal with the dozen or so in front of us. A few minutes ago, we pried open a fire cabinet. There was a big axe in it. Xiao Yu and Sun Miao also found 2 batons at the security guard. Although they are not as powerful as a knife, they can deal with the crunchy watermelon-like heads of walking corpses. It is enough. The improvement of the weapons greatly increased our confidence. When Chen Ming opened the door, several people rushed up like warriors who followed up. The weight of the axe is very heavy, and I use it a little hard, but it is really cool to deal with the walking corpses. After Xiao Yu knocks the walking corpses to the ground, I can split their heads in half with one axe. A few walking corpses were quickly cleaned up. Chen Ming and Su Yuan ran and drove the car over. During the period, I stretched out my head and took a look. There were still a few walking corpses near and far that saw us and were heading towards us. Get closer here. But having said that, I originally thought that there would be a lot of walking corpses in the city, but I didn't expect to see the pictures I had imagined when I came out this time. What does the low number of walking corpses mean? There are a lot of people alive, but why can't you see a living person in Chengri on the street? When we lifted our belongings into the car and looked at a building on the other side of the road, I suddenly thought that the people before us were living in peace and stability. The never-ending war in the Middle East has always been far away from us. Everyone is too far away. They have not been exposed to violence and blood for a long time, so when the world before them is overturned, they can't respond quickly. They can only hide at home shiveringly and wait for the rescue that will never come. These are just my conjectures. Perhaps the people trembling in my head were all dead more than 2 months ago. We returned to the hospital safely all the way. There were a lot of walking corpses in the yard. Xiaoyu and I ventured out of the car and closed the door of the hospital. When we parked the car in front of the building, the walking corpses were already swaying. When we came over, Chen Ming and Sun Miao stayed behind to deal with the walking corpses, and we started moving things upstairs one after another. So many things, we moved back and forth for more than an hour before they were all piled up in our parents' room. Mom and Dad's room is usually a place for us to eat and gather. The other rooms were originally wards and they weren't very big. This time he didn't get snacks for Tianqian again, and he was also very sensible and didn't lose his temper. Last time the big bag of eating frugally every day, now there is at least half left. After distributing the respective cotton-padded clothes, facing the food that was almost full of the corner of the house, I clapped my hands and thought that so many things would be enough for us to eat until winter. I thought I could finally stay at home for a while, but I didn't expect to go out the next day, because we overlooked one thing last time, that is, there are only some alcohol lamps in the hospital. It barely burns 2 mouthfuls of hot water. When it's cold, it's impossible to cook some hot meals with that little alcohol. Besides, we have so many people. The next day I went to the front door with Chen Ming and Sun Mao to bring back the gas tank and gas stove of a dumpling shop, but the gas in the tank is running out. We need to go to the place where the gas is charged to bring back a few tanks of gas. Only my parents have been to the gas filling place. After my dad's enthusiastic registration, he finally decided to let him go out with Chen Ming, Sun Mao, and Su Yuan. A few of us clean up another room at home and come out to serve as a kitchen. Now that you have gas, you can't put it in your parents' house. That's too unsafe. While cleaning the house, Kiki suddenly pulled me aside and gave me a piece of paper. What is it? I was a little confused when I took it. Kiki's expression is a little worried. Let's take a look first. This is the painting I steal every day. Yesterday I went to our T-Mart and I brought him 2 boxes of crayons and some drawing paper. Even though I haven't studied psychology, the painting in front of me still makes my heart cruel. Because Tian Tian and my brother are quite different in age, the whole family has always spoiled him. Every little thing about him has been taken care of by the 4 of us. Since the world in front of us has gotten out of control, my brother is gone and my mother has taken care of him. Taking care of my grandmother on the day, my father and I have no time to care about him. Looking at the obviously frantic and messy picture and the human-like thing that is deformed but full of fangs on it, Kiki on the side said, "Should you find a chance to chat with Tianqian?" After another glance, I put away the painting and asked, "What about every day, playing in Chen Ming's house?" I originally wanted to show these paintings to my parents immediately so that they could spend time with them all day long, but when I passed my parents' house and saw my mother with white sideburns lying in front of my grandmother's window, I suddenly stopped. Stopped in the footsteps. There are 3 major sufferings in life: the loss of children in old age, father in childhood, and husband in middle age. My parents have already experienced 2. They are not young anymore and they are probably exhausted until now. They secretly missed their son in the dead of night and don't know how many times they cried. Now they can tell about the situation every day except for another blow to their already weak spirit. Others will not be of any help. At lunch, Chen Ming and my dad came back, and they returned with a load and brought back several tanks full of gas. It's just that they didn't seem to go out as smoothly as we did yesterday, and even the 3 people including Chen Ming were all embarrassed with blood and brains. Hurry up and let them change their clothes. I went to the kitchen to boil some hot water with the remaining gas and gave them a simple bath with the cold water in the bathroom. When my dad took a shower, my mom came over and started cooking lunch. Her eyes were red and swollen. I didn't know when she cried again. I stood by for a while and then said, "Mom." After reacting for 2 full seconds, my mother turned her head and looked at me afterwards. What's the matter?" He stared at her twice, his lips were chapped, his eyes were red and swollen, and his complexion was pale. After sighing slightly, I stepped forward and hugged her. "It's nothing, I just want to hug you suddenly." It was another 2 seconds before my mother chuckled and patted me on the back. "What's wrong with the silly girl?" The nose that was caught off guard became sore. I put my face on my mother's warm shoulders and I shook my head. "How can you not let your daughter hug you?" "Haha, yes. The girl can hold her whenever she wants." In the next few days, I paid special attention to Tianqian, but he was either in a daze or sleeping and eating every day, and he hardly spoke. Kiki is more patient than I am. Even so, I insist on talking to Tianqian's asterisk every day. After a few days, Tianqian is the most intimate with her. Even at night, I am willing to go to Kiki's bed. Time just passed day by day. Several of us insisted on training every day. After we got acquainted with each other, it was like a family. The days were not so boring. The floors were filled with our laughter and laughter all day. It would also attract a few walking corpses in the yard. But as one of them was wiped down, it has been a long time since the whole hospital saw walking corpses standing upright. The weather quickly cooled down completely, and after a few days of rain, it was possible to put on a thick coat. Except for exercise in the morning, the rest of the time was a group of people chatting blindly under the covers. Every day, lying in front of the windowsill and looking forward to the courtyard outside. For the 2nd week, at the call of Kiki and I, we had a small meeting that night, which was about expanding the scope of our activities. In fact, it was plain that is, we want to clean up the large courtyard of the hospital, and then we can go to the courtyard to breathe fresh air without having to nest in this narrow corridor every day. Human beings can never adapt to the days of captivity. This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone, including parents. Probably it was the comfort of the recent days, and there was no need to worry about every day like before. The grandmother's illness gradually improved without any medicine. Looking at the grandmother, who was already able to eat on her own, my mother's mental state improved a lot. Kiki still pays attention to the situation every day for me. He still loves to paint, but he doesn't have the same horror style as the last time. I asked Sun Miao privately what was going on, but he studied Chinese medicine, not psychology, and the only answer to me was 3 words coldly. "I don't know, seriously. I think he is even more annoying than Chen." Due to the relatively large scope of the hospital, it is a manual task to ensure that every place is safe. In the end, we decided to lock all the doors and side doors of the building from the outside for the time being, and then only clean the yard. Almost all of us were dispatched early the next morning. Chen Ming and Sun Miao led a group of people to lock the door. Yu and I went to make sure that there was any direct access from the hospital to the outside to prevent any traffic. The corpse entered the hospital yard from those places. On the way we passed the small park before, where the rotten legs were still floating there. The green flowers and plants in the park have also withered, and there is an indescribable desolation. The two of us didn't stop and we walked quickly. After leaving the park, Yu carefully observed the situation left and right and said, "It's really a rat that has broken a pot of soup. If that leg is not in the water, there may still be fish in the pond." Hearing that, I smiled and looked back at her. "How do you know there is no fish now?" Yu was stunned for a while before answering, "If there are fish. Will they eat the meat on that rotten leg?" I was also taken aback. I don't know. Suppose those fish eat the meat on that leg. Will they be infected by the virus? Will they become zombie fish? Yu seems to be very interested in this question, but when she said that, I also remembered that the human immune system has always been said to be ineffective against this virus. So, what about animals? Will an animal be infected if it is bitten? Will it also become that kind of walking dead? Thinking of this, a scene of rotting cats, dogs, and mice sloshing around on the street suddenly appeared in my mind. He quickly shook his head and interrupted Yu's words. "Okay, don't talk about the ones that are not there and quickly check us. Join everyone." After a quick turn, when the two of us returned, the others had been waiting for us in the hall for a long time. Everything went smoother than expected, and the rest was the most troublesome. We had to clean up all the previous walking dead bodies. Most of those corpses were badly decomposed and the stench was unpleasant. In some places where the corpses were dense, they could be smoked with tears. Smelly, a big man, took the lead on strike. He said he couldn't bear the smell and retched and ran back. "There is no way, we can only do it ourselves. Put on the leather gloves used by the doctor for surgery and make a simple cover and start work. When fighting the walking corpses face to face, the knives in our hands are the ones that touch their skin and flesh. This will touch the greasy rotten meat through a thin layer of leather gloves." After all the corpses were moved, my mother had already boiled a large pot of hot water, and the pots and pans were also collected by us at the small supermarket in front of the door and from various households. At that time, Stinky was still joking, saying that we took things just like the devil came into the village back then. Take it all, take it, take it. After I went back, I took a quick shower, took 2 sips of my mother's sweet soup and sighed a sigh of relief. This day, it's so comfortable. Grandma is ready to get out of bed and she will help boil water or serve us hot soup happily. As before, I always feel that she seems to like Chen Ming so much. The soup she gave him was a big bowl, and he gave him more canned fruits than me. Grandma has already put on the down jacket I brought back to her before. The winter for the elderly comes earlier than the younger ones. They cannot get sick, and it is difficult for them to get better when their immunity declines. The sun has been very good these past 2 days. In the afternoon, we pulled water pipes to the lobby and the open space in front of the door to flush them clean. This building is relatively old, and there is also an old-fashioned faucet outside, which should be an underground well. Thanks to this, even if the running water stops completely in the future, we will not run out of water. My mother, who has been a housewife for more than 20 years, always makes use of all the conditions to improve her life comfort. We told him that when we could go in the yard, we wanted her to have a place to walk. But the little old lady asked my dad to find a piece of wire rope and bolt it to the 2 pillars in front of the building to dry the quilt. Looking at the busy and cheerful mother, none of us stopped her. This is the joy of her life as long as she can be happy. The happiest one was only a few days. After coming out of the building, I almost went crazy, screaming and running around, completely out of control. I wanted to remind him to keep his voice down, but was stopped by Chen Ming on the side. "It's okay, the walking corpses outside can't hear it." We also moved out a few chairs and put them together so that our grandmother could also sit and bask in the sun. Those who have lived with the elderly know that they seem to have strange stories full of stomachs. In those red ages, there seem to be many new things that have long been unseen. Throughout the afternoon, a group of us sat together, basking in the sun and listening to our grandmother telling us that a few snakes appeared in a family's home after they were given water in the village when they were young. With the smell of ghost stories, everyone listened with gusto. Even Chen Ming frowned slightly and listened earnestly. In the end, it smelled bad and even didn't know where to take out a bag of melon seeds and ate it. When I got up, I was stared at by the person next to him for a long time before he was unwilling to divide half of it. A peaceful life can make people forget fear and pain quickly, but forgetting doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In the stable days, we gradually realized a problem. The outside world has indeed changed. Although we don't know what happened, it has already been subverted. Now there are no production factories, no farmers farming, no supermarkets and hawkers to sell. All food and materials are available. We can only collect and stock goods but cannot produce. In other words, things will only become less and less. Our stocks are also consumed at a much faster rate than imagined. At the same time, even if the world is like this now, some living habits that have been cultivated for many years cannot be changed at all. For example, you need toilet paper to go to the toilet. There is no shortage of these things in the hospital, but they are consumed very quickly. Finally, we had to start thinking about going out again. What we discussed was to go to the RT Mart last time, but Chen Ming rejected it. Before we could ask the reason, Sun Miao asked, "Did it happen last time?" Chen Ming nodded. "The place is already occupied. Last time we took so many things, they gave us the opportunity. This time we will inevitably cause disputes." After I understood Chen Ming's words, I suddenly stood up from my position. "You mean that there is still someone else in the RT Mart? You only know now." Stinky glanced at me like an idiot. "What, do you all know?" I was a little puzzled. Xiao Yu shook her head. "I don't know. What kind of dumb riddle are you playing? Hurry up." Sun Miao glanced at us and said, "The body we saw when we went back was left there after being injured. When we went into the mall, Chen Ming heard footsteps, and the number of people is estimated to be different. Less, it just probably depends on the number of people. We were unwilling to come out in disputes, so we simply let us take something and leave by default." "Footsteps? Why didn't I hear the footsteps?" Xiao Yu asked. Without answering her words, Sun Miao continued, "Since the group of people can hurt people and feed the walking dead, it is definitely not a good thing. Let's not go anymore. It is better to do more than to do less." In the end, we plan to bypass RT Mart and go to other small supermarkets to get things. It's just that I still have a lump in my heart. I can't understand what happened between the group of people that caused them to hurt people and feed them to the walking dead. She probably saw my thoughts, and Kiki, who has been acting as a spectator, came over and took my shoulders to comfort me. In the old days, there were police and systems, but there were still bad guys. Now there must be people like that. We don't offend them, just go around and ignore them. Hearing this, I said anxiously, "Although it is said that, but such a cruel person. What if one day he takes the initiative to provoke us?" Kiki laughed. "How could it be possible? Besides, there are so many of us. They have to weigh and weigh if they want to find faults. If they haven't been here for so long, they will not come. Now the situation is so dangerous. Who will it's okay to eat and support, risking my life to go out to find other people's troubles?" Nodded, we agreed with Kiki's statement, and we began to discuss things about going out. This time it was a few boys who went out, because now the yard is also active. We can't guarantee absolute safety, so we must leave 2 people who are capable of fighting. Xiaoyu and I are naturally the best candidates. Stinky protested for a long time and didn't want to follow it out, and finally closed his mouth silently in Sun Miao's gaze, hanging his head half dead and getting into the car. Dad didn't know when he ran to the parking lot. He drew 2 barrels of oil out of the parking lot. Looking at Dad, who secretly helped out because of the dirt on his body because he was afraid of our rejection, an indescribable mood circulated back and forth in his heart. Long time. Chen Ming and the others filled the car with gas and set off. After closing the door of the hospital, I simply chatted with Xiaoyu and Kiki and wandered around in the yard. It can be regarded as checking around again. After living in a small place for a long time, you will yearn for a larger space. But at the same time, that larger space does not have the sense of security of a small space. The topics that girls chat together always revolve around clothes, cosmetics, and boys. Now there is no Taobao clothes, cosmetics for us to talk about. The rest can only talk about boys. The 3 of us commented on a few boys inside and out. Kiki is a madman who loves her brother and her mouth is full of her brother. When Xiao Yu talked about Chen Ming, his attitude was slightly different. Although it was very subtle, Kiki, who was inflated by gossip, spotted it and immediately identified it with a haha smile. "Xiao Yu, haha Xiao Yu, look, you just talk about Chen Ming's name and you blush." "I don't have any, you will talk nonsense." I suddenly wanted to cough. Xiao Yu immediately began to defend. "Just say no, you let him see if it's right, your nose is red." I took a look at Xiao Yu, and as expected, his face and nose were red, and I couldn't help but tease her with Kiki. "Yeah, really, look at this little face." The 3 of us just joked like this and walked forward while swaying. When just turning a corner, Kiki, who was still joking, suddenly fell silent and looked at it suspiciously, only to find that she was looking up. Looking ahead, following her line of sight, it was the community outside the wall of the hospital. The area behind the hospital is a very old-fashioned house. It is said that it was built in the 1960s and it has long been unusable. A few years ago, those walls were written with big tears down. I don't know if the compensation payment has not been negotiated and it has not been dismantled for a long time. What's the matter? What are you looking at? I stretched out my hand and shook it in front of Kiki's eyes but was blocked by her frowning. After staring at it again, the one I couldn't prevent was facing that direction. Shouted, "Who? Come out." Xiao and I were startled by her sudden voice. After reacting to her words, we hurriedly looked in the direction where Kiki was staring. After roughly scanning twice, Xiao asked Kiki suspiciously, "Kiki, what are you yelling? Who is it for?" Someone in that building just stared at us for a while. After Kiki quickly said a series of words that made me full of goosebumps, she raised her head and shouted, "Don't hide, I have seen you." I forcefully suppressed the discomfort and I hurriedly grabbed Kiki. "Don't shout, no matter whether there are people or no one. What should you do if you hire the walking corpse like this? Even if someone is not sure what hiding the walking corpse, how can you fix it? It's like seeing a Japanese devils." Xiao also stared at the direction where Kiki was looking for a while and then said, "Yes, Kiki, are you dazzled? Why didn't I see anyone?" Who knows, Kiki, who has always been weak, will be like a fighting rooster, regardless of what we two say, facing the building with a serious face and said again, "You can think about it. I won't come out and shout for a while. Here comes the walking corpse, it won't be us who are unlucky." While she was speaking, I noticed that she had pulled the dagger out of the knife bag. He tightened his brows and glanced at Xiao and we were completely confused about the current situation. I wanted to ask Kiki to go back to the building and talk about it again, but I never thought that two people actually appeared in the third-floor window of the building that Kiki had been staring at. Those were two bald men in their 30s. At first glance, they weren't the kind of good people. Forgive me for judging people by appearance. I blamed my good eyesight. From a distance, I saw their dazzling bald heads and their faces. Looking at the two people after Chen Ming and Sun Miao's faces weren't very pleasing. "What are you doing there?" Xiao obviously did not have Kiki's furry alertness, but instead spoke relatively kindly to the two of them. The man didn't immediately answer Xiao's words. After staring at the three of us for a while, one of the three of us, wearing dark blue, said with a dumb voice, "There are only three of you here." His voice is really like a duck cry. "Of course not, who are you?" It seemed that he was stimulated by the voice, and Xiao also put away his gentle tone. At this moment, I noticed that one of the two people glanced back slightly and his heart suddenly tightened. They were more than the two in that building. "Anyone else? We fled here and we have been hiding here for several days. There is nothing to eat, can you give us a little? Really going to starve to death." The man who just turned around, putting away the previous look, and pitifully poking in front of us. Just when I was about to speak, Kiki was violently dragged down, and after winking at me, she raised her head and said, "If I didn't eat it, find it by myself. We don't have anything extra for you." After answering this sentence, Kiki backhanded me and Xiao and pulled us back. Before we could react, she whispered, "Don't pay attention to these two people. Let's go back and wait for my brother and them to come back." "No, Kiki, I don't understand. They didn't eat anything, so let's just give them something. Can't you help them because everyone is trying to survive?" Although Xiao was running along, she still didn't understand Kiki's attitude. Kiki's face was dull, she turned her head quickly and then she spoke to both of us. "Himo, Xiao, you two have never stayed outside. When my brother and I were hiding outside, we saw many. You unexpected scenes anyway, let's go back and wait for them to come back. Even if they really didn't eat, they won't be starving for a while." Xiao and I looked at each other. Both of them were infected by Kiki's serious attitude. They stopped talking and ran to the house in silence. When entering the hall, Kiki even locked the door of the hall from the inside. Seeing the three of us coming back panicked, the mother who was cooking porridge hurriedly put down her work and asked, "What's the matter? Why are we all panicked?" Kiki turned around and closed the door in the hallway tightly. "When I saw it, I could only confess, I just saw two men outside. I want to take care of what we want to eat, then give them something." "Why do you feel like you have lost your soul?" After speaking, my mother seemed to have thought of something and immediately became nervous. "What? They want to rob?" No, of course not. They are upstairs in the community behind the hospital, and the robbery can't reach us." I was thinking about what Kiki said just now. This would want to push my mother away, so I just took her to the kitchen. "Push it over, Mom, go and cook. Soon Dad and the others will be able to start the meal directly." "Oh, you come back like this. How can I be in the mood to cook? Hurry up and say what's going on." My mother is very shrewd, so she won't want to leave. Kiki's face is still very bad. Xiao gave her a smooth back for a while and she finally swept us around and said, "Himo, Xiao. Don't blame me for making a fuss, but now it's not the same. It's the same. No police, no system. You haven't seen what a person is like after losing control." She paused for a while, her eyes staring straight at the ground. As if thinking like a horrible picture, my body began to tremble, and when I spoke again, my voice was hoarse and choked. My brother and I were hiding in a hotel restaurant. They're a group of us, there are more than a dozen, and one of them is a young mother with a 2-month-old child. Halfway through, Kiki seemed to be totally unable to bear the picture she recalled, holding her head against the door panel and sliding down on the ground, biting her lip and making a sobbing cry. Xiaoyu and I hurriedly tried to hold her. My mother was frightened by Kiki's reaction. Hei yelled and wanted to step forward to help. What's wrong with the kid? Why is he crying suddenly? Hurry up. Go back to the house first and talk about it later. The movement of our return shocked Tianqian. He saw Kiki crying, and after standing blankly by the side for a while, he began to wipe his tears, pulling at my clothes and asking, Sister, what's wrong with Sister Kiki? What's wrong with her? Cried. I patted Tianqian's back. Sister Kiki is okay. Why are you crying? Why do you cry when others cry? In the end, there was no way. My mother chose to take Tian Tian to Grandma's first, lest Grandma notice the outside movement for a while and make her worry. The three of us returned to the house. Xiaoyu closed the door and patted Kiki's shoulder. If you really don't want to say it, don't say it. The two of us don't care about it. The two big men do. As for those who really can't find food, they starve to death, and look, they don't look like good people. Kiki, who had been wiping her tears, shook her head, looked up at the two of us, and then continued, Really? Has changed. Nothing is the same. The walking corpses are terrible, but some people want it scarier than the walking dead. You haven't seen it. My brother and I have seen it, and we have seen it. What have you seen? Although we shouldn't be asking the bottom of Kiki at this time, but looking at her reaction, I always feel that there is something we must know. Silent, Xiaoyu called to me. Kiki's fingers caught her hair. She lowered her head and remained silent for several minutes. When I thought she would not answer, she finally spoke slowly. At that time, there were a dozen of us in the hotel restaurant, only me and the young mother. It was a girl. Her husband seemed to be bitten to death. We didn't understand the situation at the time. A group of people blocked the door in the restaurant and sat stupidly besides eating. Her child is very noisy and always cry. Breastfeeding. My brother and I talked to her a few words, but she couldn't accept the fact that her husband was gone. It was as if she had no soul. What then? I asked in a low voice. I had already guessed something vaguely in my head. Then, and after about a month or so, we almost understood what happened. The people except me and my brother seemed to have known friends before, and they were probably scared at first. How do you feel? But after they realized what happened, it suddenly changed. That morning, when I was still asleep, I heard the girl's cry for help and the child's cry. I saw it when I got up. The few people pulled the girl into the next box, and the child was thrown on the ground. Kiki should have controlled her temper and gradually calmed down. When she said this, she clenched her fists but only sighed heavily. I wanted to stand up and ask them what they were doing, but I was held back by my brother. He could only do his best to protect my integrity. That young mother, no one to protect. Even at this time, it can only serve as that unlucky tragedy. They gave her to. Xiaoyu was caught by Kiki before she could finish her sentence. She looked at us with red eyes. Do you know? A week after that woman went in, those men took turns going in. At first they could scream, the voice was unpopular. Later, not even a single voice was heard. What about the child? How is the child? I tightened my eyebrows, feeling that somewhere in my heart seemed to be blocked. I couldn't breathe and I was very depressed. Child, how can it be so young? I was probably hungry that night, crying all the time. I was smothered by one of the men. After Kiki's words were finished, Xiaoyu slammed a fist on the bedboard. These beasts. The room was silent for a long time. I glanced at Xiaoyu, who wiped my tears, knowing that she was probably distressing the girl and the child, and asked Kiki, So, today are you so on guard against the two people upstairs? There are more than two of them and they are still in the house. Himo, you should have noticed. When talking to us, they looked back at the house. There must be more than two of them. Kiki usually feels like it. Xiaoyu Yirn's weak appearance, I didn't expect her to observe so carefully. After a moment of stunned, I nodded, feeling like I was being crushed by a big rock. I saw it. When my dad and Chen Ming come back, let's talk about these things. As soon as my words fell, Xiaoyu wiped her face severely. I can't figure it out. The situation is so bad now. How can those people still abuse the living people so badly? We should not unite and deal with the walking dead. Huh. Kiki sneered when she heard the words. Human hearts, more terrible than ghosts and gods. I used to believe that there are many good people in this world and bad people are only a few. Now I know. Good, the line between bad and bad is too blurry. It's a problem between thoughts. If you are not careful, a person who originally looked normal can show all the ugliest and dirty side in my heart. The group of people in the hotel, wasn't they also good citizens who abide by the law before? How long has it been? How are they different from beasts? What Kiki said made Zayooyu and I's original sloppy alertness improved 100%. It was almost the same to deal with stupid walking corpses based on our 3 skills and strength. If we fight against normal humans, our 3 will have the same combat power. It's Scum 5. At the same time, I also began to worry about my father and Chen Ming, who were going out. Just when the 3 of us were in the house, each having their own thoughts, we forgot an important thing. People don't offend me and I don't offend people. That happens when the strength of both parties is balanced. Just when the 3 of us were silent in the house waiting for Chen Ming and the others to return, suddenly my mother's scream came from the direction of the toilet. The sudden sound was particularly harsh in the empty hallway. I jumped up from the bed almost instantly, picked up the dagger thrown on the stool and rushed out of the room and ran towards the toilet. Zayooyu and Kiki soon followed. Grandma asked in the room, "What's wrong?" "What's the call?" No one answered her. He probably noticed the rapid footsteps of the 3 of us and shouted again, "Every day go and see what's going on outside, come back and tell Grandma." Hearing the sound, I ran towards the toilet and shouted loudly, "Grandma, don't let out every day. Lock the door and don't both of you come out." Maybe it's the story of Kiki before that left me with lingering fears. I don't know what happened yet, but I was already covered with an ominous premonition. When Lin Wei's scream came out from the toilet, I suddenly remembered that she had eaten something bad in the past 2 days, and she did not see any improvement after taking the medicine. This will also be in the toilet. Lin Wei doesn't talk much on weekdays, likes to be quiet and sleeps very shallowly, so we specially cleaned up a room for her to live alone. The door of the toilet was half open. After running over, I kicked it open. Then I saw the 2 men in the old building, one by one around the necks of my mother and Lin Wei, holding a knife across their chests, in the toilet when the door was kicked open. 2 people were crawling in the open window. Noting the 3 of us, the 2 of them immediately moved the knife closer. One of the fatter slanted his mouth and glanced behind us, probably to confirm if anyone else was coming, and then he faced the 2 behind him. The person said, "Well, I said that all the people in this family who can do things have gone out and the remaining ladies are not afraid." Tightening the dagger in my hand, I took a deep breath and said, "What do you want to do?" Later, a tall man with a big head in a military green coat who climbed up should be their head. After listening to my words, he first looked at the 3 of us up and down and then said, "Girl, let's negotiate a condition." Right. Those people are not stupid. They have observed our situation before. They made up their minds to come here after knowing that Chen Ming and the others were not there. Even if the 3 of us had knives in their hands, they were not the opponents of the 4 of them, let alone Lin Wei and mother are still in their hands, and we have no choice but to nod their heads. In the corridor, a few of us stood side by side against the wall. Lin Wei had been released, but my mother was still in their hands. The door of Grandma and Tianqian's room was also kicked open. Grandma was dragged by one of the bald men. She was pulled up from the bed. Grandma was very old when she was old, and she was very inconvenient to move. In addition, she had been ill for so long a while ago, and we were supporting her when she walked recently, so she fell directly to the ground with such a pulling method. When I saw it, I was anxious, gritted my teeth and wanted to rush over, but was kicked on my stomach by the man beside me, and I knelt down on the ground while holding my stomach in pain. The leader glanced at me. "I would advise you to be honest. We do not want to hurt people today. We will leave if we take something. If you don't cooperate, then we can't guarantee that any of you will eat it. $2. There were far more than 4 of them. After they came in, they opened the doors in the corridor and downstairs hall, and then 7 or 8 of them came in, including men and women. After coming in, he started to search for things in each room without saying a word. It seems that the clothes on their bodies have not been out for a long time, and they are still very thin. So the first thing everyone did after they came in was to pick up all the thick clothes in our room and let 2 of the women move away. Although distressed by those clothes, we have no ability to stop them now, and we can only grit our teeth and endure it. They began to clean up the medicines we stored in the nurse's station and most of the food left in the kitchen. The few of us who just leaned on the wall and watched them came and went quickly carrying the things we brought back at the risk of our lives. Both Zayooyu and Kiki were very wise not to speak. They were smart people, and they knew what was important. Since that person just said that, it proves that today he has no plans to deal with us, and the purpose lies in our stuff. As long as they take things away, then the few of us should be in no danger. Grandma was also dragged to our side. Kiki squatted down and hugged Tian Tian, who was terrified. Zayooyu and I struggled to greet Grandma. I originally thought that Grandma was so frightened that it must be Liushin Waju, who knew that she would gritted her teeth and stood up with our strength. Seeing Grandma, whose face was strained, I secretly increased the strength of my hand. Grandma was still looking at the person in front of her, probably sensing the strength of my hand. She slightly grasped my hand, gradually applied force, and then shook her head slightly. I froze for a moment. Grandma wants me not to be impulsive. When they cleared everything to the stairway outside the corridor, I said to their leader, "You have taken everything away, can you leave now?" The man glanced at me when he heard the words, didn't speak anymore, waved his hand at the crowd, and was about to lift things away. At this moment, the two women who had moved out before suddenly ran back in a hurry and said to the leading man, "Brother Tang Yang, their people are back." Hearing this, the leader's face suddenly changed. "Where is it?" "Enter the gate." Tang Yang's brows were screwed together tightly, and after thinking for a while, he waved his hand at the person beside him. "Stop these people." The heart that I had just let go of knowing that Chen Ming and the others had returned came up instantly after hearing his words. These people obviously did not expect that they would come back so quickly. This would be inevitable. They simply prepared to head on with us. They didn't seem to be ready to give up on those things. So when Chen Ming and my dad, Sun Miao, and their figures came from the stairs, when we appeared, Xiao Yu and I were already bound by their necks. When my dad saw that his daughters and daughters-in-law were all held across his chest by a group of strangers, he immediately blushed. He was about to rush forward with the sword and was stopped by Chen Ming on the side. Su Yuan also clenched his fists tightly, looking at the person holding Kiki. His eyes were about to be bloodshot within a few seconds. Smelly shrank behind Sun Miao, which showed his urinary sex. When he noticed the danger, he wanted to hide his hair. Chen Ming swept the corridor. His eyes stayed on the grandmother, who fell to the ground for 2 seconds, and then he asked, "Who are you?" The bald head that hugged me snorted twice after hearing the words. "What's the use of a name and a surname in this world? You don't know if you say it." "Sunjai." Tang Yang drank him, then spoke to Chen Ming with a more polite tone. "We just came to borrow something and we wanted to take it and leave, but we never thought of being so fate. By coincidence, you are back." This Tang Yang was really a shameless person, and he could still be so grand-sounding when he robbed him. Chen Ming paused for a while, pointed to a few of us, and said to Tang Yang, "How to borrow something like this? This is of course impolite, but there is no way. We need your cooperation to be honest. We can only take this improper method for the time being. Brother Yang, what are you doing so much with them? Quickly let them go away, let's take things and go." Sun Jai seemed a little impatient. "Do you think I will let you take these things?" Chen Ming answered quickly this time, and his speech was not as slow as usual. Sun Jai, who was very arrogant at first, was taken aback when he heard Chen Ming's words, and then he laughed ha, sternly placed the knife on my face diagonally and gritted his teeth and spoke to Chen Ming. "Want to pretend to be a hero? Then we have to ask whether we agree with the knife in our hand." I tilted my head and tried to open as many knives in Sun Jai's hand as possible, and my heartbeat soared in an instant. This Nima is no joke. Sun Jai was completely unaware of my complicated mental state at the moment. He focused on the robber. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the knife in his hand, he was anxious, and I simply yelled at Chen Ming, "The surname is Chen, let them take things and leave. If your face is cut, you marry me." My dad, who was still so angry, was stunned when he heard what I said. Chen Ming on the side pursed his lips. "I don't want it." Tang Yang probably didn't want to listen to such nonsense, and after a moment of silence, he waved his hand and said, "In this way, since today is so unlucky, then let's do it like this, and we are half of the stuff. It won't be useless for us to take a trip. Everyone is happy. Is it successful? Yes. Which things do you like to take? Let my daughters in them. Don't hurt people." Probably because I was afraid that Chen Ming would say something tough again. This would be my dad's answer to Tang Yang's words first. A family of 5, 4 of them are being pointed at with a knife, so I'm afraid that no one will be more nervous than him. After getting my dad's answer, Tang Yang looked at Chen Ming. "How is it?" Chen Ming pursed his mouth and shook his head after thinking for 2 seconds. "No, I want everything and people. I think you're *** shameless." Sun Jai, who was originally holding me, was immediately irritated by Chen Ming. He slammed me aside, drew out the knife, and rushed towards Chen Ming. I was slammed into the wall, and the whole face collided perfectly with the wall. After a sharp pain, I only felt 2 warmths gushing out of my nostrils. Stinky, hiding behind Sun Miao, shouted, "He mo. You blid." Sun Jai took the knife and rushed toward Chen Ming fiercely. The people beside him saw Sun Jai rushing up and were ready to go up together. But a few people couldn't throw away the hostages in their hands, and they could only watch them in a hurry. When Sun Jai rushed in front of him, Chen Ming pursed his mouth and turned back and hid it as if he didn't react in time. but then quickly turned around and kicked Sun Jai's unreacted back. When he got up, Sun Jai was immediately kicked to the ground by the whole person. Sun Jai, their people yelled and immediately tried to rush forward but was stopped by Tang Yang. Brother Tang Yang, Zheng Jai. The man wanted to say something, but Tang Yang glared back. I clutched my nose and took advantage of this gap to climb to my grandma's side, trying to help her up. But before I moved to my grandmother's side, I was pulled from the ground by Tang Yang, who came over. Instead of hooping my neck like others, he seemed to hold my hand gracefully, gently pointed the dagger at his wrist and turned his head to look at my dad. Please let us go. After speaking, he didn't wait for an answer and added a sentence. Oh, this knife has killed a walking corpse. If my hand shakes so gently, then this beautiful lady will be hopeless. I took a breath of air almost instantly and then started crying without tears. How unlucky is always me. Big brother, I have something to say. Don't move the knife or the gun. This is not good. Don't you want something? Just take it. Take as much as you want. I always pee sexual people, but they were forced to stand up to protect their family a few days ago. But this time, I really feel like I'm almost peeing on my pants. The most indispensable in this world are people who are afraid of death, and I am one of them. Tang Yang was too lazy to talk to me, but looked at Chen Ming quietly. He seemed to have recognized that Chen Ming was the most powerful person on our side. Sun Jai was stepped on the foot by Sun Miao on the other side. He kept trying to struggle. Finally, Su Yuan squatted down and put the knife on his neck before he finally got down. For a while, the corridor quieted down, and Tang Yang seemed to have recognized Chen Ming's retreat, and a group of people had confident expressions on their faces. But Chen Ming's next words made everyone black, including us, and after a light glance at me, Chen Ming asked, "What does their life and death matter to me?" Another of Tang Yang's subordinates immediately squinted his face when he heard the words and said, "Stop playing with us 36 tricks. I really thought I wouldn't dare to do it." After I finished speaking, I noticed that the person controlled by him is Tian Tian. Don't, if you have something to say. He's still a kid and doesn't understand anything. Big brother, you must be merciful. My mother was scared almost instantly. He begged, saying that he wanted to kneel on the ground at the end of the posture. If it wasn't for the people behind him to control it, he would have collapsed to the ground. Mom, looking at my mother's terrified look, I couldn't help but start to cry. The eldest son's bones are not cold. We are locked in the hospital building in front of us like a walking dead. The younger son is in danger in front of him. My mother's heart is like a knife stirring. As a result, at this moment, Chen Ming, who had not spoken, suddenly rushed towards us quickly. Before we could react, he rushed in front of us with a long knife in his hand. I had already picked away the dagger placed on my wrist. When Tang Yang was still in a daze from the sudden attack, Chen Ming yanked me behind him and flicked his backhand at the same time. I don't know, from where he took out a dagger and pressed it against Tang Yang's chest. All this happened very suddenly, almost in an instant. There was deathly silence in the corridor. Tang Yang raised his arms and stood in place with an ugly expression. Chen Ming held a dagger against his chest with no expression on his face. My dagger has also been stuck. The blood of the walking dead. The people around were stunned for a while before gradually reacting and hurriedly retreated to both sides. I stood behind Chen Ming and felt an indescribable aura. Tang Yang frowned and looked at Chen Ming for a while and then said, "We will take half of the things and we promise that we won't come to you again." No way. Just when I was thinking of scolding Chen Ming's brains, Tang Yang and the others agreed to leave. The development of the following things is very dramatic. If the previous scenes were underworld martial arts films, then the next thing is a typical dog blood drama. I thought they would take advantage of their large number of people, and they would have a good fight with us anyway. But after Tang Yang was controlled by Chen Mo, one of the girls immediately dropped the knife in her hand, and her voice was a little choked. He called out his name. Tang Yang, who was still looking ugly, was taken aback when he heard this. Then his face tightened fiercely, and after struggling for a while, he nodded at us. "Okay, let's go." When a group of them retreated to the door, Tang Yang glanced at Zheng Jai, who was still being stepped on, and asked, "Can you let people go?" Su Yuan pointed to Kiki, who was still under control, and said, "Let our people go first." From the beginning of the hijacking to the present, Kiki, the crying ghost, showed surprising composure. Until she was released back, Tang Yang and the group of people left quickly, and she did not show any abnormality. It was Lin Wei who probably had diarrhea at first, and after being so scared, she fell ill that night. After we packed our things again, we locked all the doors and windows on the second floor, and the door of the hall was also tightly locked. Waiting for parents to sleep, our group of talents finally got together. After talking about what happened during the day as a whole, Su Yuan frowned and looked at us. In other words, they live in a place separated from us by a wall. Moreover, those walls can't stop any of them. I'll know today, all the designations are turned in, Hu Ziu said. If according to Kiki, they knew that we weren't there so they dared to come over and grab something, that means they might have been observing us for a long time. Su Yuan said, a group of us is actually repeating the day's things again. Su Yuan's proposal to let us find another place to live, and no one agrees with the proposal to move out of the hospital. After all, we want to find a suitable one. Living place is not a simple matter. What's more, this hospital has such a large yard. Even if we really can't find food in the future, we can sow something by ourselves. At least so many people will not starve to death. Of course, these are all things to follow. For the first time in my life, I encountered such a thing. I digested it for a while and naturally suffered from insomnia at night. I don't know if Kiki and Zaya Oyu are asleep, and after tossing around for a while, they chose to get up and put on their clothes and walk out of the house. I went to Lin Wei's room to look at her first, probably because she had a fever and she was asleep very well. The moonlight at night was very good. I wanted to stand by the window in the corridor and go back to sleep after blowing the hair. But when I arrived at the window, I saw Chen Ming sitting alone on the stool my grandmother had placed in the yard, hanging down. I don't know what I'm thinking. Turning back to the kitchen, I poured a cup of hot water and I went back downstairs. The wind was very cold at night, so I wrapped some clothes tightly and walked to Chen Ming and handed him the water glass. In the middle of the night, what kind of life are you thinking about here? Hearing that, Chen Ming looked up at me, then glanced at the hot water in my hand and reached out to take it. You haven't slept either. I sat down next to the chair next to him. I was stimulated too much during the day, and the brain pituitary hormone secreted excessively, which led to insomnia. Your police officer Chen De is a person who has seen the world, so it is not because of this insomnia, right? Chen Ming drank 2 sips of water and spit out 2 words with a serious expression, appreciating the moon. Hearing that, I almost rolled off the chair and took a long time to pick up the corners of my mouth. Okay, good fun. Then Chen Ming stopped answering my words. He raised his head and seemed to be watching the moon seriously. I secretly took a look at his beautiful profile. Chen Ming was actually not as annoying as I thought before. In fact, when the group of people from Tang Yang came today, Chen Ming's resolute attitude always made me feel that he was too insignificant and didn't put other people's names in my eyes. But later, I calmed down and understood everything. As Kiki said before, the current system no longer exists. We can only rely on the strength of our personal circle if we want to rely on each other. If we say that there are no Chen Ming, Sun Mao and them today, it is certain that things will be robbed. People are always greedy. There will be a second time if we have the first time. Even if we risk finding things again, we may still be snatched away at some point. Today, Chen Ming's unrelenting resignation at least made Tang Yang and the others understand that we are not so easy to bully. The day after Tang Yang and the others came, we were almost fully armed, and several people took turns observing the situation at the window. However, Chen Ming got up in the afternoon because it was too late to admire the moon the night before. After getting up, he scratched his head and passed by the window when he happened to be on guard. Chen Ming went back and forth twice, stopped beside me, scanned the window and asked, "What are you doing?" I stared out the window very loyally and responded solemnly after hearing the words, "Watch out." For 3 consecutive days, the atmosphere at home was very tense. Every day I was frightened. I slept with my grandmother for these 2 nights. Although my grandmother is old, although she can't bear the stimulation, she is also much better able to bear it. This I can help my mother cook for 2 days. My mother was a complete shadow. Sometimes she sat there for a while. Suddenly she couldn't see Tianchen, and Liushan Wuzhu was immediately scared. He had to see Tianchen appear in front of her to be quiet. No one dares to go to the toilet at night. Even in the daytime, Xiaoyu, Kiki, and I have to be together. Lin Wei's fever lasted for several days. Perhaps it was related to her depressed mood. No matter how she took medicine or physically cooled her temperature, her fever could not go down. In the end, Sun Miao found some medicine, and after adjusting it, he put a needle on Lin Wei, and her fever finally subsided that night. The temperature didn't rise again until the next morning, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous fever could not go down, and it was easy to burn into pneumonia or encephalitis. We don't have a professional doctor, so we will be in trouble. After a few more days, Lin Wei's condition finally recovered. According to Zaya Oyu and me, Lin Wei and her boyfriend who died before, who was the captain of their cycling team, had a relationship. After 4 years, they were pregnant before, and the children somehow fell off when both families were preparing for the marriage. This was a big blow to Lin Wei, and it was because of this that they organized after Lin Wei had finished her confinement. This ride take the opportunity to let her relax. Kiki and I both expressed sorrow about this. It's no wonder that Lin Wei has been in a slump. No one can bear this kind of situation. Since that day, we have been chatting with Lin Wei every day with someone to accompany her. Although it is impossible to heal the wound in her heart, she still feels better. After learning about Lin Wei's situation, Grandma also ran over to tell us stories every day. She always has interesting stories endless to tell. Especially some old ghost stories. Every time Kiki and Xiaoyu are scared to shrink into Lin Wei's bed, they are obviously afraid to die, but they just show their heads and their ears can't be heard. The quiet days lasted for a while and there have been several snowfalls. During the daytime, Wu Zai and Su Yuan would often take them to the yard to play every day. As time passed, he became less afraid of playing in the yard. I was preparing for lunch that day. After we were all seated, my mother swept around and asked me, silently, "Where's your brother?" My monkey was anxiously grabbing the rice in the bowl. Upon hearing this, I immediately looked at Su Yuan and Stinky and said slurredly, "Ask them both." Su Yuan and Stinky were also taken aback when they heard it, and they shook their heads and said that they didn't take Tiantian out to play today. After my dad searched every room in the hallway and didn't find Tiantian's figure, the dining table immediately exploded. My mother almost instantly guessed whether Tiantian was taken away by Tang Yang and the others. I denied it. Don't scare yourself first. Tiantian always goes out to play recently. Maybe he ran out to play. Let's go to the yard. Look inside, you wait here with your grandmother. Just as a group of us rushed out of the hall in a hurry, preparing to scatter to find Tiantian, we saw from a distance the little man stumbling over from the door. Tiantian is not tall, and it is very difficult to run in the snow. The moment I saw him, I hurriedly shouted to other people, "Found it, here, here." Every day I was so far away, I started crying loudly, crying to my father while crying. My dad's expression changed from worry and distress. Running in 2 steps, I took Tiantian into my arms and comforted me. "It's all right, don't cry or cry. Sister is here, don't be afraid anymore." After I finished speaking, my dad also ran over. It was probably because Tiantian was running around without permission, which made him anxious and angry. This will see Tiantian is fine, his temper will come up, and he will pull Tiantian out of my arms right. He kicked his asterisk fiercely and cursed while kicking, "You little bastard, which bear bile for you made you run out by yourself. Disobedient, make you disobedient, I have to make you behave today, long memory." The love the father gave is sometimes like this, their worries and everything are hidden under serious lessons. Chen Ming pulled Tiantian out of my dad's hands. My dad wanted to scare him, he didn't want to actually do it. He kicked a few feet and he was also feeling distressed. This would be ripped away by Chen Ming Tiantian, he had just pretended to scare his voice again. "Okay, Dad, isn't it okay every day? Next time I will definitely remember that I will not run around." "What are you going to do to beat him when he is a big kid?" I patted my dad on the back and squatted down to him every day next to Chen Ming as a life-saving straw. "Baby, what did you cry just now?" "Look at your great promise, I know crying," my dad added viciously while pointing to Tiantian when he heard the words. Tiantian was scared by this sentence and shrank his neck for a long time. It took a while before my dad opened his mouth quietly. There are a lot of people outside the door. They almost squeezed the door open. I have to say that this is the mistake of all of us. Because of Tang Ming and the others, we have been guarding against them every day, completely forgetting that the biggest threat to our lives now is the walking corpses in a muddle-headed manner. After saying Tiantian's words, we immediately ran to the gate and checked it around. As expected, the gate had been blocked by the crowds of walking corpses outside. Where the asterisk are there so many walking corpses suddenly? Xiaoyu's voice seemed a little frustrated, but was quickly covered by the dense roar outside. This hospital was being expanded before and the previous gate was blocked. The gate that was used now was temporarily opened. In fact, it is the gate, which is the old-fashioned iron fence. It is somewhat similar to the big iron gates in Joyful and Big Wolf. It's just that there is another 2-person wide door opened on the right side which is inserted with a rod on weekdays. We don't know when the walking corpses came in. The old iron gate creaked and creaked. Go back quickly, find something to block the door." My dad's face was pale when he was scared by the walking corpse in front of him. In fact, except for Chen Ming and Sun Miao, the faces of everyone else were as white as paper. A group of us ran back quickly. During the period, I looked back and saw the world against the white snow. The old iron gate exuded the last trace of obsession, blocking the devil in asterisk for us. The thing that scares me the most about the walking corpses is that they obviously have a very familiar appearance, but they don't have a trace of anger, full of dirt and death and no reason to communicate. They are less human than the devil. To them, begging and wailing are of no use. Chen Ming and Sun Miao quickly drove a van in the parking lot to the door, barely blocking the door. But at the same time, the walking corpses outside the door gathered too much, and the noise they made more walking corpses approach. The quiet and loneliness before the outside of the hospital was swept away, and it was strictly blocked by the rotten body of the black crow. After returning, we immediately gathered for an urgent meeting. There is no way to calculate the number of walking corpses outside. I guess it might be a group of wandering corpses just passing by here. Su Yuan first spoke, but didn't I say it before? They are only attracted by the sounds and sights. We have been living in this building. Even if we occasionally move around in the yard and are far away from the gate, how could it be possible to attract so many people? Come here as a walking dead. Lin Wei's thoughts were very clear, almost speaking out the doubts in all of us. Could it be that Tang Yang's group of people was overcasting us? Xiao Yu asked. I think it's possible. The group of them looked at nothing good and left inexplicably last time. They must have eaten and felt unhappy, looking for a chance to kill us. Stinky said bitterly. Don't worry about whether it's them or not. Now we have to think about what we are going to do now. If the walking dead don't disperse too late, they won't be able to stop them by the gate and the broken car. Once they enter the yard here, we have become Wang Zhongping. I interrupted their guess and reminded. Sun Miao glanced at everyone and said, there are currently two ways. One is to keep quiet and hide here. Even if the gate is lost, there won't be too many walking corpses that can enter this building. After a while, they will disperse. After that, it's easy to deal with the reduction in quantity. The second is to pack things up and leave here now and find another place to hide. Xiao Yu nodded. But as I said before, if a group of walking corpses passes by, if the streets outside are full of walking corpses, isn't it a sheep entering the mouth of a tiger? You also know the number of people in the Celestial Dynasty. With so many people dead, the number of walking corpses is slightly larger, and it is entirely possible to fill the streets of all sizes here. I looked at Chen Ming. What do you think? Chen Ming thought about it for a while and then said, the remaining things can't hold up for the walking corpses to disperse on their own, and it's too risky. It's not practical to keep absolutely quiet for a long time. I suggest leaving here. I also think it's better to leave first. There is always a feeling of wolf and tiger in the front. Whether it is the group of people last time, it is not safe here. My dad also agrees with Chen Ming's opinion. Now that the opinions have been put forward, after a round of questioning, we are sure that there is no objection, and we proceed to prepare to leave. Because several of us are not very agile, and there are Grandma and Tian Tian, we abandon the previous idea of climbing the wall and formulate a risky method. Immediately, Chen Ming and his father drove the two previous cars over. The previous 2 barrels of oil had filled the car and we started to pack the remaining things. It was very cold. We were not sure if we could immediately after going out. I found a suitable place to live, so I was prepared to bring some quilts. With the addition of some thermos, clothing, food, and so many of us, the 2 cars simply couldn't sit in, so we had to go to the parking lot to find another one. Land Rover, the car my dad once dreamed of. After loading everything in the car, we helped our grandma into the car. Grandma got motion sickness, but we were worried about letting her sit in the co-pilot. We could only find motion sickness medicine for her to take. My dad is very skilled in driving and knows the terrain better. He drove a Land Rover with Su Yuan and Kiki, along with my mother. Tian Tian and I also have Chen Ming, grandmother, and Lin Wei in the same car. Sun Miao brought light rain and there were a lot of things on the car. After everything is ready, we are ready to go. The cars drove to a short distance in front of the gate. The upper part of the gate had been separated from the wall. If it hadn't been blocked by the car, the gate would have collapsed. After Su Yuan in the front car stopped, he quickly got out of the car and ran towards the bread next to the door. At the moment the car started, the group of walking corpses outside became more restless because of Su Yuan's approach. Some of the walking corpses passed through the gap in the door and slapped on the car body, making shocking clashes. Several cars honked their horns and directed Su Yuan to be ready. 2 seconds later, the car blocking the door slowly began to move. When it was completely removed from the door creaked violently. There was a creaking sound. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, the door crashed to the ground, and the rotting body immediately swarmed in with the noisy and boiling roar. The motorcade led by my dad finally started to move forward slowly. The reason why we didn't stop by the front door before was to allow the car to speed up and let us rush out when the walking corpse rushed in. Su Yuan drove off the van, circled an arc, and followed Sun Miao's car. The four of our cars increased their horsepower next to each other and rushed out of the gate. The number of walking corpses was more than I had estimated before. Grandma was sitting in the back seat, and Lin Wei was covering her eyes to prevent Grandma from being frightened. I sat in the co-pilot holding Tian Tian and tightly covered Tian Tian's eyes. The raging group of walking corpses in front made me nervous to the top. Chen Ming silently observed the car in front of him to prevent the sudden slowdown from causing a rear-end collision. He probably noticed my nervousness and said faintly, "Don't be afraid, you can get out." Finally, the speed of the car that had already increased began to slow down. My dad at the front encountered the pioneer of the walking corpse first. Although he was not able to directly block and stop our car, he still slowed down a lot. Finally, we also began to drive into the army of walking corpses. Unlike the previous walking corpses that were blocked by the car in front of them in 2s and 3s, this will cause a lot of walking corpses to cover the glass on both sides of the entire car, which is strictly blocked. Strictly. Except for their terrifying faces, nothing else can be seen. The gap with the car in front was quickly blocked by walking corpses, making it more difficult for us to move forward. This kind of time is really a time to test the performance and endurance of the car. There was deathly silence in the car, and a boiling roar outside, condensed into two completely different worlds, one still and one moving. Lying in my arms every day, the sound in his ear made him feel scared, and his body was trembling constantly. I clenched my teeth and hugged Tiantian tightly, wanting him not to be afraid, and also wanting myself not to be afraid. I saw that Chen Ming had almost stepped on the accelerator, but the crowds of walking corpses around made the car go as fast as a bicycle. If this continues, there will be problems with the car. Grandma, don't look up, don't look." Lin Wei's voice suddenly came from the back row. I quickly looked back. Grandma probably wanted to break Lin Wei's hand. "Grandma, what are you doing?" The chaos added at this time made my already messy mood even worse. I probably heard the impatience in my tone, and my grandma didn't move anymore and fell silent. After turning my mind, when I looked ahead again, I found that the convoy had driven out of the gate of the hospital. Although there were still a lot of walking corpses on the street outside, after all, the space was much larger and not as dense as the point in front of the gate. The speed of the car gradually increased. As the speed of the car gradually increased, my heart, which had been depressed and almost sinking to my belly button, gradually returned to its original position. Although it has been difficult to move out of the densest place of walking corpses, each of our cars is hung on the body, full of walking corpses lying on their stomachs. Some even leaned on the front cover of the car when the speed was the slowest just now, facing the windshield, constantly opening their mouths and biting. With a black mouth and a rotten face, I was almost blind in an instant, and I felt that they were all carved out of the same mold, and it seemed ugly. The farther you are from the hospital gate, the fewer the number of walking corpses. It seems that the walking corpses that had been leaning against the front door attracted all the nearby walking corpses. This would move away from the door, and it was obviously a big circle. My dad's car in front, when it reached a place where the number of walking corpses had been significantly reduced, he slew left and right twice and threw the walking corpses on the car to the ground. As a result, one from the roof of their car, gurgling, rolled towards the back and hit the front cover of our car. The body was smashed and shook suddenly, scaring Grandma, so he shouted. Lin Wei hurriedly comforted, it's okay, don't be afraid, Grandma." "What's the matter just now? What's the matter? Just one thing fell into our car, it's okay, don't be afraid." Listening to Lin Wei's soft comfort, I also began to regret speaking to my grandmother with such a bad attitude. After Chen Ming also dumped the car to the left and right and dropped the walking corpses in the front and on the roof, I cleared it up. Grandma spoke with her voice. "Grandma, let's come out, it's safe." Grandma pressed her hands on her chest, and she was stunned for a while before she laughed. God bless, God bless. Grandma is a very devout Christian believer. The speed of the car can finally be raised to the normal standard, and the distance between the several cars is gradually widened, because it is necessary to avoid the walking corpses that pass by from time to time on the road. After driving for a long time, until the dark walking corpse team all disappeared from the rearview mirror, and I finally let out a deep breath and collapsed on the backrest. Suitable shelters are much harder to find than we thought. We dare not wander around the city because we don't know if there will be such walking corpses on other streets. We simply drove around to the third ring road, which was obviously much quieter than the urban area. We ran on the road for about 10 minutes before the car in front turned on the turn signal and stopped near the side of the road. Chen Ming directly stepped on the brake and stopped the car to the middle of the road. In the back, Sun Miao and Su Yuan also stopped the car following us to the middle of the road. When my dad got out of the cab, he was stunned when he watched us and then walked over with a wry smile. How many years have you been used to it? Change it. Opening the car door, I was reluctant to get out of the car every day. I had no choice but to sit in the co-pilot and answer to my dad. Dad, you are really young. Did you rush out of the situation just now? My dad waved his hand. What a treasure is not old, the car is good, don't put gold on your dad's face. Sun Miao and Su Yuan also came from behind one after another. My mother came over and looked at Grandma. Grandma fell asleep because of the medicine for motion sickness. My mother forcibly carried Tian Tian into their car. In order not to wake up Grandma, the few of us walked to the side and started discussing where to find a place to live. It's definitely not easy to find a yard like before, so why don't so many of us find a mall and stay alive? Xiaoyu asked. Lin Wei shook her head. No, what you said before is that the mall is not a reliable place. Maybe sometime we will go to a group of people to grab resources from us and make it like the last time situation. I don't think it's okay. Let's find an ordinary house to live in first. Su Yuan looked up at me as if he had thought of something after speaking. By the way, Himo, isn't your house like this? We can go to your house. Before I could answer my dad, I spoke. It's impossible for us to have so many people in our family. It's an old-fashioned community. The gates are open. It's not safe for us to go. In fact, when Su Yuan put forward that opinion, I was moved for a moment. I have not been back home for so long. I really want to miss it. I want to lie back on my little bed in my dreams. In the end, some comments were raised and they were rejected one after another. Just when everyone began to fall into silent thinking, Chen Ming, who had not spoken, pointed to a neighborhood next to the road and said, "Just here." Hearing this, we immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a garden-style community. It was developed just 2 years ago. Although it is in the third ring road, the price is still very high. The row is outside the ordinary residential building, and the back half are small villas from house to house. Because of the high green coverage rate, it is called the garden community by the people in the city. Most of the people living here are local tyrants. I have to say that this place is indeed a good place. This good place far and close in front of you turned out that only Chen Ming noticed it. The fence of this community is a circle of iron fences, and you can see the inside. A row of shrubs and trees are planted at the place where the iron fence connects to the roadside, which blocks the line of sight from the outside very well. As long as you are not careful, you won't notice if someone is walking inside. And most of these small villas are a small yard, and the sun is enough in that small yard on weekdays. After staring at the community for a while, my dad suddenly laughed. You said this. The car that I didn't dare to think of before is driven, and the house I didn't dare to think of before can be lived in. Call Seiweng Shima. Sun Miao glanced at my dad when he heard the words and said abruptly, "This is not a blessing." My dad's original smile on his face gradually closed after hearing Sun Miao's unclear remark and finally cleared his throat a little embarrassingly. Just say that. I am a typical Electra girl, father is the kind of everything. Sun Miao didn't say anything wrong, but looking at the awkward look on my dad's face, I was still upset with Sun Miao. After giving him a glance, he said to my dad, "Why can't you tell me? Life is it's already so bad, let's not have fun in hardship. Some people know to pour cold water all day long, just ignore him." Silent. My dad patted my head and said solemnly, "Don't talk nonsense." Sun Miao stared at me for a second time and then said, "It's just a reminder there is no meaning of pouring cold water." I said you. In the end, we finally decided to stay far and close and plan to drive directly into the community and find a house to settle down temporarily. Today, everyone is tired. After a night's rest, we will study what to do tomorrow. After going around, we had to stop the car when we found the gate of the community, because the gate of this community is locked. Probably for aesthetics, this kind of community is equipped with automatic doors, and the walking corpses in 2s and 3s in front of the gate also turned towards when we stopped the car. We came closer. After stopping the car, Chen Ming and I drew a knife and got out of the car. The walking corpse was wearing police uniforms. I glanced at Chen Ming and said, "Your colleague." Ignoring me, Chen Ming had already raised his knife and walked quickly towards the walking corpse. After cutting off the walking corpse's head with a sharp knife, he turned his head and said to Sun Miao, "Here, I will solve it, you turn in and open the door." Such communities all have security rooms, most of which are next to the gate, and the opening of the door is also the responsibility of the security room. So it is not difficult to get in and open the door. After Sun Miao responded, he stuffed the dagger he had drawn back, glanced at the door and ran over quickly. I also collected the gods, gripped the dagger, and the light rain on the side cooperated to turn over a walking corpse. During the period, I glanced at my dad's car. My mother was sitting on the co-pilot and saw that the head of the walking corpse was rotten by my hand. The expression on the whole person was shocked or shocked. This seems to be the first time she has seen me hack a walking corpse with her own eyes. It should be hard to accept that her daughter, who has never even seen a chicken, actually did such a cruel thing. Several walking corpses were quickly chopped down to the ground. When my dad also used a knife to chop the walking corpses, the expression on my mother's face had obviously changed from fright to fright. Sun Meow quickly opened the door. In order to prevent walking dead in the community, we chose to return to the car. The last car that came in went to the security room and closed the door. This community is relatively large, and the greening is indeed very good. There is a main road in the community which leads directly to the end, and rows of big trees are planted on both sides. It suddenly looks like a university campus. The first few rows are the kind of ordinary residential buildings, and inside are small villas. It is a complex type. From the outside, it has 2.5 floors. The reason why it is said to be 2.5 floors is because I only saw a similar decorative house on the 3rd floor. I don't understand the rich world. To be on the safe side, we first prepared to drive around in the community to see if there would be groups of walking corpses. As a result, we had to stop the car again before we drove the car into the villa area. Because 2 children squatting and playing in the snow appeared on the side of the road in front. At a very young age, he looks like 2 or 3 years old by looking at his figure alone. We were a little dizzy by the picture in front of us. For a moment, we thought it was a walking corpse, but the walking corpse would play in the snow, and the 2 children were dressed very neatly and neatly. We noticed that our car was close, and the 2 dolls were just standing up from the ground, staring at us with a snowball in his hand. It seemed that he didn't mean to leave. After stopping the car and telling Grandma and Lin Wei not to get out of the car, Chen Ming and I opened the car door and walked towards the children. Those 2 children are not afraid of having children. Because I didn't take care of them a few years ago, I know how to get along with children. When I walked forward, seeing that the 2 of them hadn't avoided, I put on a smile that I thought was kind, touched their little heads, and then softly asked, "Why are you 2 playing here by yourself? Where's Mom and Dad?" Their clothes are so clean and they are all white and fat, which proves that there must be an adult taking care of them. Otherwise, the 2 children of such a small size will definitely be in a panic even if they don't starve to death. Sure enough, after hearing what I said, one of the children thought for a while and pointed to a villa in one of the branch roads and said, "Mom and Dad are discussing things with their uncles and aunts." The specifications of this community are relatively simple. A straight road runs through the beginning and the end. The houses are on both sides and branch roads are branched out from the main road. I call this pattern Centipede Road. It's not a professional title, but it's easier to understand. After the child finished speaking, Chen Ming and I immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. There were indeed clothes in the courtyards of several buildings, but they hadn't seen anyone yet. Why are there 2 dolls here? Why, someone lives here. My dad also got out of the car and walked towards us. Looking back at my dad, I pointed to the place where the kid was pointing. "Hey, these 2 children said that their parents and uncles and aunts are discussing things over there. There is more than one family here. Then what shall we do now? Someone has already stayed here in advance." Xiao Yu and Sun Meow also got out of the car. "Otherwise, let's leave this place early in the sky and then look for another place." Su Yuan is probably the unbearable group of people who have encountered Kiki before, and always shows some inexplicable rejection of places with people mood. It was only then that a young woman who was estimated to be a few years older than me walked out from behind a small park just across the road with a bag of things similar to cabbage in her hand. He seemed to see us from a distance. After getting closer, he glanced at the direction of the house with some doubts, and when he looked at us again, he asked, "You are?" While she was talking, my mother just pulled Tianqian out of the car. I don't know if it's been a long time since I saw a child younger than herself. Tian will hold a rainbow candy that I don't know how long I have kept in her hand and hand it very generously. To the 2 children, yes, little brother and little sister. The 2 children were both young and couldn't remove their eyes if they didn't know how to refuse to see the delicious ones. They would all approach Tianqian with a cheerful grin and chuckle sugar in their mouths. There was a little candy boy who didn't hold it and rolled into the snow. The little guy immediately ran over to pick it up and eat it. "Nano, don't eat anything that falls on the ground." The woman immediately stopped when she saw this. I quickly picked up the little boy named Nano. "Little guy, you can't eat anything on the ground." Probably my mother showed up with the child and made the woman lower her defenses. After taking Nano from my arms, she asked us again, "You didn't live here before, did you?" "Yes." I nodded honestly. The place where we live was rushed in by a zombie and we couldn't find it here. I didn't expect someone to live here. As soon as the woman heard it, she immediately laughed. "Then you guys are two-faced, don't say that there are really no fewer people in these 2 days." What? I was a little puzzled. Are there many people living here, isn't it? I can see that this woman is the kind of person who is kind to a certain level, and she is completely unprepared for people. This will be able to talk to a group of us strangers in 2 words. I lived here before with my husband and 2 children. After the emergence of the Walking Dead virus, the community was quarantined. It didn't take long for Brother Who to live here with people. They were all soldiers who had just been discharged from the army. It is also that we are lucky, they are in good physique. There are no people in our community on weekdays. After they came, they checked around, and then they were responsible for the safety of our community. How to say? The outside situation, my husband and I also watched the news before the power outage, and on weekdays, we can see the walking corpses outside the gate from a distance. In comparison, we can barely be considered a little paradise for the time being. It's no wonder that she has no defense against people. She has never had any serious contact with the outside world in her emotions. She hasn't seen and experienced the asterisk horror of walking corpses. It is not difficult to understand that she can rest assured to let her children play outside. Then, could you please take us to meet that big brother who, you look so late today? It's really hard for us to go out and find a place to live. Just call me Zhang Ping, come with me. If you can't leave, there are too many places here. Tell Brother Who that you can just find an empty house for you to live in, so why don't you go out and look for it? After speaking, she led us towards the houses with clothes. After looking at each other, Chen Ming and I nodded slightly, then turned back and said to my parents in them, "Parents, you should go back to the car and wait. Chen Ming and I will go there." It's not that we don't believe in Zhang Ping, after all, the defensiveness is indispensable. Even in the past, we couldn't be sure that the person who smiled at the person in front of us must be a good person, let alone now. Previously, the news did not show that a young girl met a pregnant woman who pretended to be unwell on the side of the road, and kindly sent her back, but the pregnant woman tricked her into going home for her husband to enjoy. When the forest grows, there can be any exotic species. It was inconvenient for Zhang Ping to take the 2 children, so I simply bent over and took the little girl into my arms. These 2 children were born of a dragon and phoenix. The boy was called Niu Niu and the girl was called Niu Niu. With the same pronunciation but different characters, the 2 children are very likable. Not afraid of life, Niu Niu reached my arms, tilted his head and talked to me with slurs, and the innocent words made me laugh all the way. Stopped in front of the house closest to the roadside, Zhang Ping shouted inside through the door, "Brother Who, this is Zhang Ping, please let me open the door." It didn't take long for the sound of footsteps to be heard in the room, and a burly man walked out of it. He was obviously taken aback when he saw Chen Ming and me. He walked from the entrance to the gate of the courtyard. Both of my eyes are like scanning a QR code, sweeping me and Chen Ming up and down, I don't know how many times. Before opening the door, she still asked Zhang Ping alertly, "Who are these 2 people?" Zhang Ping smiled and looked back at both of us. "Oh, people who have escaped from outside will tell Brother Who to let them live in. It's not easy to bring old people and children." After hearing Zhang Ping's words, the big guy's face was obviously unsightly, and after twisting his brows twice, he said with displeasedness, "Anyone else?" "Well, I'm waiting outside on the road." I said, "You, Cheng Liang, open the door." My arms were sore when I was holding the baby. It turned out that the big guy's name was Cheng Liang, and he searched me and Chen Ming 2 more times before he finally opened the door. When we entered, we cautiously asked, "You don't have any weapons, right?" To be honest, I was very upset by his look at the thief, and when I heard the words, I said, "Can I have some guys on my body if I don't want to die outside?" It seemed that I didn't expect that I would respond suddenly. Cheng Liang was taken aback for a moment, then waved to us to enter the room and said. Chen Ming remained silent, looking around this small courtyard of dozens of square meters. I moved my head over, lowered my voice and asked, "What are you looking at?" After a while he said, "It's nothing, just take a look." When I entered the house, I was still confused by someone in the house. The living room of the house is very large, at least 60 or 70 square meters. There are a row of sofas against the wall. There are also many stools and chairs. Almost all of them are seated, a number 30 or 40. After Zhang Ping came in, she shouted at one of the slightly fat men, "Brother, what are you doing? Don't you hurry over and hug the baby." The man immediately stood up when he heard the words and came over to take Nuo Nuo from my arms. During this time, I clearly heard new shouting dad from the man. Immediately, I was stunned by the chaotic shouting between them. Later, I learned that the man was Zhang Ping's husband, but Zhang Ping was 5 years older, so Zhang Ping started calling his brother from the beginning of his relationship. Now that there are children, this title has not changed. The arrival of Chen Ming and I did not cause excessive tension in the room. The people in the room were not as fully guarded as Cheng Liang just now. It was probably because of their crowds. A group of people stared at us and swept for a while. Later, one of the men with an inch-headed man who was estimated to be over 19 meters tall stood up from the sofa, walked in front of us, and said in a very polite tone, "Hello, I am Hu Yangqiang. Everyone calls me Lao Hu, or Brother Hu." After speaking, he glanced at everyone and then smiled and said, "Currently serving as the captain of the community security team." Everyone in the room was amused by him. Chen Ming pursed his mouth twice, reached out and shook his hand. Chen Ming. After a pause for 2 seconds, he didn't know what to think and pointed at me again. "This is my wife." "Hello, Brother Hu." When I said hello to him, the face of the star Hu Ji appeared in my mind unconsciously, looking at the appearance of the person in front of me. The two are really very different. After a few simple greetings, Hu Yangqiang began to ask a few questions seemingly unintentionally, such as how many people were we here, who were we, and what was the relationship between each other. Only then did I know why Chen Ming just said that. There are a lot of people in our group, and coming to such a place similar to a small organization is most likely to arouse their vigilance, especially if we know that our group of people gathered only later. Together, it will make them guess whether we are some desperados. And if it can be implicated by relatives, it's a different matter. The fleeing family is always more credible than the newly formed group. When I didn't see them before, I still felt that a group of people could let the two children play in the community is definitely not a reliable person. But I didn't expect that they actually thought very carefully. I asked Chen Ming and me a lot of questions, all of which seemed to be unintentional, but can be used to analyze many situations. When Hu Yangqiang lowered his voice to the two of us and asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" I suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity. I always feel that this line seems to be heard somewhere before. No. Chen Ming's expression didn't change from head to position, and his tone was faint, as if he had carried Wan Niang's face to the end. After staring at Chen Ming for a while, Hu Yangqiang's originally serious face finally showed a smile. "Well, I will take someone to check if your person has been bitten. If not, live tonight. Block 7 in Zone B. If you find it inappropriate, you will walk around in the yard tomorrow and see where you like it before you move in. Don't bother others with this kind of work, just let me take them there." Zhang Ping immediately asked for help enthusiastically. Zhang Ping's husband smiled and tugged her. "You can get everything together, let Brother Hu decide, don't sign up randomly." Looking back at Zhang Ping, Hu Yangqiang laughed ha-ha a few times. "Come, brothers and sisters can bring Liangzi if it is troublesome, Longzi and the others will go together." Okay, you can watch the children here, I'll take them there first." Zhang Ping became elated as soon as he heard it, and when he thrust the child into his father's arms, he bounced over and started pulling me. "Go out." During this period, several men in the room who also shaved their heads got up and came out together. Sun Miao's expressions became more vigilant when they saw so many big guys coming out behind us. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ping immediately took my arm and shouted at my mother from a distance. "Auntie, I will live in Building 7 on the opposite road when I enter the door tonight. I will make dinner for you later." In the past, we all have natural gas in each of our houses, and it hasn't been cut off, so we can cook our own food temporarily. My mother's complexion was not very good at first, and she had to pull out a smiling face and replied, "Thank you for the eldest girl first." After finishing speaking, my dad pointed at the strong men behind us and asked, "Who are these? Hey. Look at me, forget about them. These are the people of Brother Hu, Liangzi, Longzi, and that over there is Xiaopan." It was only when Zhang Ping introduced me that I finally had time to take a look at the few of them. Liangzi and Longzi are both typical and burly figures, but their looks are not flattering. In comparison, the one named Xiaopan was not only much younger, but also grinned when I met my sight, much more pleasing than the other two. Longzi stood up and held a fist at us. "I'm sorry, everyone, but you know more about the outside situation than we are. We are welcome to live in, but basic inspections are still necessary. It can ensure that everyone present will live more safely in the future." My dad, who has been in shopping malls for a long time, will respond best to this kind of scene. He immediately smiled and received, "That's natural. Isn't it natural that there is no such thing as going to the countryside before? It should be cautious." We have children here, everyone brother, please proceed lightly. Long Zai glanced every day and said to this little Pan Zai, you go and look at the child, check the car. Randomly looked at my dad again, offended. My dad still has a smiling face. Where is it? It's causing you trouble. Then I knew why Zhang Ping would follow, because their inspection was very careful. Although they were separated from their clothes, they touched them with their hands from head to toe, not even the inner thighs. If Zhang Ping didn't follow along, and if these elders check in front of you, the few of us. Forget it, don't dare to think about it. After a round of inspection, Pan Zai has also inspected the car and said to Long Zai, everything is normal. Soon, they took us to Building 7 in Area B. In fact, it was said to be Area B. It was in the bifurcated road on the other side of the main road where they lived. The 7 houses are located in the first one near the road. The houses here are very sunny. The keys of the house here are all managed by Hu Yangqiang. You can lock the door from inside at home on weekdays, but you can't lock it when you go out. Fortunately, there are so many people in our family that we don't need to consider this issue. For the convenience of taking care of grandmother, the 2 bedrooms on the first floor are separated by mom, dad, and grandmother. There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor, side by side. Zai Oyu and Kiki live in one, Lin Wei and I live in one, and Zhu Zai and Su Yuan live in the other. The only room on the third floor is Chen Ming and Sun Miao. The furniture in the house is complete, and the water is no longer available, but there is a well in the yard. The old man who used to watch the door asked someone to make a special dish in order to pour some dishes he planted in the corner. At that time, he was almost fired for this, but now that well has taken on the draft burden of so many of us. We live in a small park directly opposite. The well is in the innermost part of the park. The vegetables Zhang Ping picked before were planted on a small vegetable plot cultivated by the former guardian. Such a small park has some in the yard. There are several places, but the largest in front of our house, there is also a small pond with many goldfishes in it. He didn't know what he was eating, but he didn't starve to death for so long. After cleaning up the house, we moved all the things in the car into the house one after another. After everything was put in place, the sky was almost dark, and Zhang Ping brought us the ingredients for dinner. In fact, it can be seen that their life is not very good because, apart from 2 Chinese cabbage, only 2 handfuls of dried noodles were delivered. She brought the seasoning box temporarily from her home. At dinner, I poked thoughtfully at the bottom of the bowl. After watching me for a long time every day, I complained to my parents. Mom, you see my sister hasn't eaten all the time and I still stir it with chopsticks. When he yelled out of my voice, I immediately regained my consciousness and raised my chopsticks to strike him. You little spy. My mother stopped her with a fake smile and asked, what do you want? I've been watching you for a while. Withdrawing his hand, he simply put down his chopsticks. I don't know. The things in my mind are messy, thinking about now, thinking about the future. Now, my dad said after putting me a chopsticks dish, isn't it good now? What else can I think about? I won't be there in the future, why do you want it? Zai Oyu smiled and then said, I guess it's silently thinking, is it right or wrong for us to live in this place? Is it safe or not? Should we continue to live in the future? A glance at Zai Oyu, are you the roundworm in my stomach? Lin Wei also put down his chopsticks. But with what I said, I also want to know if we live here, are we going to stay for 2 days temporarily, or are we going to live for a long time? Of course I have lived for a long time with such a good house, such a large yard and so many living people. Isn't this a ready-made shelter? Isn't it stupid to leave? The smelly person is urinary, feeling wherever it is safe is his home. I also think that now that we are here, we will be at ease when we come. No matter what problems arise here, it is better than if we are driving outside and risking the danger of encountering a team of walking corpses at any time. Su Yuan is older and more rational in analyzing things. Su Kiki heard the words, looked at her brother twice, turned her head and asked like Chen Ming, what do you think? Upon seeing this, Zai Oyu tugged at the clothes of Lin Wei and me under the table and whispered to Chi Chi, who was blushing, look. She knew she was a thief and she accused me of being interesting to Chen Ming. Zai Oyu's voice was very small, but she was heard by the grandmother on the side. She looked at Chen Ming and Kiki and immediately laughed. Others were inexplicably made by Grandma's sudden laugh and didn't hear whether Chen Ming just answered Kiki or not. After the table calmed down, I asked Sun Miao, what do you think? Sun Miao finished the meal in his bowl without rush and said, it's better to stay. At night we were covered with a slightly smelly quilt and soon fell asleep, and ran overnight. When I woke up the next day, it was already bright. Grandma and mother were doing housework all their lives. Seeing that the sun is good today, I don't know where I borrowed several large drying racks and took the sheets and covers in every room. Go to the well to wash. The quilts were also put on the drying racks to dry. When I stretched out, I saw Tianxian holding a biscuit in his mouth and slapped the quilt with a stick in my hand. Chen Ming leaned against the wall and stared at Tian Tian with amusement. Early, hearing this, Chen Ming turned his head and looked at me, mourning, "What about the rest?" Out. After yawning, the gate of the yard was open, and far away he was able to go to the well at the other end of the park. Dad was helping Mother and Grandma to twist the sheets. Zhang Ping and several other women also seemed to be washing something, and a group of people laughed from time to time, and their voices could be heard from so far away. After standing in front of the door for a while, I turned my head and asked Chen Ming, "Would you like to go for a walk?" Chen Ming nodded after a pause, "Okay." It has to be said that the place where the rich live is really what you pay for. The environment in this community is completely different from those ordinary communities of thousands of yuan a square. Walking on the road, the sun shines on the ground through the fallen leaves and tree trunks, and there is an indescribable warmth. Chen Ming is a boring gourd. He didn't say a word all the way. I dryly sighed for a few words. After the years were quiet, I felt like a fool, so I just shut up and stopped talking. After walking like this for a while, I felt more and more boring. When I was about to turn around and go back, there was a sudden voice of conversation in front of me. I was taken aback, and in the next second I was dragged into the bushes by Chen Ming's hand. The branches of the bush were very hard. One of them got stuck in the leg. I subconsciously wanted to scream because of the pain, but Chen Ming's mouth was tightly covered. He probably noticed that I was struggling too violently. He looked down and looked down. I dragged aside again. I said, "Lao Hu, we didn't hide here to be nanny for so many people. Our brothers are also human beings. All day long we go out and die for a large group of unknown people. What's the picture?" This voice, it was Cheng Liang from yesterday. "Yes, Lao Hu, do you know how many people came here all of a sudden? A dozen or so. Why do we just feed them like this? This is Longzi. What do you know? This place is not ours. You have to take care of your face when you do everything. The original owner of the family really wants to take in people. We are not allowed to sing in a black face. Then, shouldn't the inside and outside be people?" Hu Yongqiang, the voice is not as vigorous as yesterday, with a touch of calculation and treacherousness. "Who are not people inside and outside? Now how can anyone still have? Who, brother, don't be so real. Now who has the strength and who is the master of the house? Those people bought this place before, but if it weren't for us, could they live in peace? The world is different, brother." This person's voice hadn't been heard yesterday, but it is probably from Hu Yongqiang's group. "Keep it down, Lu Hao, didn't you just fall in love with Bao Ming's wife? Accumulate some virtue, they still have 2 children. This was Pan Zai's voice. "No matter what, we currently have people in the 50s and 60s. Brother Hu, how do you think of a way to solve them? You must not be born and die for others in vain." Cheng Liang's voice was a bit bitter. Several people discussed a few words in a low voice, but I didn't hear it very clearly. Chen Ming frowned as he seemed to be quite clear. He drew his ears, and then I heard Hu Yongqiang clear his throat. "I will call people up early tomorrow morning. Brothers are ready. If there is any disobedience, overturn 2 deterrents. Just follow the instructions just now. Do what you say." The group of people seemed to have a guilty conscience, and the next voice was quieter. When my squatting feet were numb, they finally started to walk out from the front corner one after another, passing by me and Chen Ming hiding. In front of the bushes, Hu Yongqiang suddenly stopped, looked around and said, "Strange, why do I always feel that there are others here?" Long Zai looked around and said, "Brother Hu, don't be too sensitive. There are no people living in the 2 rows of houses in the back. Except for our brothers, how could those cowards come here? But speaking of it, I don't know if the 2 rows in the back are unoccupied, and I feel gloomy when I come here during the day." It was Lu Hao who spoke. With the sound of their footsteps getting farther and farther, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Chen Ming, "What do they mean by what they just said?" Chen Ming didn't answer my words immediately, just stared at my face. Feeling embarrassed to be stared at, I touched my face. "What are you looking at?" Chen Ming pursed his lips. "Get up." As soon as he reminded me, I noticed that I was lying on Chen Ming's squatting lap. When Chen Ming and I went back, everyone else had already arrived home. Mom and Dad also carried a basin of washed sheets and draped them in the yard to dry. Seeing that my grandmother was also helping outside, I hurriedly summoned everyone else to the room on the 2nd floor and talked about what I heard with Chen Ming today. After listening to my repetition, Sun Miao frowned. "Are they preparing to take an oath of sovereignty? Does this still need to be said? According to me, they may think that we are too many people and want to drive us all away." Xiu Zai was a little excited. "Should we not drive people away? After all, we are all gone and there is no practical benefit to them. Such an empty courtyard is almost as popular as a cemetery. They will not understand this." They said before, however, Lin Wei is a girl with very clear thoughts. Regardless of what will happen to them now, based on what they said today, we know that tomorrow will definitely be okay. We have to be prepared to deal with it, Kiki said. Hearing that, Su Yuan looked at his sister a little funny. Yeah, what do you think you can do with that girl? This. Kiki, who had just looked like a strong man, stunned. After thinking for a while, she looked at Chen Ming. You. What can you do? Look at it tomorrow. As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, his mother's voice came from downstairs. Where is this person? Where did everyone go? Early the next morning, all households had received notices to gather on the small square in the park. I specifically left my mother at home to take care of my grandmother and Tianqian, and a group of us followed the others towards the square. On the way, a few Delhi people who did the laundry together yesterday morning asked my dad. The people in the morning don't know what to do, so they all gather us all together. My dad also shook his head. I don't know. Probably nothing like this has happened before, and dozens of people arrived in half an hour. Quiet, everyone be quiet, brother who has something to say to everyone. With Cheng Liang's voice, the crowd gradually calmed down. It was not everyone who knew it, but the dozens of Hu Yongqiang's men. Individuals all walked out from the crowd and stood opposite us. Hu Yongqiang raised his hand. His face still had the same official smile as yesterday, faked to death. Today, we are summoned here to say a few things. We all know. Recently, our number is increasing. Everyone is bodhisattva-hearted and can't bear to drive people who come in here to wander. Naturally, our brothers also support it, but this. Everyone eats and drinks now. Even a roll of toilet paper is worth our brother. A few went out looking for their lives. Speaking of this, Hu Yongqiang stopped, glanced at the unusually quiet crowd, and then said, So, after discussion, starting today we have made a decision, per capita resource sharing. The so-called sharing here may be with everyone explain. Everyone in the room has to eat and consume, but we can't support idlers. If you want to eat and get supplies, you have to pay. There was a moment of restlessness in the crowd, but Cheng Liang quickly yelled. If you have any opinions, you can only bear it. Hu Yongqiang said with a smile, after all, it is impossible for us to live as a large group to be fair, so, does anyone have an opinion? Some of the men present seemed a little dissatisfied and wanted to ask questions, but they were all caught by the people on the side. Hu Yongqiang and others looked at the people below with satisfaction. Since there is no objection, it would be best. There are not many brothers, so we can't send out all of them when we go out. After all, we need a part of them to protect everyone, so we are here today. Select a part of the men to join our team to go out to find supplies. After saying this, I immediately raised my eyebrows and Xiao Yu whispered to me from the side, Where is this to join them? It is clear that they are going to give this dangerous job to others. I nodded but did not answer. Then their people started ordering people out of the crowd, and anyone who ordered them had to go out immediately in the afternoon. There were also people who protested at least learning how to deal with walking corpses before going out, but they were blocked by the sentence, I will know how to chop when the time comes. Chen Ming, Sun Miao, Stinky, and Su Yuan were all named. Probably because my dad is getting older, Pan Zai turned his head and glanced at me when he clicked in front of my dad. After grinning, he turned around and walked away. I have to say that this made me sigh of relief. Some of the remaining people are assigned to clean the sheets of the people going out and cook for them. Others are divided to reclaim all the open space that can be planted in several parks. I have to say that if it is not forcibly ordered, this division of labor is actually a good means of survival, almost the same as we had previously imagined. Xiao Yu and I were assigned to wash the laundry, while Lin Wei and Kiki were assigned to cultivate the land. Fortunately, my mother and grandmother did not come. It seems that other people also missed my mother and grandmother. They can stay at home with peace of mind. It can be said that those who go out use their lives in danger in exchange for a relatively high social status among so many people. At least they don't need to wash their clothes or cook their own food. There is no denying that, in fact, it was Hu Yongqiang and the group of people who used this to treat us as a beckoning girl. In the afternoon, Chen Ming and the others were taken out, and the car we drove in was also expropriated. Only then did I know that it was not that they had missed grandma and mother, but they acquiesced that we used the few cars we brought to offset the labor of grandmother and mother. After Chen Ming and the others went out, Xiao Yu and I were assigned tasks. Zhang Ping and we were put in a group. When I saw her, my eyes were red. I remember his husband Bao Ming was also assigned to go out, in the team. When I saw Xiao Yu and me, Zhang Ping wiped a few tears, saying that no one was watching the children at home, and adding that her husband, who was worried about going out, covered her mouth and started crying. Upon seeing this, I hurriedly said, "Don't worry, my mother and my grandmother are at home. You can send the child over and let them watch." After Zhang Ping thanked her for a long time, she found a chance to sneak back and sent the two children locked in the house to my mother to watch. When we came back, we had already started to wash our clothes. Seeing Zhang Ping came back, I put down the work in my hands and asked, "What did my mother say?" Zhang Ping finally broke into a smile. "Auntie's person is as good as you. She is willing to help me with the two children." I patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder and said gratifiedly, "That's all right, okay, let's get to work. The group of people don't know how long the clothes have not been changed, they are dirty, and how big are they?" This work is not much to say, but it is really tiring when it is done. It took almost an afternoon for 7 or 8 of us to wash so many clothes. At the end, someone said that according to the time, Hu Yangqiang and they were almost coming back. I had to take out a few people to cook quickly. In the end, I was left with Xiao Yu, 2 other women doing laundry. Those 2 women should have lived in this community before, and they knew that they were accustomed to enjoying the blessings by looking at their body shapes. This time, although they clenched their teeth and persisted, they were tired and unable to lift their clothes. Finally, when each of us looked at Venus, all the work was done, and when we stumbled back home, we happened to ran into the team of Hu Yangqiang and the others. Xiao Yu and I simply listened in place and waited for Chen Ming and the others. The car stopped when we passed by us. Chen Ming and Sun Miao Su Yuan got out of the car one after another. Their stinky faces were pale and pale. A few drops of unknown black liquid were also splashed. After a few of them got off, Hu Yangqiang reminded him in the car for a while to remember to go to eat with them and drove away. I really couldn't hold back the exhaustion of my body, so I squatted on the ground holding the tree, raised my head and asked, "What's wrong with the smelly smell?" Taking a glance at him, Su Yuan said, "Scared." After speaking, he looked around and asked us, "Where is Kiki?" I pointed in the direction of my house. "I guess I have already gone back." Responded. Su Yuan was about to go back. He just turned around as if thinking of something. He looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Do you need a hand?" After Su Yuan and the others walked away, Chen Ming was left beside me. After looking up at him for a while, I asked affectionately, "Otherwise, I will be merciful and allow you to give me a hand." After Chen Ming helped me home, he went out with other people to Hu Yangqiang to have a meal. In fact, he said it was a meal, and he was able to distribute some extra supplies along the way. It is said that Hu Yangqiang saw Chen Ming's experience today. After his skill, he was very important to him. At night, when Sun Miao and the others returned with the separated items, Chen Ming was left behind by Hu Yangqiang. After packing up our things, we each boiled water and simply washed our faces and feet and then went back to the second floor to prepare to rest. There was no electricity. The whole thing was dark when it got dark. There was a similar one in the yard. On the small sofa of the hanging chair, I was in a daze wrapped in a blanket. No way, I couldn't sleep at all at such an early time. Xiao Yu could sleep in bed for 10 minutes. In order not to affect her, I simply stayed in the yard. After sitting for about 10 minutes, there was a sudden faint sound of footsteps in the living room. I looked back and saw Stinky walking towards me with a glass of water. Still not sleeping. It seemed that I didn't expect me to be outside and suddenly surprised the smell. Seeing that it was me, Smelly caressed his chest and responded to me, "No, I can't sleep. It's only after 7 o'clock and it's not 8 o'clock." I leaned back in the chair and sighed, but the surroundings are as quiet as late at night. Smelly paused for a while and didn't speak, and after a while he said softly, silently, "Do you think we are here?" I was taken aback. "Why do you suddenly ask?" "Nothing, just want to hear your thoughts all of a sudden." After thinking for a while, "I can't talk about good or bad and I don't know how to say it. After all, now it's different from before. It's all about how to live comfortably. Now everyone is going to live as long as they can live. The things in front of you will be just fine." In fact, I said this more to console Stinky. He was really frightened when he went out today. He was still trembling when he came back to tell us about the things he encountered outside. If it weren't for Sun Miao and Chen Ming to leave him at the time, closer, he was crushed by a few walking corpses. "You will." Smelly smiled twice. "Will you take your life?" Just when I didn't know how to pick up the smelly words, Chen Ming walked over from the door. The moonlight at night was very bright, and while there was no clear snow on the ground, I could recognize the figure as him at a glance. When I entered the yard and saw Stinky and me, Chen Ming was startled first and then asked, "What are you doing here?" "Can't sleep, just come out to admire the moon." Xiu answered quickly, probably because he didn't want me and Chen Ming to talk about the conversation with him. After staring at both of us for a while, Chen Ming turned and went into the room. Then I had a few more conversations with Chu Chu, and I simply turned back and went back to the house. "Aren't you here just to wait for him to come back?" The smelly muttering made me trip up the stairs. The next day was still a busy day. In addition to washing clothes, our workload even increased to those who gave the door to clean the house. It is estimated that so many of them had never lived in such a good house before. At this time, they did not flatter the idea of crowds, and instead they had one house for one person. When I bend over to mop the floor of one of them, Hu Yongqiang and others' ancestors were also scratched by me. Just as my scolding was rising, a chuckle suddenly came out behind me. I stiffened in place almost immediately, and it took a long time before I dared to look back. Pan Zai held a plastic bag in his hand, and I didn't know what was inside. You. When did you come back? Pan Zai thought for a while. When you scolded Hu Yongqiang's son for not having sex. My face must be ugly to a certain level. Pan Zai looked at me twice, then walked into the room with a smile and stepped on a few dazzling footprints on the ground that I had just cleaned and walked right in front of me. He stopped. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I tugged at the corners of my stiff mouth. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, there is no need to clean here. You can sit down and rest for a while. I couldn't believe what I heard. It wasn't until Pan Zai repeated it a second time before I shook off the mop in my hand and collapsed on the sofa. Pan Zai propped his face with one hand and said to me, "What's your name?" Hearing that, I wanted to sit upright and answer, but when I saw his face, I didn't seem to mind, so I just didn't move. Himo, the river of the river. Why bother? Your parents really know how to name them. He waved his hand. Your name is also good. I remember that there is also a person with the same name as you in the grave robbery notes. After laughing twice, Pan Zai nodded and responded with a smile. Yes. I also know that person. It is said that he is dead. That's a novel. It's not the author's decision to die or not. Don't worry, you specify that you can live a long life. In this way, the two of us talked with each other until we had lunch. Pan Zai and the others were going to have dinner with Hu Yongqiang and the others. Because of our coolies, it is impossible to deliver the meal door to door. When they got home, Xiaoyu and Kiki had already gone back. Each of them looked like frosted eggplants, and they went back and spread out on the bed after eating. My dad's work arrangements are relatively easy. He only needs to pile up the cleaned-up asterisk on a *** tricycle in front of the gate every day, and then dump it to a farther place on a regular basis. The days went on so laboriously and peacefully. Except for occasional disputes between trivial matters in the compound, everything else went well. The dominance of Hu Yongqiang and others has also been thoroughly consolidated. Although everyone feels unhappy in the face of the safe living environment he has given, they can only bear all the unhappiness into their stomachs. Those who joined were gradually becoming proficient, and finally they decided not only to move around, but to focus on the center of the city further away. During this period, Chen Ming was strongly wooed by Hu Yongqiang, almost to the point where he would refer to his opinions no matter what decision he made. When almost all of them went out again, watching the taillights of their cars drifting away, I always felt an indescribable feeling of depression and boredom in my heart. It wasn't until Zhang Ping called me to hang out the clothes together, and I didn't get my thoughts back from my trance. Working every day is actually very boring, so chatting becomes our only way of entertainment, working on our hands without delaying chatting on our lips. As there are more people, it is quite interesting to say what you say to me. Now I can finally understand why so many people like to gossip about other people's home affairs. When life is dull and tasteless, what is new to hear is the only source of exchange for memory. We chose the place to dry the clothes on the top floor of an unoccupied villa in the back row. Pulling a few wires and ropes, the wind and sunshine are enough. Sometimes we hang our clothes and we will even be lazy here. Hu Yongqiang arranged an older lady to be our group leader, and we called him Aunt Long, who was actually Long Zai's mother. People are very fierce, and if you take the opportunity, you can knock them out of your way to the soul of the lesson. Among the people who work with us, I really like a girl named Marvin. She is about my age and has a soft voice, but she is very proud. She is the only one who dares to pinch against Aunt Long. Long Zai has a good impression of Marvin, which is something everyone knows. After drying the clothes, Xiaoyu and I leaned on the top floor, looking at the world outside the wall from a distance. It is very close to the corner. There is an asphalt road behind the community, which should lead to the suburban area that has not yet been developed. There are walking corpses in 2s and 3s on the road. After we watched for a while, Marvin sighed and said, "If there is a moonlight treasure box in this world, it would be great. Let's all go back to the previous world and notify the relevant departments to guard against the virus early. In any case, we will not let the world become such a bad appearance." Xiaoyu laughed. It's easy to say the relevant departments of the other people have to take care of you, and they will probably treat you to a doctor as a neurotic. Marvin also seemed to think that what he said was ridiculous, and he laughed twice before speaking. I know it's impossible to go back, so just imagine it like that. During the conversation between Xiaoyu and Marvin, I suddenly noticed that the walking corpses seemed to be approaching the fence of the community where we were all the time. It is said that it is a fence. It is actually a circle of iron frames about 2 meters high, and the outside is covered with planted shrubs, which can also play a role in blocking walking corpses on weekdays, because the rods of the shrubs are very hard. But today, the walking corpses seemed to be attracted by something, and they kept squeezing into the bushes. Staring at it for a while, the walking corpses had already squeezed against the shelf wall, just when I thought they would be blocked by the iron wall. They pushed the shelf away. With a tight head, I grabbed Xiaoyu's arm. A walking corpse has come in, a walking corpse has come in the yard. While I was talking, a few more walking corpses swayed out from the other end of the asphalt road. They were attracted by the walking corpses entering the yard, and they also crossed the road and approached our side. Almost all the people in the yard who were able to do things went out this time, and what was left were 90% of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The three of us almost crawled downstairs and rushed downstairs, yelling and shouting along the way, "The walking corpse has come in the yard, the walking corpse has come in the yard, everyone is hiding soon. Hide away." At first, some people thought we were joking, but when they saw a few crooked walking corpses coming out from behind the outermost villa, they immediately screamed louder than us. The yard exploded almost instantly. From the horrified cry of their throats, one could hear how deep their fear of walking corpses was. Marvin, Xiaoyu, and I tried our best to inform everyone in the yard. But helpless because people walked too far, the walking corpses on the road outside had also entered the yard, and a few walking corpses wandered on the road in the community, attracted by the sound of people shouting. Whoever yelled loudly at this time was to attract the demons to his side. Because there has never been such a thing in the community, and because we have to work every day, we have put aside the self-defense dagger early. Xiaoyu and I wanted to risk cutting down the most advanced walking corpses. The three of us kept retreating to the door of our house. My mother had heard our screams a long time ago, and she would stand by the door, waiting for us to go back with anxious faces. Back in the yard, my mother closed the yard door and I asked, "Dad and Kiki, have they come back?" "No, except for a few of you, none of them came back." My mother kept rubbing her hands. This is a peculiar action when her heart is anxious. Turning back and going into the room, I took out the kitchen knife used for cooking and took the shovel that Kiki and others usually use for plowing from the corner. I comforted my mother. "Mom, you take Marvin here to stay." Xiaoyu and I went out to look for Dad and Kiki. "Don't worry, don't yell when you see a walking corpse, just hide and don't let them see you." "Are you going out?" Probably frightened by the sudden situation, my mother subconsciously grabbed my arm. "It's okay, Mom, don't worry, just a few walking corpses, walking so slow, I and Xiaoyu must be able to deal with it." After saying that, before giving my mother a chance to answer, Xiaoyu pulled aside and opened the yard door and rushed out. My mother was still a little dazed, still holding my arm and standing there. The courtyard door was closed by Marvin. I gave the kitchen knife to Xiaoyu, and I weighed the shovel in my hand and rushed towards the place where my father and them often were based on the memory. I don't know if the movement in the yard alarmed the walking corpses on the road outside. After such a short time, the number of walking corpses in the yard seemed to increase again. As soon as we rushed to the community, Xiaoyu and I met two walking corpses by accident. We quickly looked at each other. We both rushed up quickly. Seeing us approaching the walking corpse, we stretched out our arms and wanted to grab it. Stopped me, grabbed his shoulder with his backhand, and at the same time raised the shovel to hit his head fiercely. No way, the weight of this shovel is really small, completely different from a hoe. After a few consecutive smashes, the head of the walking corpse almost sank in half before it finally became quiet. Xiaoyu has solved the walking corpse. My dad and the others were recently reclaiming the empty space in the corner of a small park behind the row of houses where Hu Yangqiang lived. At this time, I suddenly remembered that when we came, we passed by the park where they were. The three of us who were yelling at the time would definitely hear me. They heard my voice according to my dad's temper. If he didn't rush over, he must have been pulled into hiding by other people. Thinking of this, I immediately wanted to notify Xiaoyu, but before I could speak, there was a horrible shout from the direction of my dad. When I heard that shout, I was taken aback. Xiaoyu had already yelled out in front of me, "Zhang Ping." That scream was made by Zhang Ping. After reacting, the two of us rushed towards the direction of the sound almost like a 100-meter sprint. In front of the villa closest to the park, Zhang Ping was crushed to the ground by a walking corpse. My dad tried to save her, but was helplessly held back by a group of scared people behind him. In front of her, Kiki was squeezed to the ground by a swarm of people hiding behind my dad. A fat person who fell on the ground tripped over and sat on her. The scene in front of me made my brain a little confused. The corner of my eye swept to a large stone piled next to me. Throwing away the shovel in my hand, I quickly ran over and picked up the stone. Without greeting Xiaoyu, I went straight to the crowd in front of me. After rushing up, Zhang Ping was no longer yelling. She was submerged in a team surrounded by a few walking corpses and couldn't see the situation. I didn't think about what happened to her and rushed towards the walking corpses walking towards my dad. Going up, I kicked a walking corpse from behind, and I immediately covered my body and smashed it down. Almost instantly, the head of the walking corpse was smashed to pieces. At this time, Xiaoyu had also rushed to my side, and Zhang Ping was no longer in a hurry. We were doomed to be helpless from the time she uttered the first scream. After all, we were still too slow to respond to sudden events. There were only 3 walking corpses in front of my dad. With the help of me and Xiaoyu, they were all resolved quickly, and the walking corpses that surrounded Zhang Ping were all crowded beside her like crazy. The stone smashed the outermost walking corpse and saw a section of red intestine dangling in his mouth, and the whole person was stunned. The walking corpses are not human, and they will not realize the danger behind them just because the people beside them fall down. They have been completely attracted by the big meal in front of them. After my dad and Xiaoyu solved all the walking corpses squatting on the ground, dragging me into the yard aside and closing the yard door, I reacted slowly, grabbing Xiaoyu's arm and crying, "She has 2 more. Where's the child?" There was no time to care about the blood stained on the stone by successively picking up the stone, so I covered my face and squatted on the ground and wept bitterly. Human sadness is so strange. There is always a period of time when you are really numb when you really face those bad things. The real sadness and sadness come from the overwhelming and unbearable emotions that come from the reaction. I don't know how long I have been crying. Perhaps it was a one-time vent to the emotions that I had hidden in my heart. In my memory, I only remembered the time that seemed to be for a while, and there were cries all over the yard. When the people in the yard exclaimed for a while, I looked up with tears in my eyes and saw the intestines flowing from my stomach to the ground, dragging a long strip on the ground, with a dull face and roaring towards us. The front of the courtyard came closer. All the gates of the yard in the community are iron-framed doors, and there is hardly any visual obstruction. Zhang Ping's resurrection caused many people in the yard to scream in fear, making people very upset. Staring at the familiar face in front of me, I suddenly remembered my brother who was imprisoned in another medical building in the hospital. I can also recall his gentle voice and gentle expression, but this asterisk virus. Let my gentle brother wander around the empty building in vain looking for food with his broken body. Thinking of this, I squeezed my fist fiercely, as if out of control in an instant, screaming at the people behind me and shouting, "Shut up all the fucking." Everyone was shocked by my sudden shout. After 2 seconds of silence, Aunt Long took the lid and continued to shout in panic, "What can I do? What can I do?" I stood up abruptly and grabbed the kitchen knife in Xiaoyu's hand and stepped forward in front of everyone in 2 steps. Who the asterisk is BB, I will kill her with a single knife. This group of people obviously eats hard but not soft, and this will finally calm down completely. My dad seemed to be shocked by the sudden madness of me. After a while he frowned and shouted, "Girl." Dad's voice calmed me a lot, and after sweeping the crowd violently I said in a low voice, "Dad, you take them into the house," and I knocked the sister Zhang in front of the door and came back. My dad understands my temper and knows that I will not listen to what he says. After a deep sigh, he turned around and greeted everyone to quiet down and hide in the house. "Silently, am I with you?" Xiaoyu asked. I waved my hand, "No, go in and see how Kiki and Lin Wei are." After the door of the living room was closed, I walked quickly to the door of the yard, and looked through the door to see Sister Zhang, who was smiling and telling me about the bedwetting of the 2 children last night through the door. Through the door, he wanted to eat our meat. I have always been a hypocritical person, and what I fear most is that things are wrong. And the world at this moment reminds you all the time that everything may be different in the next second. Opening the gate of the yard, Sister Zhang rushed towards me almost immediately and dodged to avoid her pounce. Sister Zhang, who threw herself to the ground with one kick, stepped back on the ground. She lay on the ground, her intestines pressed under her body, and a part of her was exposed. She looked embarrassed and disgusting. Sister Zhang carried her hands on her back, trying in vain to catch me, gritting her teeth and silently saying in her heart, "Zhang sister, goodbye." At the same time, he slashed her head with a fierce knife. I don't know if it is the cause of the virus. From the time when the first walking corpse was chopped down, I found that their heads were like watermelons, and they could be broken with a little bit of force with a sharp blade in their hands. As long as the walking corpse takes only a few minutes, the virus can make the hardest human brain become like crispy tofu. This reason must be something I couldn't find out. I dragged Sister Zhang's body into the yard. After closing the yard door, I turned around and walked into the living room. All the people gathered in the living room, cuddling with each other fearfully, probably knowing that the person who is most able to protect them at this time is not my dad but me. When I enter the door, all the people are subconsciously moving towards me. Come closer. Not in the mood to pay attention to them, I threw the kitchen knife to Xiao and then I collapsed on the sofa. After that, everyone gradually settled down, gathered in twos and threes, and talked in a low voice about how scared they were just now. I tilted my head and leaned on the sofa, and I kept thinking about Zhang Ping lying outside the door with intestines hanging on my body. Xiao Yu comforted Kiki. Although Lin Wei was frightened, she was still more calm than Kiki in general. After that, I don't know how long, the sound of the car engine finally came out outside. When the people in the room heard the sound, they became agitated almost immediately. From a distance, I heard a stinky and suspicious voice. "Why is there no one in the yard?" As soon as he finished his voice, he heard Sun Miao sternly shout, "Smelly dodge, there are walking corpses." My heart suddenly mentioned it, and then I heard Stinky Yu shouting in shock. "How come there are walking corpses here? Damn, it scares me to death. Brother, there's more here." It was Longzi who said this. Hearing my son's voice, Aunt Long's face was obviously relieved, watching her proud gradually hanging from the corner of her mouth. I didn't open my eyes. There was a commotion outside for a while. I wanted to rush out to help with the knife, but my dad and Lin Wei were tortured so hard that I was not allowed to go out. They can deal with it, so don't go out to join in the fun. Lin Wei's voice is very calm. Except for the meeting when I first met her, she makes me feel very at ease and reliable. Finally, after the outside was completely quiet, we tried to open the door of the living room and walked out into the yard. As soon as we opened the door, we ran into Chen Ming, who was staring at the corpse in the yard. Seeing us coming out of the house, he raised his eyebrows and looked at me. After we opened the door without a word, he glanced at Sister Zhang's body on the ground and said faintly, "Bao Ming is dead." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue sky and shocked all of us. It has been too long for us to face the departure of the people around us, but today, one day, the couple both left. They also have two such young children. This is also the most unacceptable to me. Because my family is the youngest every day, I know how irreplaceable the meaning of mom and dad is for the growth of their children. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but want to smile. Without my parents' two small children. Is there still a chance to grow up? 2.5 hours after Chen Ming and the others came back, the yard was cleaned again. After confirming that it was safe, we gathered people one after another. According to statistics, a total of 7 people died in the yard. As for the group of people who went out, only one of them died. Or maybe God didn't want this little couple to be separated from each other and arranged for them to disperse in the world on the same day. All of us cleaned up all the walking corpses in the yard and washed away all the blood that can be washed. The wall behind is our big mistake. That place is actually a small door just because the shape is the same as those iron shelves. We think they are exactly the same. What's more important is that the door is not locked at all. Yesterday, the walking corpses didn't know what was attracted to them. They didn't realize it, but just happened to open the door like that. What happens in this world is always surrounded by all kinds of coincidences. On the night that happened, no one could fall asleep in the compound. Zhang Ping's 2 children were temporarily taken home by Aunt Long. I ran to the hanging chair in the yard again, wrapped in a blanket in a daze. I kept thinking about the daytime and past scenes. The lively peace and the horror and silence before me intersect in the middle of my brain. In the next few days, Hu Yongqiang and others obviously began to focus on strengthening the safety facilities of the compound. No more rushing to go out and hoarding goods. Although these resources are not renewable, we can only hurry up as much as possible to store them up before others take more things. In comparison, the safety of the compound is the most important at present. All the walls are twisted by thin iron wires, so as to prevent a walking corpse from coming around one day in the future and avoiding a certain gap to open the door to the walking corpse and connect each other. The stability is much stronger. We are still half dead and tired from working every day, so these individuals always have endless work, and it has been snowing in the past few days. The snow is heavy. When I was a child, I looked forward to this kind of goose feather and heavy snow. I always felt that even if I didn't have a boyfriend, it would be very romantic to walk in the snow by myself. The sentiment given by nature is always incomparable to human beings. But now we can only struggle to set aside a clearing in the snow so that we can put a basin for washing clothes. If it was before, it is estimated that such snow would have to be blocked on the highway again, and the relevant departments would have to issue an orange warning again. The car couldn't drive on the road with thick snow. A group of people stayed in the house every day and didn't know what to discuss. Chen Ming was always called by them. Anyway, we already have these maids, they don't have to do anything. In recent days, Hu Yongqiang and others were unable to go out and changed a lot of clothes. It is a rare day that we can be free from early in the morning and the ground cannot be cultivated at all. Everyone in the compound is finally free. I was going to be paralyzed in the house for a day, but I overheard the conversation between my mother and grandmother, saying that today is the 30th day of the new year. The food distributed to each of our houses is obviously much richer. The few big pigs brought back before were also slaughtered the day before yesterday. One of Hu Yongqiang's people was called Jinjun Lengtaoking. It is said that the family used to kill pigs before. He slaughtered all our pigs except for leaving behind. 2 are kept and raised, and the rest are slaughtered and distributed to households for the new year. We emptied a villa and kept pigs in it. It is really luxurious for us to use the villa as a pigsty. After the new year, I will be 22 years old. After knowing what day it is, I can't sleep anyway. Just got up and took out the new clothes from the store before from the closet. They were new from the inside out, including shoes. Finally wrapped in a big red cotton coat with a big white velvet hat on it, the clothes are very cute. He ran downstairs and drank 2 mouthfuls of hot soy milk and shouted to his parents and grandmother, "I'm going out for a stroll." Then he ran out. The Chinese culture, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, cannot be dissipated even if it is the end. Everyone in the yard also ran out, playing snowball fights and making snowmen. Without TV and the internet and borrowing things from nature, this post-apocalyptic year actually made me feel a strong New Year flavor. Outside the door, Lin Wei, Kiki and Zio Yu led a few people every day in the open space of the park, chirping and playing snowball fights. Sun Miao and Su Yuan Smelly stood aside and occasionally snow hit them. On the body, he will immediately join the battle. Looking at Sun Miao's stiff limbs even when playing snowball fights, I curled my lips, really a robot. Silent, come and play together. Zio Yu, who caught the gap in the game, spotted me sharply and shouted at me from a distance. "You play first, I wander around in the yard." After answering her loudly, I put my hand in my pocket and walked towards the road. The cotton boots I wore stepped on the snow and made a creaking sound, and the depressed mood of the days was instantly washed away against the white and flawless snow. Humming a little song, I walked towards the depths of the community. The overall layout of the community is a square, wide on the left and right, and long at the front and back. It would take at least dozens of minutes to walk around. There was still sparse snow drifting in the sky, which was much smaller than the previous few days. When I walked down the road almost to the end, I glanced at it and suddenly found that the door of a yard diagonally opened was opening. There was a sofa in the yard that was supposed to be installed by the previous owner for afternoon tea, and a very petty bourgeois parasol was propped up above it. Chen Ming sat quietly on the sofa alone, with the umbrella blocking the snowflakes for him. There was a thermos cup on the table in front of him, still steaming. Standing on the snow-covered road like this, letting the snow fall on his head and shoulders, he looked at the good-looking Chen Ming sitting there from a distance. Everything is as beautiful as a painting. At this moment, the door to the living room of the courtyard where Chen Ming was suddenly opened from the inside. I was taken aback, and then I saw Aunt Long walk out of it aggressively. Then he shouted at Chen Ming very loudly. "Is there something wrong with you? Why don't you leave? Why am I to those 2 kids? What's up with you? Have you eaten your house? Let's be nosy here." Chen Ming's voice was relatively low. I didn't hear what he said, but after he said it, Aunt Long's original aggressive posture was obviously lowered. Immediately after the conversation between the 2 people, I didn't hear much clearly, but at last Aunt Long smiled and said, "Then you can take it away." "Anyway, I am annoyed to see them." Chen Ming nodded slightly after a pause. After a short time, Aunt Long went back to the house and brought out the 2 children from it. 1 man and 1 woman, Niu and Niu. Even though they were so far apart, I still saw the bruises on the faces of the 2 children. Chen Ming squatted down and said something to the 2 children, and they nodded a little timidly. Finally, with a satisfied smile on Aunt Long's face, Chen Ming twisted the thermos cup and stuffed it into his pocket, leading the two children out the door. The moment they came out, Aunt Long closed the door heavily. Chen Ming ignored her, bowed his head and raised his neck to see what Nunu said softly. When they turned to the road, Nano saw me standing in the snow and yelled, "Aunt Momo." Chen Ming heard the sound and looked up at me. I dare to swear that at the moment Chen Ming raised his head, I felt that no one looked better than him in the previous world or in the present world. I smiled at Chen Ming. I stepped forward and picked up Nano, stared at my face twice and then asked Chen Ming, "Aunt Long did all the injuries on my face." Before Chen Ming could answer, Nano rushed to speak. "Grandma hits her sister, I won't let it, she will hit me too." It seems that he knows that we are both by his side. Nano is full of confidence to sue. Chen Ming also hugged Nunu and said to me, "Go back first, it's cold outside." We took the two children home, making parents a little surprised, but when they saw the bruises on their faces, they felt distressed and kept asking us how we got hurt. Tian Tian also likes these two younger siblings very much. They have been behind their asterisk all morning, asking the younger brother if they are hungry and the younger sister if they are thirsty. They are extremely diligent. I don't know exactly what happened, so when my parents asked me, I could only give a rough answer. From the surface, it was Aunt Long who abused the two children. Chen Ming brought them back and that's it. Chen Ming did not speak aside. Sitting on the sofa, Nunu shrank in his arms with a red face, staring at Nunu who was playing with Tian Tian. My mother glanced twice and started wiping her tears. She bluntly said that without parents, children, and weeds, no one cares and no one asks. My dad was busy comforting. "You look at you, why are you crying again? Didn't Chen Ming bring the children back? You really feel sorry for these two children." Hearing this, I was taken aback and then happily asked, "Parents, you also promised to take them in." Chen Ming heard what I said and looked back. My mother wiped her tears. "Whether to take in or not, this is not our land originally. Taking care of one is also taking care of, and taking care of three is also taking care of. Your dad and I are getting old, so it is not too troublesome." At this point, the two children finally announced that they had joined our big family. Because Nunu slept with his parents every day, Nunu was stuck to Chen Ming and could not see him for almost a moment. So Lin Wei was responsible for taking Nano to sleep every night. During the day when we went out to work, we let our grandma and mother watch together. Sometimes they would squat by and play by themselves while we were working. Except occasionally thinking about mother or father crying, other times they are very well behaved and please all of us. Since the names of the two children are similar, we temporarily decided to change the nickname of our brother Nano to Nyan Nyan during the New Year's Eve dinner. The homophonic reading indicates that he can miss his parents. There are always more lively families with children. Our family has three at once, and with so many adults, it is almost the busiest family in the entire compound. It was also the first time in a long time that we had dinner after dark at night. Many candles were lit in the house. After covering our handmade lampshades, the house was also brightly lit. Before I started, I made a wish for a little girl. In the new year, I hope everything will get better. I hope that all the children can be healthy and safe. I hope I can find someone I like. As he slowly opened his eyes, Chen Ming, who was sitting right across from me, glanced at me and said, "What are you doing?" He smiled, not knowing why he was in a good mood, and said to him, "Nothing, I made a wish. There will be no fireworks to watch this year, but the team that went out before brought back many small firework sticks, the kind that would have very small sparks when they were lit. Panzai is like a Santa Claus standing in the snow, holding a large box of firework sticks and distributing them to a group of adults and children around him. I ran there every day and came back a lot." Nua was a little timid. Chen Ming squatted down to receive the fireworks and held her small hand. After lighting it, Nua turned her head and buried her face in front of Chen Ming's chest. Chen Ming looked down and laughed softly, came out. Facing the dreamy spark, I looked at Chen Ming in front of me and my heart suddenly missed 2 beats. On the second day after the Chinese New Year, all happiness disappeared, and we continued the life of cleaning, washing, and cooking. Fortunately, my mother and grandmother are at home. We can basically wash our faces and eat when we get home. Others really don't know what to do. In the morning, when we finished washing the sheets and taking the big ones to dry, we met Aunt Long in a bad mood, holding the sheets to teach us a lot of blood. There is no other way but to take it back and wash it again. During the period, Marvin leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Is this old lady menopausal?" I didn't even lift my head. "She can only have a glimpse before her death. What more years will she have?" Puff. Marvin laughed and gave me a thumbs up. "Mo, you are still cruel." Finally, it was cleaned. Xiao Ma Wen and I carried the clothes to the villa and walked over. On the road, we ran into Longzi walking towards Hu Yangqiang's house. Seeing Ma Wen, he leaned over and asked if he needed help. Ma Wen had a problem with him because of Nuo and years of events. When he heard it, he rolled his eyes and said, "Farewell, don't be it, don't look back and don't swell my face." When Long Zai heard this, he was stunned for a long time before he retracted his hand in a daze. "Well, I have something to do, you guys should be busy." Looking at Long Zai's back, I looked at Ma Wen with a bit of complaint. "You said you let him help us move things over, and I don't know how to use the free labor." Ma Wenning raised his face unyieldingly, "Never submit to the evil forces." The three people climbed up to the top floor strenuously. We were chatting and spreading the sheets. As a result, Xiao Yu, who was standing with her back to me, suddenly yelled out. She covered her mouth halfway through her voice. Me and Ma Wen was still talking and laughing. He turned around and looked at it hurriedly. As a result, at this look, the whole person was stunned. In the distance, the road outside the fence is not as empty as usual. The visible area is almost all black and heavy. I haven't noticed just now. I will see the picture in front of me and immediately feel that it is coming from a distance. The roar of the walking corpse is almost dense to the point. The whole road, from the end we can see to the end of the line that we can't see, is full of walking corpses. The whole road is full, even the small woods at the other end of the road are full of the dangling corpse. Goosebumps spread all over the body almost instantly, and the intensive phobia was committed. Such a huge team of walking corpses is unimaginable no matter how you can imagine it. I used to think that the population of the Celestial Dynasty was very large, and the densest was the railway station during the Spring Festival. And the situation on the road before me is like countless trains, the people standing are all crowded together. They seem to have no destination, just walking forward along the road. The three of us were all stiff in place. I was the first to react. I squatted down and slapped Xiao Yu and Marvin to the heads of the dumbfounded. I whispered, "Hurry up and inform others." The cat ran out of the roof. We ran all the way down from the top of the villa and crawled again. It's just that the three of us wouldn't dare to yell again anyway. When I ran to the yard, I could still hear the rest of the people talking and laughing from afar, each day with Nuo and year after year fighting for a hammock tied to two trees. Xiao and Xiaoyu, you two should inform the other people to keep them quiet. Although the walking corpses may not be able to hear it, let's take precautions. I will notify Hu Yangqiang and them. Okay, you be careful. Xiaoyu quickly responded and ran towards everyone with Marvin. I almost played the final spirit of the 100-meter sprint all the way and quickly came to Hu Yangqiang's house. The door was still locked from the inside. They liked this as long as they were discussing something and they didn't know what to guard against. I patted the door. I tried my best to control my voice and shouted, Brother Hu, I have something to tell you." It took a while before someone came out to open the door. When Pan Zai opened the door, I probably looked ugly and asked, "What's wrong?" I urged, "You quickly open the door first. There are so many walking corpses on the road outside, you must quickly notify them." After Pan Zai opened the door, he grabbed me who was about to rush into the room. "Don't worry, we have already known what you said before and this will be discussed." I froze for a while before reacting to Pan Zai's words. "You already know." "When did you know? Why didn't you tell us?" Probably hearing the slight dissatisfaction in my tone, Pan Zai turned around and closed the door. "Isn't this thinking about what to do? Then the group of walking corpses, it's useless to tell you, isn't it?" I raised my eyebrows. "Aren't you too irresponsible like this? Why don't we know how to laugh in the hospital? What if a walking dead is attracted?" Pan Zai avoided my question, took a look at the house and asked me, "Then you still want to go in now?" Waved his hand. "No, how are you discussing?" As soon as I finished the question, the door of the living room was opened again. Chen Ming stood in the room and after looking at both of us, he said to me, "Come in." Hearing this, I was taken aback again, then turned around and walked towards the house. Compared with the excitement in the last time, the room was obviously deserted, and the number of people was much smaller. Only Hu Yangqiang and his dozen or so brothers, plus Chen Ming and me, were a dozen people in total. Seeing me coming in, Hu Yangqiang casually greeted him. After I nodded, I was dragged by Chen Ming and sat next to him. When I was a little wondering how he was so close today, I suddenly remembered that he came on the first day. I once told these people that I and him are husband and wife. Thinking of this, the feeling of dissatisfaction just now eased a lot in an instant. Hu Yangqiang and others are really discussing the Walking Dead team outside, but there is no good way to go. In fact, the walking corpses of such a large team are powerless no matter what we think of. The only thing we can do at present is not to disturb them and let their large troops pass from here quickly. Having said this, Long Zai took the other two people door-to-door notice. planning to let us stay in the house for the next 2 days and not go out. He curled his lips and thought to himself, as far as your efficiency is concerned, the walking corpses would have been killed long ago when you informed them. I thought it would be finished after the matter was said, but after Long Zai and the others left, the rest of the people still didn't intend to leave. The expressions of Hu Yongqiang and others did not improve with the emergence of the discussion results of this matter. They thought they were afraid of the large number of walking corpses outside, but later discovered that it was not the case, although we have never faced such a large number of walking corpses. It is almost equal to the scale of the hundreds of thousands of demonstrations on TV. But Hu Yongqiang and the others are often out of the house, after all facing the walking corpses more than facing us. There are many. So it won't be helpless because of this. The thing that really made them feel headache was that when they went out some time ago, they found that almost all the major shopping malls in the city were occupied by people. We have to go to various small supermarkets to search for the things we find back, which makes it more dangerous and difficult. Some of the previous Doomsday TV series or movies have given people too many reminders. As long as everyone reacts from the fear in front of them, they can immediately understand what they will need most. I have to say that as long as they have the ability, occupying a shopping mall is indeed the most sensible way at present, at least not to worry about the cost of eating and wearing. And that's fine. Just when they were about to give up competing with others for the mall, the leader of one of the malls, the RT Mart we went in before, negotiated a condition with Hu Yongqiang and others, that is, we went together with them. They moved to where we live. And all the things in the mall can be taken out and shared by everyone. When I figured out the beginning of the matter, I was a little puzzled and said, why did they make such a weird request? Bring us what they are good for and let him leave this kind of verbal promise in exchange for us. Don't you fear us drive them out after you bring things back? Chen Ming took the words. In that case they are making trouble here, it will not do us any good. I nodded, it is indeed the reason, then what are you still hesitating? Hu Yongqiang squeezed his forehead. What Chen Ming said just now is what we are most worried about. They are different from the people in the compound and they are not easy to manage. At least they have more than 10 people, in case we have something on both sides. Friction, that's all troublesome. I nodded and I glanced at Chen Ming. When we first came, our appearance must have caused Hu Yongqiang and others to have the same resistance, but we appeared as a family at the time and there were people in the team. The elderly and children plus girls are mostly so they can finally accept it with confidence. The room was very quiet. Hu Yongqiang smoked half a pack of cigarettes for a while and finally couldn't help but look at Chen Ming. Brother Chen, what do you think about this? Chen Ming paused for a while. For the time being, we will wait for the walking corpses to pass. They are definitely a hidden danger, but with that mall we can reduce a lot of risks when we go out. The risk and the acquisition are half and half, you decide. Chen Ming really knows how to speak, and I began to wonder if he was in business before. He didn't say what he said, and he didn't answer Hu Yongqiang's question at all, but it made people feel very real and he didn't fight for Hu Yongqiang. Leader's limelight. After coming out of Hu Yongqiang's house, it started to snow again. I don't know why so much snow this year. I put my hands in my pockets and walked with my head down. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. I saw the scene from the top of the building and I felt vaguely roaring of walking corpses everywhere. As a result, Chen Ming, who was walking in the front, stopped abruptly and I ran straight into it. Looking back at me, who was holding my nose, Chen Ming said, I forgot to tell you something. What is the matter? The room next to Hu Yongqiang was originally occupied by Zhang Ping and the others. Now it is vacant. I will move in tomorrow. I was taken aback for a moment and nodded hesitantly. Okay. Staring at me for a second time, he then said, they think you are really my daughter-in-law, so you have to live with me. What? I didn't dare to call out loudly and I jumped up directly. Putting his hands in his pockets, Chen Ming continued to walk towards home. I have already agreed. They want to win me over. Not agreeing will make them feel bad about us. But. I followed Chen Ming's *** for a long time, but there was nothing but came out, so I could only follow his ** down and go home. When I got home, all the people in the family gathered together. They all knew the situation outside. They were relieved to see me and Chen Ming coming back. Grandma came over and pulled me to sit on the sofa, but give us all, scared to death, why did you come back so long? After taking a look at Chen Ming, I said, it's nothing, just discuss something with them. It's okay, you didn't come back, I was absent-minded in cooking. My mother leaned out of the kitchen and looked at me. Nunu withdrew into Chen Ming's arms again. Looking at Niu and Nian, I suddenly remembered Jiang Ping and Bao Ming who had died and thought of living in their home with Chen Ming. I suddenly felt indescribable annoyed. I have never been an atheist. I believe that there are things in the world that cannot be explained by science. Although Jiang Ping and Bao Ming are not bad guys, I moved into their home just after they died tragically, which is really depressing. When Chen Ming was talking about this with his family, I saw Kiki visibly stunned, and then looked at me and Chen Ming in disbelief. I didn't dare to look at her. I was busy explaining the whole thing with my parents, including Chen Ming's inexplicable, "This is my wife." When I first arrived, and my daughter and daughter of Huanghua's eldest daughter suddenly wanted to live alone with a man. There must be something unacceptable. Xiaoyu and Lin Wei knew what Kiki meant to Chen Ming, so they didn't make jokes like usual. For a while, the atmosphere in the room became a bit cold. Chen Ming lowered his head to play with Niu, completely ignoring the atmosphere in the room. I smiled stiffly and looked over one by one. I didn't know how long it took before my dad sighed deeply, then he slapped his thigh and said to me, "Sure, go. The girl can't hold it when she grows up." My face went black almost instantly. "Dad." Realizing that what he said was wrong, my dad waved his hand to Chen Ming and stopped talking. "Chen Ming, you are a good boy. You live in a building on weekdays, so take care of it." Kiki was very concerned about the things I lived with Chen Ming. She didn't say a word to me before we both took the things and moved. I was very distressed about this and felt a little strange in my heart. I always felt that I was a very wretched person, just like robbing a friend's boyfriend. Su Yuan was helping to clean up my home with Chen Ming. When I told her about Kiki, he just waved his hand with a wry smile. "That girl, little girl, don't take it to your heart, Chen Ming, and if you're nothing, she just gets angry, and people she likes can't walk in with others." I smiled and nodded, feeling a little guilty in my heart. In fact, I said that I moved out. Apart from going back to sleep at night, there is no difference. During the day, I stayed with my mother and the others all day. Kiki seemed to understand gradually, and I was so diligent. After taking the initiative to speak, she finally took the initiative to speak to me. Because of the Walking Dead team, we lasted for nearly a week without anyone moving in the yard. Every house was locked at home, so every day, Chen Ming and I were the only ones who walked to my mother's side. Hu Yangqiang also arranged for people to change their guards to prevent walking corpses from rushing over, and we could not find out in time. Probably it was because I lived with Chen Ming that Kiki felt a sense of crisis. The secret love that had been hidden in the past has gradually developed towards Ming love. When eating, I gave Chen Ming some food. Chen Ming is very special to Niu. She follows her special affection for Niu. Chen Ming goes to the yard and sits, and she also goes out and chats with nothing to say so that I will be included. Mom and Dad also all saw Kiki's thoughts. In private, I was even more educated that I live with Chen Ming not to mess around and see if Kiki likes Chen Ming. I raised my hand and swore that I would never mess up while poking my lips inwardly. I did not dare to tell them that one of the 2 rooms they cleaned up before was actually unoccupied. Chen Ming and I slept in the same room. Originally, I planned to let him sleep on the floor and make a bunk. I was on the bed. This is what Chen Ming proposed. Hu Yangqiang often went to our place to chat with Chen Ming. This temporary leader should have been just a small soldier before. Although he is not very pleasing, he may be able to live for everyone. Going down, he didn't spend much time and brains. He often talked with Chen Ming until 1 or 2 in the morning. In this way, if we both sleep in 2 rooms, it will be equivalent to telling Hu Yangqiang that we are lying to him. The other is that I really don't dare to sleep by myself in this house. Usually Chen Ming and Hu Yangqiang chat no matter how late. I will sit next to them wrapped in a blanket and wait. It's not that I am interested in chatting with them, but I really dare not go back to sleep in the dark room by myself. Chen Ming and I are unwilling to sleep on the ground. There is no heating in the current temperature. Sleeping on the ground is no different from sleeping in the snow. Finally, Chen Ming said, "I am not interested in you." After that, we both slept on the same bed. In the middle, I drew the 38th line on the first day. As a result, the next morning, the thighs were pressed to Chen Ming's stomach. Go, in his darkened face, I sneered and cancelled the 38th line. Probably because Chen Ming was lukewarm after all, Kiki was very discouraged and became more and more alienated from me. I can only express helplessness in this regard. Finally, the mighty walking corpse completely passed. Hu Yangqiang finally decided to talk to the group of people in our T-Mart. After they set off, we also continued to start our own work. Kiki and Lin Wei and I didn't work with Xiaoyu, so when we were doing laundry, Xiaoyu still asked me, "Silently, just ask you a little bit, don't think I'm gossiping, I really want to know. Why did you meet so suddenly, just ask." She leaned over, "Is there something going on between you and Chen Ming?" I put down the clothes I washed in my hands, looked at her and said helplessly, "It's really not there. The relationship between me and him is purer than boiled water, really, I promise." Hearing this, Xiao shook his head. "Then you really have to have a good chat with Kiki when you have time." I was a little discouraged and a little impatient. What to talk about, don't talk about it. Even a little girl should have a little sense of temperament, always blame others for her own feelings. It doesn't make sense and she doesn't bother to care about her. Xiao slapped me. "Keep your voice down. Isn't she doing that because you live with Chen Ming?" As a result, as soon as Xiao finished speaking, Kiki's voice came from behind him. "I have no sense." The sudden sound shocked both Xiao and I. When I turned around, I saw Kiki with an unhappy face and Lin Wei who kept winking us. "Kiki, what she meant silently is actually..." Xiao anxiously wanted to explain it for me. "You don't need to talk too much. Kiki is already upset. Himo, if you really have any dissatisfaction, just tell me directly what is the ability behind." After looking at her twice, I dropped the clothes in my hands and stood up, and my tone was not very pleasant. "What can I say? Your eldest lady is implicated in me when she is unhappy. What qualifications can I be unhappy? So you talked ill of me to Xiao behind your back. How can I say you are bad? Isn't that all the truth?" Kiki sneered. "What do you think is reasonable?" "Okay, you too." Lin Wei hurriedly came out and interrupted the two of us. "It's almost done. Are you really going to pinch it for a man today? If it used to be forgotten, now everyone is a family born to death. What's the matter? Say that wind is rain." Xiao also said, "Yeah, Kiki, I just said silently that she had nothing to do with Chen Ming. Didn't she just say something like this when she first came here? Don't think too much about it. You and Chen, when Ming Zhen can be together, she will move out and let you live in." Xiao wanted to comfort Kiki, but when she said this, she felt like she had stepped on her tail and she became annoyed. "What do you mean, Xiao? Even you came to laugh at me." Xiao was taken aback. "What am I laughing at you? You two have a good relationship, I know. You don't need to be ugly around here. You will remember what happened to Himo today." After Kiki pressed down this last ruthless sentence, she gave me a hard look before she hated it. "Leave." Facing her back, I was stunned for a long time before returning to my senses. Lin Wei stood where it was difficult to walk or stay left and right. After watching us around for a circle, she smiled bitterly and said, "You said you too did it. What is this?" I stared at Kiki's back and looked at her, frowned and turned around to continue washing her clothes. Don't pay attention to her, the little princess spoiled by Su Yuan. The whole world has to go around her. Because of Kiki, I was in a very unhappy mood all morning, and Xiao kept muttering because of Kiki's involvement. While eating lunch, Kiki shut herself in the room. The parents who heard about the cause of the incident from Lin Wei blamed me a bit. They brought the rice to Kiki and talked in front of the door for a long time. Kiki didn't open the door either. I was in the midst of the fire, and when I saw my parents so low-pitched, I took the chopsticks and shouted at the second floor, "What are you doing with her? Don't eat it." Suddenly shouting, Nunu was shocked. The spoon in her hand fell back into the bowl. She looked left and right with her eyes, and her mouth collapsed and she was about to cry. Grandma quickly hugged her into her arms and blamed me. "You said you have a bad temper, what can't you say?" After taking 2 deep breaths, I simply put down the bowl and chose to go out calmly and calmly. I stayed at home to fight with Kiki, and I wonder if my temper came up. I would really do something violent. Walking around in the yard, looking at the snow on the ground that has not yet cleared, the cold wind gradually calmed down, and for a while I regretted my attitude. Su Kiki and Su Yuan can say that the two loneliest people in our team, Xiao Yu and Lin Wei and Sun Miao Chu Chu, joined us together, and their brothers and sisters have always depended on each other, not to mention that they had had such a bad experience. In this case, Su Yuan used to do his best to us in the team, and he was willing to take care of all the dirty work. Although he didn't say anything, I still understand that he worked so hard to prevent us from being weak. Kiki. And Kiki, she is actually a particularly stubborn person in her bones, which is not in line with her timid temperament, but she is really like a stubborn donkey. Chen Ming's attitude towards people has always been like a ghost. His old man will just answer you if he is happy, and even roll his eyes at you if he is unhappy. When we figured out these things, we wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Chen Ming, only Kiki herself, although she wiped tears every time she ate her grievances, but next time she saw Chen Ming alone, she still leaned forward. He sighed. Otherwise, find an opportunity to see what reason can be used to move out of Chen Ming. Before I knew it, I swayed to the front door, looked up from the automatic door, and from a distance, I could see 2 and 3 walking corpses wandering in the direction where I was. Just about to turn around and leave the gate, so as not to be found by other walking corpses blocking the gate, his eyes swept away, and he suddenly found a person lying on his back on the ground about 4 or 5 meters away in front of the gate. The reason why I noticed him is because his face is very white, very white, very white, white like a piece of paper. He probably noticed me a long time ago and raised his arms slightly to ask for help in a low voice. Of course, I hardly noticed him without lowering my head. I glanced at the walking corpse in the distance again. No wonder I just appeared in front of the door when the walking corpse in the distant place approached us and the feelings found him. Almost without hesitation, I rushed to the security booth in front of the door and ran in. There was an automatic door switch inside. To be honest, I was always wondering why there is no electricity in the community, but this switch controller works. Always use. The world of science. Sure enough, I still don't understand. A small gap was open to the door. I took out the dagger I was carrying and ran towards the door. When I was about to run next to the person, my eyes quickly swept him inside and out. A circle. There is blood on his body. When I saw the blood on his clothes, I immediately took 2 steps back, a little worried whether he was bitten. Probably noticing my nervousness, the man moved his mouth slightly and said in a very soft voice, "I know." Bite, I didn't hear what he was saying. After asking the question again, he didn't have the energy to answer me again. He glanced at the walking corpse that was getting closer and closer. There was nothing I could do. I had to put the dagger off first and tried my best. I want to lift that person up from the ground, but he couldn't get half of his strength. I really couldn't support a big man by myself. In the end, I almost dragged him into the yard when the walking corpse was killed beside us. After closing the door, the front door was also blocked by those walking corpses. I originally wanted to drag him to a place where the walking corpse can't see it, but this club has no strength to drag him anymore. And the walking corpses in front of the door must not allow them to roar here. Their roaring will attract other walking corpses, and when the time comes, the more and more Chen Ming they come back, it will be a trouble. Hold on, hold on. I'll call someone to come and rescue you. After greeting him twice, I pulled my leg back and sprinted back. I have just walked the same way for a long time. I will finish the race in less than 2 minutes. When I reach the door of my house, before opening the door, I start yelling, "Get out, someone at the door." When I opened the door every day, I was so tired that I almost fell directly on him. Xiaoyu and Lin Wei hurriedly came over to support me. "What's the matter?" The donkey panted for a long time before I pointed in the direction of the door and said to them, "Quickly, someone in front of the door." The walking corpses are gathered outside the door. When they brought everyone back to the gate again, the walking corpses had successfully attracted the surrounding 2 walking corpses again, and the people on the ground had completely fainted. The blood stains on his body also made the others present nervous. I stepped forward and grabbed the man's clothes and shouted to them, "First carry him to the bush next to him and check there for bites. Come on." With the help of other people, we quickly carried him to a place where the walking dead could not be seen. My dad quickly checked his body around and finally came out a surprising conclusion. The blood on his body is not the bite, is a knife wound. Why? Xiaoyu was a little surprised. As soon as the voice fell, she grabbed my arm. Silently, "Do you remember that there was someone in the mall last time? There was also someone there, the one who was killed by a walking corpse." I took off the scarf and put it behind the head of the man on the floor, nodding in response, "Remember." Lin Wei said with some worry, "Hu Yangqiang and the others just went to our T-Mart. Is there any danger?" I waved her hand and interrupted her. "Don't guess randomly, maybe it's a coincidence. Let's solve the few walking corpses in front of the door first, lest they attract other walking corpses. It is much easier to deal with them through the door than face to face. We only need to get close to the door inside, and then they will stretch their arms in and fight for their lives and want to catch us. At this time, we just need to grab them with the backhand and then quickly release the knife, and they will all be solved soon. It's just that the result of this approach is that all of us are covered in blood." Finally, facing the fallen corpses outside, my dad wiped his face and asked, "What about these corpses?" I put away the dagger. I can only wait for the others to come back and clean up. After discussing it, we decided to take the person on the ground back home for the time being, and first simply treat the wound on his body and change into clean clothes. Seeing us carrying a person back, several people were all covered in blood. My mother and grandmother were shocked. Kiki was sitting on the sofa, seeming to be chatting with grandmother. This meeting with us came back, although she did not speaking, but also lost the anger before. Seizing this opportunity, I hurriedly said to Kiki, "Come here to help." With the help of a family member, we temporarily placed him on my grandmother's bed, simply wiped and changed clothes and disinfected and bandaged the wound. All of us were panting. The man was always in a state of half fainted and half asleep, and his voice kept faintly calling out a person's name, Chen Yang. We brought back a lot of personal troubles, and many people came to our yard to see who they brought back. My dad kept blocking waves of visiting people in the yard. In just a few hours, the rumors have gone from that the old Chen's daughter brought back an injured person to the old he's daughter, about to become a version of a walking dead. Chen Ming and the others came back in the afternoon. When they came back, everyone looked a little bit ashamed, and the things they carried were not as rich as expected, and they were few and far between. About 10 minutes after Chen Ming entered the house, Hu Yongqiang suddenly rushed over with his popularity. I didn't even knock on the door, and I used the key to open the door forcibly. Looking at the faint anger on the faces of a few of them, our family was a little baffling. After sweeping the house, Hu Yongqiang lowered his voice and asked, "Where is the person who, I didn't get it yet, pretend to be stupid?" "The dead man you brought back today." Cheng Liang's tone was fierce. I was upset by their inexplicable anger, and when I heard the words, I lowered my voice. "If you find someone, you can find someone. Which one did you make? There is nowhere to spread the fire." "Fuck you." Cheng Liang twisted his face when he heard the words, pointed at me and prepared to go forward, but was stopped by Pan Zai beside him. Long Zai also motioned to Chen Ming, who was standing up from the sofa next to him. Cheng Liang paid attention to himself. No longer talking nonsense with me, Hu Yongqiang directly ordered the search to start, but in the first room they kicked open, the man was lying in it. The blood-stained clothes that had been changed for the person on the ground were thrown away in a hurry, and Hu Yongqiang's expression became ugly again when he saw this. "This person was bitten?" "No, I was not bitten," Lin Wei hurriedly answered. Sun Miao glanced at the person on the bed and asked us, "How did the injury come from?" "Stab wound." My dad said, "I noticed that Chen Ming's brows frowned unconsciously. Lift him up and throw it out." As soon as Hu Yongqiang finished speaking this sudden sentence, everyone in the room was stunned. Just when his people were about to do something, Xiao Yu and I immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the bed, not allowing them to move. My dad also didn't understand. Dare to ask, "Is this person having a holiday with Brother Hu?" Hu Yongqiang didn't look at my dad. "No, I don't know him. It's just that our compound will no longer accept any outsiders from today, and we don't need to have good legs and feet, let alone lying in bed half dead. If you throw him out, he won't be able to live. You see, he is still in a coma." Grandma also couldn't bear to speak. This time Hu Yongqiang finally turned his head to look at his grandmother and pulled the corners of his mouth to reveal a sneer. "Old guy, you are an immortal oil bottle and you dare to sympathize with others here. Otherwise, leave him and leave you, throw it out." "You," Grandma was so angry with him. "What are you talking about? Do you want us to die? Grandma is just kind. How do you say so bad? I am a person who absolutely cannot see others bully my family." "Unpleasant." Hu Yongqiang looked at me. "What's unpleasant is still behind, a group of oil bottles. Can't help with anything. What else can you do except eat and drink? How the asterisk do you know how to caress like a lady? Why didn't we help out after we were busy in this yard every day? You washed the clothes, you made the meals, you cleaned the rooms. We don't dislike being used as an imperial maid. You're good. You come all day long to ask for love. You are the one who goes out. Our family, Su Yuan, Chen Ming, Sun Miao, which one didn't go out with him? I fire." When I got up and crackled, Hu Yongqiang was stunned when I thought of talking about it. "What do you want to say? If you want to be a gangster, first you have to have the ability to be a gangster. Brother Hu on the bed said you want to throw it out, but today you will throw it out anyway." Long Zai saw Hu Yongqiang not speaking. "This will stand up to support the venue." Just as I was about to talk back, Hu Yongqiang on the side finally turned his back, staring at me for a second and then gritted his teeth at the person on the side. "Since this girl is so capable, throw her out first." Before people could react, he first stepped forward and grabbed me and threw it towards the door with a violent tugging. I was stunned by the whole person he suddenly pushed and fell towards the door. Chen Ming, who was standing in the crowd, immediately rushed out and grabbed me, who was about to fall to the ground. With Chen Ming in his arms, he swept the crowd around and said in a light tone, "She is my person." It seems that Hu Yongqiang only realized the existence of Chen Ming at this time, but he just said that he was completely out of steps. My dad has been in the shopping mall for many years, and he is very good at observing the situation. He will immediately speak. "Big brother, my girl is still young. She has a bad temper, but she just loves to be nosy. A little girl just sees someone begging her for help, how can she refuse? If she really has the knowledge of everyone present, she will be appointed to think twice before acting. I don't have a good education, so please don't care about her as a little girl. I will give you a dad to accompany you first." After speaking, he bowed deeply to the people in the room. With the steps laid by my dad, Hu Yongqiang probably really didn't want to lose Chen Ming's helper. After looking at Chen Ming, he spoke to my dad with a gentler voice. Since Mr. He is begging for mercy, let's just leave it alone. Let's do this first, but you have to remember what I just said. Starting today, the compound will never take in anyone. Don't be a good person in the future, otherwise the troubles won't be solved like today. After Hu Yongqiang and others left, the room was quiet for a few minutes and then Grandma said, Silent, don't really listen to what your dad said just now. What you did is right. People who are not saved are committing crimes and dying. I can't go to heaven afterwards. My dad sighed heavily, then stepped forward and touched my head. Daughter, you're right, you did it right. Finally, after Su Yuan talked about it, we knew why Hu Yongqiang and others came to us with great fanfare because of one person. The fact is that they went to RT Mart today to negotiate with people there, but found that the whole RT Mart was filled with walking corpses. It's full. It's almost impossible to clean it up. Perhaps the aftermath of the previous walking corpse has left in a part of the urban area. The number of walking corpses in the entire urban area has increased by almost 10 times than before. It is impossible to go in again. The number of walking corpses in the Canadian market has increased, and they cannot travel freely in their cars as before. They can only choose relatively remote places to collect materials, but supermarkets, large and small, have almost been raided. There are still more people alive in this world than imagined. To be honest, we really don't know whether to be happy or sad at this point. There are more living companions, at least it proves that the world in front of you still has the possibility of recovery. And at the same time, those non-renewable resources will be divided up by more people 1 year, 2 years, 3 years later. If the world is still like this, what should we eat? The most important thing is, after the previous events, we understand that not all of the survivors are good people. The human heart is unfathomable, and the human heart after the deterioration is even more unfathomable. The person we brought back finally woke up the next morning. I and Zio, Yulin, Vicky took turns to take care of him. When he woke up, I happened to be by the side, who was dozing off. I, in a daze, heard the inaudible sentence in my ear, Chen Yang, where is this? I immediately woke up. Busily looked at the person on the bed, only to find that the person had really woke up. When he saw me, there was obviously a trace of disappointment in the person's eyes. Before I could speak, he whispered, You not Chen Yang? Who is Chen Yang? You called her 800 times. Reached out and touched his forehead, and finally heaved a sigh of relief after making sure that he was no longer hot. You were lying on the ground outside the yard if it wasn't for me to walk around. After passing by, you will be eaten by a walking corpse, no? By the way, what is your name? Probably because he had just woke up, his eyes were still a little loose, and he stared at the ceiling for a long time before gently answering, Dawn. The morning sun shone diagonally through the window on his pale paper face. My name is Himo, you can call me silently. There was another long silence, and Shuguang closed his eyes slightly. May I trouble you to draw the curtains? Upon hearing this, I unscrewed my brows, got up and drew the curtains, secretly glanced at the Dawn on the bed, cleared my throat and said, The wound on your body has been taken care of. You have to lie down and rest for a few days without moving, etc. It may take a long time for the wound to grow well. How did such a deep knife wound come about? After a long silence, Excuse me, please go out first, I want to rest. When I came out of Shuguang's room, Lin Wei took turns to change shifts. After being stopped by me, he said with some doubts, What's the matter? He's already awake. Wake up, Lin Wei was a little surprised. I nodded. It seems that I am reluctant to speak. When he rests, I will feed him some water later and let my grandma cook some porridge for him. Lin Wei glanced at the door, lowered her voice and asked, Did you say who he is? Just said the name Shuguang. He didn't answer anything else. When I woke up, I kept calling Chen Yang. I watched in front of the bed all night and I drank 2 sips of water and went back to Chen Ming's side. Since I didn't have to go out, Chen Ming was still asleep at this point. The sound of my entering the door woke him up, looked up at me and moved. I vacated half of my body and fell asleep again. I stood on the side of the bed and stared at him twice, then I took off my coat and lay on the bed. I was still sleepy to death, but I really lay down and couldn't sleep anymore. I turned over facing Chen Mingduan's lying side face, staring for a while. I stretched out my hand and pulled his clothes from the bed. Hey. To be honest, in the previous 20 years, I never thought that one day I would lie in the same bed with a man I have just met. What makes people laugh even more is that we have been in the same bed for so long. It turned out that nothing really happened. Chen Ming sleeps like a dead person. He looks like a dead person when he lay down. He doesn't even flex and stretch the unconscious joints in his sleep. What's the matter? Chen Ming still closed his eyes. After thinking about it for a while, I said, Thank you for what happened yesterday. If you are thrown out of the yard, I really don't know what to do. Chen Ming paused and opened his eyes. I'm really afraid of being thrown out so I won't cause trouble. It's not that I want to cause trouble, but their attitude is so bad that it makes people unable to bear it. He turned his head and glanced at me. Chen Ming's expression remained unchanged. Compared with you, they have the ability not to give a good face. Only the strong have the right to speak. The conversation with Chen Ming ended in unhappiness. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that our large group of people is indeed a big drag for Hu Yongqiang and others. In addition to Zhang's son and daughter, we only brought 3 children. When I slept until noon, Chen Ming called me to get up and go back to my mother for dinner. When I was wearing clothes, I noticed that Chen Ming's wrist was covered with a string of wooden beads. They were not like Buddhist beads, but they were connected. Each of them had a different shape. Wrapped in a scarf, Chen Ming turned his head and stared at the room we were in for a long time when I went out. He turned around and said, "Let's go." At lunch, my grandmother talked about the dawn of sleeping in the house. This kid doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't say a word all morning. He just doesn't say anything to eat. Is it stimulated by something? Grandma, don't you need to talk about it? He almost died with an obvious man-made stab wound outside. He must have experienced something unbearable to look back. Lin Wei said while feeding Nano. No matter what, we still have to live in the same way. Washing, cooking, cleaning, and sanitation every day, day after day, we gradually become more and more boring. I was still responsible for the cleaning of Pan Zai's house, probably seeing that I was dying. He made 2 cups of tea and asked me to come and sit down. Holding a glass of water, letting the heat reach under his nose, Pan Zai smiled and said, "Seeing you in the past 2 days without much energy, what's wrong? Still angry about the last time?" Glancing at him, "Am I such a stingy person? I forgot." "Then what's wrong with you?" he sighed. "I don't know how to say it, I just think it. This life is too plain and it has no meaning at all. Sometimes it feels that it is not the end of the world, but it is back to the old days and was sold into a big family. As a maid, you will never see the feeling of being free forever." Pan Zai was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he laughed. "Isn't it okay to be calm? Otherwise, is it exciting to let you go out every day and risk being bitten off fast meat at any time?" I waved my hand. "You don't understand what I mean. These days I always feel bored. I work, eat, and sleep every day and I almost feel sick." Pan Zai put away his smile. "Or maybe, is it the tranquility before the storm? What?" I looked at him. "It's okay, you don't feel in the mood to see you. Don't clean it. Go back to your home." Chen Ming. I'm familiar with Pan Zai. I won't be polite to him at all. As soon as he finished saying that, "Don't clean up," I shook off the mop in my hand, turned and strode out of the house, leaving Pan Zai in. Behind him joked, "You really take this sentence seriously." Guang was able to eat something, but he still didn't want to talk. When I got home, my grandma was feeding him some porridge. When I came into the house, my grandma was busy and said, "You are silent, you are back. This kid just asked me what kind of shelter. I don't understand your mother either. Come over and explain to him." Upon hearing this, I walked to the bed and sat down and asked Guang, "What did you want to know? Just tell me." He tilted his head, and for the first time in a few days there was a glimmer of expectation and light in his eyes. "Where is the nearest shelter here?" Hearing this, I was stunned. "Sanctuary? What kind of sanctuary? You don't know." Guang seemed to be a little excited. "A shelter set up by the government? You don't know? A wide range of shelters, a place for survivors, don't you know?" I was a little startled. "I really don't know where the shelter you are talking about is." "You haven't watched TV?" I shook my head. "We have been trapped since the eruption of The Walking Dead and we have not watched TV." Guang fell silent again and asked after a long time, "Have you ever met a motorcade with a group of men and women passing by with a child?" "No, I haven't seen it." "Why, who are you?" He thought he wouldn't care about me, but he nodded. "Yes, my family, I'm separated from them." "The Chen Yang you called is your wife?" Guang was startled, then nodded. "Yes, my wife." Now I don't know how to speak. In this world of walking corpses, without communication and inaccessible to each other, once they are separated, they may not be able to meet again in this life. Even the originally determined route is likely to be impacted by the sudden appearance of the walking corpses on the road and have to change lanes temporarily. Thinking of this, I asked Guang, "Do you have an agreed destination?" Guang shook his head after thinking about it for a while. Although the news received significantly reduced Guang's mood, but at this meeting he was willing to speak, so I simply continued to ask, "Can you tell us what you did before?" Upon hearing this, Guang looked at me. "Your questioning voice is really like Chen Yang." After a pause, he said, "I am a doctor. I should say that I am a semi-finished doctor who has not graduated from medical school." Hua Gang, after speaking, he seemed to have seen something and looked towards the door, his eyes staring like bull's eyes for an instant. I was stunned. Following his gaze towards the door, I was surprised to find that Chen Ming would be standing in front of the door. He noticed that our two eyes were stunned, and then he spoke to Grandma. The rice is going to be battered. Hearing this, my grandma gave me an awe and ran towards the kitchen as soon as she gave me the bowl in her hand. Chen Ming glanced at both of us and just about to turn around and leave, but Xu Guang yelled out, "Don't go, come back." Chen Ming paused and looked back. "What's the matter?" "You, who are you?" Chen Ming frowned. "What's up to you?" After finishing speaking, he took care of himself and walked away. I just remembered that Xu Guang had never seen Chen Ming. After Chen Ming left, Xu Guang grabbed my arm. He wanted to get up, but the injury was involved and fell down in pain. Outside, "That person, who is he? What's his name?" I glanced at the door and said, "Chen Ming, what, do you know him?" Without answering my words, Dawn was like a devil, lying on the bed and muttering to herself, "Too much like, too much like." Finally, the peaceful courtyard life that I had been bored with was broken by a scream. In the morning, just as a group of us were walking towards the sink for laundry on weekdays, a sharp cry came from the innermost room of our row. At that time, Zio, Yulin, Vicky, and I happened to leave the house. After hearing the sound, we looked at each other and ran quickly in the direction where the sound came from. As soon as she ran to the family's yard, Kiki screamed and stopped in place, covering her mouth. Immediately afterwards, Zio, Yu, and I, including Lin Wei, who has always been steady, screamed and froze in place. Those who came from behind were also frightened by the scene in front of them and stopped moving forward. The hostess in the yard was already limp on the ground. Except for the scream just now, this would only be left with unstoppable howling and crying. Under the eaves of their house, where the clothes were originally tied with a rope, at this moment, a 4- or 5-year-old child was asterisked with a cord and hung on the clothesline. The child's eyes are raised, his face is blue and purple, and his tongue is sticking out long. His appearance is completely lost from the cuteness of the past. There are 2 sisters in this family, both in their 30s. We usually call them Big Wang Sister and Little Wang Sister. The child is the son of Big Wang Sister. The scene before him shocked everyone present. Although they circled slowly, apart from the cries of the big and small sisters, the scene was deadly silent. The wind blew the child's body and the falling clothesline creaked. I got a layer of goosebumps all over my body. Hu Yongqiang and the others rushed over in about 5 minutes or 10 minutes or more. I can't calculate the time clearly at all. What's going on? When seeing the situation in the yard, Hu Yongqiang sternly asked the 2 people on the ground, "You killed this kid." As soon as the words came out, the big sister immediately let out a howling. With a deep crying voice, she shouted in a nearly collapsed voice, "That's my meat, that's my heart. I killed myself, and I can't bear to move him." "My dear, my son," he said, but didn't raise it in the last breath and fainted to the ground. Zio Yu and I were the first to see this and hurriedly stepped forward and helped her up. Lin Wei also hurried over to help pinch her. It took a while before she woke up, but after waking up she started crying loudly again, as if she was ready to change the established facts with her helpless screams. "Okay, what to shout?" Cheng Liang said impatiently. "What you said?" The child's death seemed to poke Lin Wei's heartache, which would lose her calmness in the past, and stood up to Cheng Liang's dissatisfaction. "Sister Wang died of her son, so she couldn't cry. Got it, you can get out of trouble." What kind of heroic reason is pretending here? Because the child died too strangely, countless versions of rumors spread in the compound for a while. De Wang Zio Wang sister stayed at home all day and did not want to go out, and even stubbornly buried the child in the flower bed in front of the house. Most people think that it is the long-term mental stress and madness of the big king and little Wang sister, so they killed their own children when they got sick. I dismissed this version. Even if it is really sick, can 2 people get sick together? It's nonsense. There is another version that is even more untrustworthy. That was the dead Zhang Ping and his wife. Because they couldn't bear the 2 children, their ghosts stayed in the compound, and they couldn't see other people's children under their knees, so they cruelly killed other people's children. Such an absurd story makes those families with children panic. Then Nunu and Nyan couldn't go out at all. As long as they appeared in the place, everyone must be a bird and beast. For fear of getting close to them, provoke the souls that entangled them. What makes people feel even more helpless is that the 2 cowards, Chu Hu and Kiki, gradually believed in that version, and were unwilling to be close to Nunu and Nyan at home. Even my mother began to intentionally or unintentionally not allow Tian and Nyan to go too close. Finally, after 2 days of this, I couldn't bear to speak at the dinner table. "You almost got it. You also believe this kind of story." My mother held her in her arms every day and did not respond to me. She stinky glanced at Nuan, who was held in her arms by Chen Ming, and Nyan, who was held in her arms by Lin Wei, and said, "It's not that I'm willing to believe it, but you have seen the situation that day. How scary." Su Wangxiang, can you have some common sense? Scary is not necessarily related to ghosts. Where have you learned so many years of study? Xiaoyu was also a little helpless. No, Xiaoyu, you don't understand. When this ghost says it, it is scientifically unexplainable. Don't believe it. After the smelly said, he said to Kiki, "You are right." Kiki was already timid, so she shrank her neck and responded, "Yes, I have always dreamed of Sister Zhang Ping these past 2 days. Don't think so much." Su Yuan interrupted Kiki's words, thinking during the day, can you not dream at night? Brother, you don't understand, I am real. What happened? Dawn, which was already able to perform simple activities, was also at the dinner table, and it was hard to ask aloud. I looked at him. You don't know, a child died in our compound a few days ago. The way of death. A bit strange, so there are rumors that our compound is haunted. Hearing that, Dawn frowned. Any place that is said to be haunted, there must be someone making a ghost. After he finished saying this, Sun Miao beside him didn't know if he was intentional or unintentional, and then he took the sentence. Before the child was strangled to death, there was another trace of a heavy object on the back of his head. What do you mean by this? Su Yuan put down his bowl and chopsticks. You mean that kid was really killed by someone? Sun Miao glanced at him. Could it be that you really thought it was haunted? Su Yuan was stunned, and then he said, I just can't figure it out. Is it true that Sister Wang killed the child? This time it is still dawning. In this compound, it is not only the mother of the child who is suspicious, right? As soon as he said this, there was deathly silence in the room. We looked at each other and no one spoke, thinking carefully. I got goosebumps all over again. According to Su Guang, if the child was not killed by Sister Wang, then it is possible that anyone in this compound killed the child. After a while, my dad put down the bowl in his hand and spoke to us. It's done, the child is buried, and why do you say this? I shook my head. No, Dad, if what I just said is true, then someone else might kill the child. Let's not say whether your guess is right. Even if someone else kills it, what can we do? It's nothing to do with us. We have been having troubles lately. If we want to continue to live here, don't do more nosy. Besides, people are dead. Even if the real murderer is really picked out, what will happen? Dad, let me tell you this. If it is really the hands of other people in the compound, then what is their purpose? We don't know this. We can only guess. First, they and Sister Wang's family, there is a holiday. This is unlikely. Sister Wang will not have such a big conflict with others. We don't know yet, and even if there is, that person will brutally kill their children because of a quarrel. Sooner or later, people around us will be a scourge. My dad didn't say a word. He seemed to be waiting for me to continue. After looking at everyone, I continued to speak. Then, if none of this constitutes the cause, then the child's death is indeed a fact, and I don't really believe that the ghost of Sister Zhang Ping really killed the child, so I let it go. If you open it up, what's the biggest possibility now? The dinner table was quiet for a while, and Chen Ming, who was boring to eat, suddenly answered, I should be thinking about who the murderer is going to kill next. As soon as his words fell, Kiki's chopsticks fell on the dining table, and she looked at Chen Ming tremblingly. Are you saying that ghosts will continue to kill people? Chen Ming shook his head. I didn't mean that. After saying that, he looked at me. I will go to a place with me after dinner later. Kiki, who had an ugly face, turned worse when she heard that. Su Yuan patted Kiki's arm when she saw it and was blocked by Kiki impatiently. There was no way. Su Yuan could only help me with a smiley face. During this period, Xu Guang's gaze has been on Chen Ming's body, which is strange to say. It seems that from the moment he saw Chen Ming, he has always been weird. After the meal, Kiki was not too happy, so I took the initiative to invite her to join us. Chen Ming had no opinion on this, and after a glance at the two of us, he turned around and went out first. Before going out, my parents called me, probably because they wanted me to stay, so they just let Kiki and Chen Ming go out together. After thinking about it for a while, I shouted to Chen Ming outside the house, you two go first and I will look for you later. So I pushed Kiki out of the house. After closing the door, my parents nodded in satisfaction with me and then both cleared up the dishes and chopsticks. Looking at the dawn in the house, I also wandered in. Recently, because he lived in my grandmother's house, my grandmother had already slept in the room where I slept before. Live with Xiaoyu? What's the matter? Noting that I entered the room and closed the door, Xu Guang leaned against the bedside and waited for me to speak. After thinking for a while, I still want to ask you, did you know Chen Ming before? The first time you saw him, the reaction was very strange. Xu Guang didn't answer my words immediately. It took a long time before he said, it's just. I think he is familiar, like a friend of mine. Is that friend important to you? He is a very powerful person and his temperament is similar to Chen Ming, so he was a little surprised when he saw it. Can you tell me his name? Lock the Sky. Lock is his last name. Yep, it's a strange name. After figuring out the reason for Xu Guang's strange expression, he briefly chatted with him and then turned around and went to sit in the living room. My parents had already cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks and sat next to me. Mom asked, silently, tell your mom the truth, do you like Chen Ming's kid? I was so startled by my mother's sudden question that I almost choked on my saliva. I quickly glanced at Xia Oyu and Lin Wei beside me and I waved my hand quickly. Mom, what are you talking about? How could it be possible? My mother sighed, there is no best. Kiki is a good friend of you. She sees that she really likes Chen Ming's child, you must not mix up. Feeling stuck, I tucked at the corner of my mouth. I usually live in Jin, who is more familiar with it, but where would you like him? That's good, now the first thing we think about is how to live, those love and love, you are still young, don't think about those. I know. I tugged at the corner of my mouth stiffly, responding to my mother's words. Lin Wei and Xia Oyu kept looking at me, the expressions on their faces were unclear. After my mom and dad returned to the house, the two of them came together and said, what do you say about your picture, BU? We will ignore you when we cry for ourselves. It took about half an hour for Chen Ming and Kiki to return. When they came back, Kiki shrank completely beside Chen Ming, her face pale. Su Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly went forward to talk to Kiki, looked at Chen Ming with some caution and asked, what's the matter, what's wrong with her? Chen Ming patted Kiki on the shoulder and asked, is it all right? Seeing Kiki shaking her head, he answered Su Yuan's words, take her to the place where the child was buried. What are you going there for? Chen Ming sat on the sofa and seemed to be unprepared to answer Su Yuan's words. He took 2 sips of the water glass handed by his grandmother and looked at me. I'm going back now, do you want to be together? Looking at the darkened sky outside the door, I swept the room around and said, okay, let's go. Before leaving the house, my grandma followed me and said, silently, don't listen to your parents, do whatever you want in your heart. Grandma is not dead, they don't count. Suddenly, I didn't understand what my grandmother was referring to, so I nodded with a smile and went out. When I was walking on the road, I later realized what my grandmother meant. She didn't seem to agree with the way my parents told me not to think about Chen Ming for Kiki. In fact, the grandmother showed a 100% liking for Chen Ming from the very beginning. Just when I was about to get home, I looked at the black hole building and said to Chen Ming, do you still want to live in this way? Hearing this, Chen Ming turned his head and looked at me. The moonlight was not bright and he could not see his facial features clearly. You want to go? I nodded and said, well, I always feel that staying here might be better than finding a village in the surrounding countryside by ourselves. Don't they all have yards? It's better to stay here as a family than under the fence. Much. Chen Ming thought for a while, are you because you don't want to be under the fence or because you don't want to face it here? Both. I hate to face this kind of sad things. Especially after the discussion today, it makes me feel that staying here is simply suffering. Without answering my words, Chen Ming rarely said softly, don't think about it, take a rest tonight. The moment he turned around, I didn't know what to think. I glanced at the dark room, took 2 steps forward and grabbed his arm. Chen Ming paused, looked at me sideways and did not speak. I turned away from him. I'm a little blinded by night, please hold on to it. Chen Ming smiled in the darkness. You are sick of night blindness quite suddenly. The door of the yard was originally concealed. Holding his arm, Chen Ming's footsteps paused when he walked into the yard. Before I could speak, he suddenly raised his head and shouted in the direction of the 2nd floor. Who? Hearing this, I immediately looked up to the 2nd floor, but it was empty. Except for the black hole window, there was no figure at all. Just when I was about to ask Chen Ming, he suddenly rushed into the building. After we moved in, Chen Ming and I first lived on the 2nd floor. Later, because there was no toilet in the room on the 2nd floor, I was dragged to the 1st floor. Therefore, no one has been on the 2nd floor for a long time. This will cause Chen Ming to suddenly shout to the dark 2nd floor, plus the ghosts discussed at my mother's side before. This will cause Chen Ming to suddenly run away, and I stay in place and watch the circle quietly. After a fierce cold war, he quickly shook off and followed up. Chen Ming ran very fast, and he rushed to the 2nd floor after I was so distracted. After entering the room, there was no hazy moonlight. I couldn't see my fingers, but I suddenly disappeared from that dark paint. The courage to climb the lacquered stairs up to the black lacquered 2nd floor. After stopping, the surrounding area became quiet for an instant, and the voice seemed to be swallowed by the thick black darkness. Apart from the sound of Chen Ming's walking on the 2nd floor, there was only his own heartbeat. My eyes widened, and I looked around in vain for a long time before finally plucking up the courage to shout to the 2nd floor, Chen Ming, where are you? Maybe it was because the voice was too low. Chen Ming didn't answer my words, so I could only increase the volume and speak again. There was a tremor in the voice this time. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. I always felt that in the surrounding darkness, there was a pair of eyes staring at me, waiting for opportunities, ready to rush out and kill me at any time. After the upstairs was quiet for 2 seconds, there was a very slight sound of footsteps coming to the top of the stairs, followed by Chen Ming's voice. "Don't be afraid, stand still, I'll look for you soon." Hearing Chen Ming's voice, I was about to breathe a sigh of relief. A white light flashed in his brain, and suddenly I noticed a detail that made my whole person stiff in place. Chen Ming's voice was very vague, apparently coming from the innermost part of the second floor, and the slight footsteps I just heard declared that it was directly above the stairs in front of me. That footstep is not Chen Ming's. After reacting, I turned around abruptly, desperately trying to run towards the gate and at the same time yelled, "Chen Ming, save me." I don't know why I shouted that way, I just subconsciously feel that the person in the dark definitely won't be a good person. I was shocked when I shouted out from the voice and almost lost my normal accent. Just as I was about to run to the door of the living room, the sound of the slight footsteps behind me finally intensified. The heavy footsteps of the muffled person approached me and almost suffocated me. There was a sound of quick footsteps on the second floor. Chen Ming heard my call and was rushing downstairs. After feeling at ease for a while, the courage also increased, and I quickly ran to the small road outside the yard. I easily picked up that was standing by the door before. It was the smelly place before. At that time, I also joked to talk to Hu Yongqiang about letting him dig the ground, and don't let him go out to risk his death. But I never thought that this momentous moment would become a weapon for my body protection. With the guy in my hand, I became more confident almost instantly. I turned back abruptly, put the in front of me, and shouted at the figure who had been chasing into the yard. "Who are you?" The person probably noticed that I had more weapons in my hand, and the sound of Chen Ming's footsteps upstairs was already approaching the first floor. He paused and jumped back from the iron wall to the yard next door. Before I could react, I rushed out of the yard next to me and disappeared into the darkness. All this happened within a few seconds. The man moved very fast and I was a little dizzy, so until Chen Ming ran to me and asked me if I was wrong, I still kept staring at that. The direction of the person leaving was stunned. "Are you okay?" Number. Nothing. As I glanced in the direction of the past, Chen Ming seemed to be ready to chase him again, but was caught by me who had just recovered. Don't go, I'm scared alone." Looking back at me, I didn't know if Chen Ming could really see my expression clearly and said, "Would you like to go back to your mother's place?" I shook my head. "Number, at night. There is no place where we two live. If we rush back, grandma and parents must be suspicious. If that's the case, they will not be able to sleep tonight. Dare to go in here." Looking at the black hole room, it was like a giant beast with an open mouth, which was daunting. Subconsciously grabbed Chen Ming's clothes and moved closer to him. "Don't leave suddenly. Will there be other people here?" Chen Ming shook his head. "Nothing, only you and me." I didn't expect that my little rat guts would actually follow Chen Ming into this room again. When I lay back on the bed, I lived with Chen Ming for so long. The first time I was awake, I was dead. Leaning on him, if it weren't for Chen Ming's non-cooperation, I could hardly wait for the whole person to shrink into his arms. The bedroom door has been locked, but I still feel insecure, and I always feel that a dark shadow will rush out of the room. It's almost impossible to fall asleep when you're mentally stressed. I cleared my throat and simply chose to talk to Chen Ming. "Who do you think it should be just now? Why is it in our house?" "Do not know. Could it be related to the previous killing of Sister Wang's child?" This time Chen Ming didn't answer my question but just said softly, "Go to sleep, don't be afraid to have me here." The next day I was awakened by Chen Ming. When I opened my eyes, the sunlight was already projecting in through the window. It should be late. I quickly got up and dressed neatly, and after washing with cold water, I was ready to go to my mother's side. While walking on the road, Chen Ming stopped suddenly and stared at the grass on the side for a while. The snow on the road has almost melted, but the grass on the grass has not melted cleanly. At this moment, the row of clear footprints above looks very eye-catching. I frowned. If I remember correctly, that person probably got into the grass behind the bushes in this place last night. Taking a few steps forward, Chen Ming squatted down and looked at it for a long time and then said, "It turned out to be him." Hearing this, I hurriedly leaned over. "Do you know who it is?" Chen Ming frowned slightly. "And who is it?" Looking up around him, he whispered, "Hu Yongqiang." "How come?" I was shocked. "How do you see it?" Chen Ming stretched out his hand, put his asterisk into the shoe print and pointed to the previous footprint and said, "He has a slightly crooked foot." It took me a while to digest the news. "Number, how could it be him?" What did he hide on the second floor of our house at night? Why did you call him to run? Don't disturb other people, you follow me to a place tonight. On the way back to my mother's house with Chen Ming, I ran into Cheng Liang, who was in a hurry. He greeted Chen Ming and me slightly unnaturally. Chen Ming stared at him twice and then suddenly moved forward mysteriously. Opening, I heard something today. What's the matter? Not only Cheng Liang, but I was also curious. On weekdays, Chen Ming never said a word of nonsense. He would take the initiative to act as the initiator of the spread of gossip. It is said that the child who died last night returned to life. Cheng Liang's expression changed. I said, Chen Ming, you don't believe in those ghosts and gods, right? If you bluff those women, can you bluff you? Chen Ming waved his hand. It's fine if you don't believe it, but... These days and nights, my wife and I have always heard the cry of children outside the house. The voice is a bit like Tian Tian's. Sister Wang's son's name. Now Cheng Liang hesitated a little too, really or not. What are you doing suddenly telling me about this? I want to ask you, otherwise I will carry the corpse of the child out and burn it, or I will not sleep well in the future. This sounds scary every night, like auditory hallucinations. When I heard this, I almost understood what Chen Ming wanted to do and hurriedly answered, yeah. I thought it was someone who beat the child the first day, and then I wondered who would beat the child in the middle of the night. The group of people didn't know Chen Ming. He was a typical dull gourd who couldn't slap a fart. He floated around all day long without talking. He was almost like a ghost. This would be so much ridicule with Cheng Liang, obviously. Premeditated, and he is ready to use this trick to let those with guilty conscience show themselves. Chen Ming's skill at fooling people is no worse than Zhao Benchen's. Such skill deceives Cheng Liang like a fool. He keeps rubbing the back of his head and sweeping his eyes left and right, obviously believing him. Before returning to my mother's side, I suddenly remembered that yesterday afternoon Chen Ming called me to go out together, but in the end he accidentally hit and took Kiki out. Busily grabbed him. Hey Chen Ming, did you go out to the child's grave last night? Did you deliberately? Chen Ming ignored me, pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. After entering the house, I didn't say a word about what happened last night. And Xin started to go out to work after breakfast. After chatting with Zaya Oyu all morning, I unknowingly finished the day's work and didn't need to clean today. After I went home and helped Xu Guang change the medicine, I went out again with Chen Ming. As a result, as soon as they ran out, Zhao Yu and Lin Wei chased them out. What are you two doing out? After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other, and Lin Wei's expression was not very good and said, last night. I discovered something with Zhao Yu. What? As soon as Zhao Yu was about to speak, she was stopped by Lin Wei and glanced left and right, then said, go to your place and talk about it. After arriving in our house and closing the door of the living room, Zhao Yu couldn't wait to say, last night I coaxed Nunu and Lin Wei to sleep. Nunu and Nyan went out to chat in the small park. As a result, I saw it as soon as I sat down. Hu Yongqiang got out of the bush in front. I was taken aback and looked at Chen Ming. Wasn't it not long after Hu Yongqiang ran out of us at that time? What about after? Chen Ming asked. After that, he went straight to Sister Wang's house. Zhao Yu answered and asked, I can't figure it out. Why did Hu Yongqiang go to Sister Wang's house at night? Lin Wei and I felt strange at the time. After waiting for another half an hour, he still didn't come out. Finally, we both went home and lay on the window and found that he didn't come out of Sister Wang's house until early in the morning. I was stunned by the news that I suddenly learned. After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't understand how Hu Yongqiang and Sister Wang were involved before. After what happened last night, I almost believed in my heart that the child was killed was related to Hu Yongqiang and others, but now I am confused again. All the problems seem to be back to the starting point. Seeing that Chen Ming and I were not talking, Lin Wei frowned and asked, did Zhao Yu and I see something that shouldn't be seen? I smiled and waved. It may be that Sister Wang just lost her son. Hu Yongqiang should go to comfort her. Hearing that, Zhao Yu immediately glanced at me with contempt. You comforted people in the middle of the night. I was alone in the same room. There must be a problem. As soon as she finished speaking, my face went black. What if there is no problem? Zhao Yu didn't realize that I was lying down with the gun and vowed to say, that's not the problem with the woman or the problem with the man. Cough, cough. Lin Wei cleared her throat and poked Zhao Yu with a smile. She first looked at Lin Wei suspiciously and then suddenly reacted and laughed. Haha, what about that? Silently, I actually mean. After Lin Wei dragged Zhao Yu, who was severely repaired by me, to leave, Chen Ming sat on the sofa and stared at the ground for a long time. I couldn't hold back from the side and asked, do you have any ideas? Have. Let's listen. I interrupted him as soon as he finished speaking. Don't, I'll say it first and then you can see that it's different from what you think. Chen Ming nodded and signaled that I could speak. Look, that person last night was Hu Yongqiang. Now let's not talk about what he came to our house for now. It's just Cheng Liang's reaction today. I also know that this matter must not have anything to do with them. The important thing is the matter that Lin Wei and Xiao Yu just said, there must be something wrong with it. After a pause, Chen Ming looked at me. What's the difference between you and didn't say? Before I could react, Chen Ming got up and walked around to the bedroom and said, anyway, Cheng Liang has cheated. I'll know if I go there at night. I was stunned for a while before I hurriedly got up and chased into the bedroom. But after he goes back, he only needs to think about it to understand that it may be you who are in charge. Chen Ming took off his jacket and lay in the quilt. What does that matter? What does it mean? If you know that we are lying to him, how can you even get caught in the net at night? His purpose is just to conceal certain things, and now that we already know those things, they will deal with them in their own way, and the first choice is to talk to us. After Chen Ming finished speaking, he lay down and went to sleep. I was stunned for a while and suddenly remembered, you already knew what Lin Wei and Xiao Yu said. There was a muffled hum from the bed, night is coming soon. After almost calculating the time, Chen Ming got up from the bed, stretched his waist and kicked me, who was sitting on the sofa awake and said, go. I almost rolled off the sofa when he was suddenly frightened, rubbing the kicked left butt, gave Chen Ming a fierce look, mumbled and went out. There is wind in the yard, which is much colder than in the house. I wrapped my clothes tightly and shrank behind Chen Ming and borrowed him to keep out the wind. When I was on the main road, I asked, where are we going now? Chen Ming glanced around, then pointed to the flower bed in front of Sister Wang's house and said, go there. I took a quick glance and grabbed Chen Ming's arm. The tragic death of Tian Tian was buried in the flower bed. I have read many novels before, and children who die tragically are the easiest to turn into ghosts. Following Chen Ming, I shook my head and forced myself not to think about those horrible things, then I focused my eyes on the road. Tonight is full of moonlight and there are even many stars. It must be a sunny day tomorrow. When the two of us stood in front of the grave, I bowed to Tiantian's grave with a guilty conscience. As a result, before the waist was raised, only Chen Ming's voice was heard calmly, don't hide, come out. For a moment, I didn't understand what was going on, so I just listened to the sound of zixisusiu from the front of the grave. Behind the grave is a piece of pine trees side by side, and it looks like only the black shadows cast by the tree shadows can be seen. I struck 2 meters away, pointing to the stammering opening of the graves. Nah, he. Someone, ignoring me, Chen Ming said again, come out. Only then did I realize that the sound just made was not in the grave but in the bushes behind the grave. After a few seconds of silence, a figure leaned out of the bush, took a look at both of us, and then hesitantly walked out of the darkness. When I saw her face, I was stunned. Sister Wang? Sister Xiao Wang, why are you here? Glancing at the dark room beside them, shouldn't they have fallen asleep long ago at this time? Sister Xiao Wang kept her head down and she looked up at both of us when she heard the words, you all know. I just wanted to ask, what do you know? Chen Ming on the side interrupted me. Yes, I know it all. Why didn't you tell everyone? Sister Xiao Wang seemed very tired and she was a little angry when she spoke. No need to tell everyone, don't you feel too cruel to a child like this? Chen Ming's lie is basically not flushing or breathing. After hearing Chen Ming's words, Xiao Wang began to sob in a low voice. Tian Tian is a good boy. We are sinners. Damn. Soon after, we didn't wait for us to ask, she covered her mouth and talked about the matter intermittently. We didn't expect a child to run into the bushes at night. How can we think of him? At that time, she just watched. At the last glance, the stone couldn't hit him. There weren't many words in a paragraph, but she kept crying and it took a long time to say it. Who are you in the woods with, Hu Yongqiang? Sister Xiao Wang was stunned for a while and then nodded slightly. Why are you running into the grass at night? Little Sister Wang didn't answer me with this sentence, until Chen Ming turned his head and looked at me with an expression of something wrong with you. I didn't react later. Lonely man and widow, the night is black and the wind is high. No one is everywhere. Cough, cough. But after Xiao Wang said a few words, we almost figured out what was going on. To put it simply, Hu Yongqiang and Sister Xiao Wang came out to be wild mandarins at night. Tian Tian didn't know what was going on and he followed it out. Just when they were forgotten, the sound of Tian Tian's approach disturbed the two of them. People living in the world nowadays, no matter how easy they are, there will be a pair of walking dead in their heart's precautions here. When they smashed the stone at Tian Tian, they probably couldn't take it back. As for why Tian Tian was hung under the eaves later, it is probably the last stupid remedy for two panicked people. In this way, Hu Yongqiang's appearance in our house also made sense. At that time, the haunted rumors were very fierce. The big sister lost her beloved son and was confused all day long. It is easy to fool the past and the other people in the compound. It's not that easy to fool around. The first one is our big family. He just needs to scare me off, then the haunting can be a matter of course. Even if someone doubted, they would no longer dare to take it out and say it on the table. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the grass next to him and ran to the other side quickly. Chen Ming took a look and immediately chased after him. After the reaction was over, only Sister Xiao Wang and I stood face to face. Seeing her crying, I was still trying to comfort me, but when she was still crying and almost fainted, she suddenly raised her face and looked at me with a sarcasm at the corner of her mouth, and then suddenly pulled out a handful from her pocket. Throwing the dagger at my feet, he immediately lay down on the ground and shouted, "Help, help!" When Xiao Wang fell to the ground, I even thought it was a little funny. I stared at her lying on the ground and said, "What are you doing?" "Making a movie." But when Hu Yangqiang and others showed up behind us with a large group of people, when the households heard the sound and drove out, when Xiao Wang and I were surrounded by everyone in a circle, when the inexplicable Big Wang stumbled from the house. When I came out and beat me and yelled, "You murderer!" I was really dumbfounded. My parents wanted to rush in to defend me, but they were dragged by other people. My dad could only shout in vain, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. If you have anything to say, let's let go and say it. My daughter is not. It may kill. He is my dad, and what he says in the eyes of other people has no credibility. Such a small child, how can you do it?" Hu Yangqiang's face was a bit hideous when he spoke. Looking at him, I didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and I fought back. "You and Xiao Wang obviously killed people. How could I kill people? Me." Sister Wang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly said, her voice hoarse, and her fragile voice seemed to counter the accusation I just made against her. "Are you crazy? That's my nephew. If you kill someone, you still have to spit out blood. What the asterisk is your woman's heart made of? Are you a human?" I looked at her in surprise. "You just told me and Chen Ming that you and Hu Yangqiang accidentally killed the child. Why are you still framing me now, bastard?" Hu Yangqiang yelled angrily, "You have something wrong. Did you bite anyone who caught it? What does this have to do with me?" In the past, Hu Yangqiang's position in the compound was clearly visible. We used to act as a maidservant for cleaning, and he was the owner of the compound. My defense not only didn't bring me a trace of help, but instead caused scolding everywhere. I said that there was a problem with this lady. You don't believe me. Tian Tian's body was found that day and she ran the fastest. Now think about what it is to be a guilty conscience. Aunt Long's words just fell, and several women around immediately just nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. So think about it, the last time the walking corpse entered the yard, isn't she cruel and cruel? "If I didn't kill the walking dead, they would kill you," I shouted at the man. "Look, look." The man shrank his neck in fright. He started to go crazy without saying a few words. "Maybe it was mental illness or something. We took care of what you killed. Since you dared to deal with walking corpses at the time, then the most likely murderer in this yard is you. A child is much easier to deal with than a walking dead. Don't accuse N. There must be some misunderstanding in this, just let Himo explain it." Lin Wei looked at me with some worry. Hearing this, Hu Yangqiang looked at me. "Okay, then you first explain to the big guy why you came here at night." I pointed to Sumida's grave. The reason for the original stomach full, I found that I didn't know how to speak. After thinking for a long time, I could only reply, "I am here with Chen Ming and squatting here to see if we can catch the murderer." As soon as the voice fell, Hu Yangqiang and Sister Xiao Wang didn't speak, and there was an uproar around them. "You can make it more reliable. What's the reason for this?" Sister Xiao Wang has been helped up and she yelled, "You liar, you are a guilty conscience. I am afraid that Tian Tian's wronged soul will come to you. So I came here to destroy the corpse. If it wasn't for everyone to come in time today, when I ran into this, I was killed by you." What Xiao Wang said. In the morning, Chen Ming and this woman did talk to me about hearing Tian Tian's cry in the evening. I didn't think much about it at the time. It is impossible to make a connection like this. It's them. Cheng Liang didn't finish speaking, and the crowd rioted again. When everyone has been unable to find the answer for a certain matter for a long time, someone who can propose one will be immediately recognized as that. Yes, that's it. What's more, I was hit by the child's aunt's own eyes. I even wanted to kill people and kill people. In addition to the false accusation of Hu Yangqiang, I am going to kill Tian Tian as if it would be an ironclad fact. There are so many presidents in the compound, and most of them are theirs. They insist that I am the murderer, so I can only be the murderer. I tried vainly to argue with others for a long time, but the more I talked, the more chaotic, the more I talked, the tighter my murderer's hat. For the first time in so many years, I feel hateful for the barrenness of my language. Everything came in a bit inexplicable, and the sudden turn of the plot made me a little unacceptable. So when Kiki stood up and said that Chen Ming couldn't kill, I couldn't say a word. Looking at the timid Kiki standing next to Su Yuan in a daze, she talked to everyone. Chen Ming is impossible to kill, because the child was killed that night and Chen Ming was with him that night. I sleep together, Himo can only kill. I looked at her blankly. It seemed that she believed everything in front of her. Believed that Chen Ming and I might be the murderers, so she chose to stand up and save her. Chen Ming, what are you talking nonsense? Su Yuan seemed shocked. Kiki didn't look at him. I didn't talk nonsense, I lived with Chen Ming that night. As if to strengthen the credibility of this sentence, Kiki suddenly looked at me. Where was that night, after sleeping in silence, the room where Chen Ming and I left together? You mean Himo was alone that night? Hu Yangqiang asked. Chen Ming and I live alone in a villa, something the whole yard knows. Kiki's statement not only can logically confirm the fact that I am the murderer, but also remove the suspicion for Chen Ming, whom Hu Yangqiang has always admired. There is nothing to say about the next thing. With Kiki's own iron proof, other people no longer want to go into the truth of the facts. Sister Wang, who was unbridled, rushed up, scratching my face in a dislike manner. I stood still, staring at everyone and lost the strength to fight back. My mother almost died of crying and kept begging to the people around her, begging someone to believe her daughter. Parents were powerless, and Lin Wei Xiaoyu was powerless. We are all in the family, and no one believes what we say. Even because I was a murderer in our house, other people isolated my parents, Lin Wei and Xiaoyu. I shook my lips and spoke in vain to the people around me. It's not me. I didn't kill anyone. But the slight voice was covered by the cry of the big and small Wang sisters. At this moment, Chen Ming, who had been chasing the shadows before, walked back slowly with no expression on his face. He was much smarter than me. You only need to analyze the scene before you to know what happened. He is one of the heritors of the compound and is capable of killing walking corpses, so everyone will take the initiative to wash him out of the same suspicion in the subconscious. So when Chen Ming came back, Hu Yangqiang laid all the steps for him. Brother Chen, tell me, did you really live with her like Su Kiki said the night Tian Tian was murdered the other day? Hearing this, Chen Ming glanced at Kiki, her mouth tightly closed without making a sound. Brother Chen, your wife may be the real murderer of Tian Tian, do you know this? Chen Ming put his gaze on me, and after noticing that a few blood stains had been caught on my face by Sister Wang, he wrung his brows and stepped forward quickly, pushing away the crazy Sister Wang and squeezing me away, pulled into his arms. The action was sudden, and I was still in a daze for a long time before regaining my senses. Chen Ming was much taller than me, and my face reached his shoulder and the wound hurt his clothes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ming said in a low voice, "No, I will only live with Himo." His answer caused an uproar in the surroundings again, including Kiki's face with blue and red. If I want to kill someone, there is no need to cover up so much. After speaking, he looked at Hu Yangqiang. For example, I want to kill you and I can do it now. He pursed his lips because I'm good enough. So rampant. Long Zai was angry almost instantly when he heard it, and he wanted to rush over and was stopped by Hu Yangqiang. So. Chen Ming tilted his head. So if she really wants to kill someone, I can kill that person in front of so many of you, instead of trying to choose in the middle of the night. Chen Ming has never been a high-profile person. He doesn't talk very quietly and never fights or grabs. He wants what others give, but don't try to steal anything from him. In his own words, he should not rob others, but he must also have the ability to protect his own things. This time the speech was suddenly so rampant that it made the other unsuspecting people feel extraordinarily funny. A woman who walked closer to Aunt Long in the past hummed coldly when she heard the words. They lived for so many years, and the insulting vocabulary that precipitated in their mouths was particularly lethal. It's pretty slippery to talk, really. Is it so powerful that you will eat and pee behind whose ass, give you a face and treat you as the emperor? As soon as her voice fell, Chen Ming, who was originally around me, suddenly raised his arm at the man, and the woman who was still croaking the next second fell silent. Then amidst the screams of people around, the woman with a steel knife on her forehead hung a final expression of horror and crashed to the ground. I never thought that Chen Ming would have such a difficult thing, and he would be stunned in place. He pursed his mouth, looking for death. Hu Yangqiang's face has become a color palette. It seems that he has seen Chen Ming use this trick before. He will not speak for a long time, and the surrounding people who were still full of dissatisfaction with the boss also quieted down. For a while, even sisters Wang and Wang were quiet. The compound fell into deathly silence. No one thought that Chen Ming would use such a brutal method to prove his innocence. But at this moment, Innocence does not seem to be important anymore, because he actually killed a big living person under the witness of everyone. This is more unacceptable to others than the secretive killing of a child. Being guarded by Chen Ming in his arms, to be honest, I don't understand what he thinks. Or maybe, I've always been in a state of weakness and incompetence. The only thing I can do is to compromise. Even if I was wronged by others, I could only defend it weakly. In the worst case, I was admitted to the crime. Unlike Chen Ming, he has absolute power not to accept what he doesn't want. He is like a sleeping lion, willing to bow his head when he is asleep, not rob or seize, and once he wants to resist, he will use the most cruel way. You unexpectedly. The crowd didn't know who was the first to utter such a sentence, and then the people who were standing around the woman immediately screamed. Hu Yongqiang's faces were almost twisted together, looking hideous and hateful. He stared at Chen Ming for a long time and said, "You used the method of murder to remove the suspicion. Did you deceive people too much?" Chen Ming looked at him after hearing this. What about deceiving people too much? This is his consistent behavior. As long as it is something he recognizes, then he will die. It's just like the last time the group of Tang Yang confronted us. Boss, this kind of murderous demon keeps harming others. Kill him. Lu Hao, who seemed to see Chen Ming's unpleasantness in the past, pulled a dagger from his pocket and spoke to Hu Yongqiang, who looked serious. Lu Hao. Pan Zai stopped him. His always smiling face didn't show much expression, and he shook his head slightly to Lu Hao before saying, "Don't be impulsive, listen to me." At this time, the atmosphere of the confrontation between the two sides has reached a state of almost tense swords. My parents, Lin Wei, Zia Oyu, Sun Miao, and others walked to me and Chen Ming silently. Kiki stood there and didn't move. Su Yuan wanted to stop. She pulled to our side and was freed by her, staring at Chen Ming in place like a puppet. You said it. Hu Yongqiang seemed uncertain about this. Chen Ming and He Mo have been here for so long, not to mention that there is no reason to kill a child. Chen Ming's skills are the most familiar to us. He really does not need to hide it if it is He Mo. Then it doesn't make sense. How could she, a little girl who is not married, be so cruel? When Pan Zai clearly defended us, Lu Hao immediately became annoyed. I said to Pan, you have a lot of asterisk elbows. According to your statement, they are all good people, and that person was killed by our boss. Isn't it? I noticed that when Lu Hao said this, the faces of Xiao Wang Jai and Hu Yongqiang changed slightly. Cheng Liang and Long Zai also glanced at Hu Yongqiang intentionally or unintentionally. It was immediately clear. The team mutually, they all know the truth. This time they made such a fuss and went in such a big circle with Chen Ming, and I in order to find me someone who might have found out about them as a scapegoat. Unfortunately, I was obviously only skeptical. Chen Ming, who really knew the truth, didn't dare to offend them easily, so they could only take me. By now, the truth of the matter is not so important anymore. The answer has been revealed clearly. Hu Yongqiang and their purpose are very obvious. Find someone to carry the scapegoat, then get out of the compound, and then let Tian Tian's tragic death end and disappear. When Pan Zai and Lu Hao were arguing, I looked at Kiki, who was staring at Chen Ming. This little girl seemed innocent, but she was cruel and cruel. I was so good to her on weekdays, but because of jealousy, she said at this moment that she was guilty of me. It can be seen that in her heart, there is not only no friendship between me and her, but also a stumbling block that can be abandoned at any time. Leaning my face on Chen Ming's shoulder, I said softly, "Let's go, get out of here." Chen Ming lowered his head slightly, and after a long time, he let out a good grace. The confrontation can't have results. Hu Yongqiang's group is not stupid, and they have a guilty conscience. Of course, it is impossible to really pinch us for this matter. The woman Chen Ming killed was also alone. She had no relatives, and she was just an oil bottle. Naturally, no one would bring justice to her. Therefore, when we asked to leave, Hu Yongqiang and others seemed to be kind to agree, but in fact their mouths turned crooked. Although Chen Ming was his helper in the past, even if he doesn't leave after this trouble, he will always guard against Chen Ming's taking away the position of ruler. And even if I didn't take the charge of the murderer, I would have already caused a lot of fishy, and I won't have any place in this compound in the future. Leaving is our only choice. We didn't bring all the things, and it was impossible for the car to come back. Each of us put on our own daggers and left the seemingly safe compound in this dark night. At the moment when the door behind me closed, I couldn't say how dull I was, looking at Chen Ming and Sun Miao who were holding Niu Niu and Nian Nian. Looking at the grandmother being supported by her mother. A strong sense of guilt surged in my heart. Suffocating my throat, I whispered to them, "I'm sorry everyone. Let everyone be kicked out because of me in the middle of the night." No one answered me. Lin Wei and Xiao Yu stepped forward and patted me on the shoulder. In the end, Kiki was torn and dragged by Su Yuan out of the compound with us. Su Yuan is a smart person. He knows that this is not that simple. After we leave, he and Kiki will not have a better life in this compound. It is very dangerous to take a family on foot on an unprotected road, not to mention that it is still night. Not long after I went out, I ran into a small team of walking corpses. There is no way Chen Ming and Sun Miao can only pass the child in their arms to Lin Wei and Kiki as combat effectiveness. Xiaoyu, Chen Ming, Sun Miao, Dad, Su Yuan, Stinky, and I surrounded my grandmother, mother, Tianqian, Lin Wei, and Kiki who were holding the child. On weekdays, it feels timid like a rat's stench, and this meeting is also looking around the environment with a serious face. We follow this way and walk slowly at night. The good thing is that although we are blocked by the night, we can't see the walking corpses in the distance. At the same time, they can't see us clearly. As long as we can keep quiet, they won't attract too many walking corpses come over. This community is located in the Third Ring Road area, which is relatively remote. The surrounding area is basically undeveloped, and there are no sheltered houses. It's almost all demolished, and in some places, the foundations of the real estate have even been laid. Walking some distance again, I said with some worry, "Is there any place around here that we can hide temporarily for overnight?" Sun Miao pointed to the front and said, "Walk 1 mile or so, there is a parking lot, you can go in and take a look." Parking lot? Will there be a lot of walking corpses? My dad was a little worried. Probably not, let's talk about it first, and it's only safer there at the moment. The parking lot Sun Miao said was a large open-air parking lot for some large trucks. There are also some freight departments around that provide information on the source of goods to those truck drivers on weekdays. In the early years, when I was in elementary school, my dad did this. 500 meters, it is said that it is not long and it is not short. Especially when walking in fear, it feels even more difficult for every minute. So many of us have all increased our vigilance and can't tolerate the slightest accident. Chen Ming and Sun Miao opened the way ahead, and the walking corpses they encountered were quickly overturned by the two of them. Finally, 20 minutes later, we saw the parking lot from a distance. There were several prefabricated houses next to the gate of the parking lot. They were supposed to be auto-repaired before, and there was grease everywhere on the walls. Chen Ming pointed to the room and said, "If you don't go in the yard, you can just spend the night outside and then go in to find a car when it's dawn." As we approached the gate, on the right side of the gate was a small bus that seemed to be abandoned for a long time. Instructed Grandma and they to hide behind the bus first, and Chen Ming and I went to investigate the situation in the house first. When I approached the door, I heard a slight noise in the room. Chen Ming motioned to me to be quiet. There were walking corpses in this room, it's just that the number of walking corpses is still uncertain. After slowly approaching the door step by step, Chen Ming listened for a while and his brows wrinkled slightly. "What's the matter?" I asked him with lips. Without answering my words, Chen Ming slowly reached out and put his hand on the doorknob. Before twisting slightly, his other hand dragged me behind him. I didn't understand what was going on. He unscrewed the door at once, then kicked the door open with a bang, which was particularly ear-piercing in the quiet night. At the same time, I also saw the room, almost full of walking corpses in half of the room. After seeing Chen Ming and me, the walking corpses in a room barely stopped and rushed out roaring. Chen Ming turned back and pulled me and shouted, "Run." When passing by the bus, he shouted again, "Let's lead the walking corpse away." The group of walking corpses didn't know how long they had been hungry, they were very restless. A large group of walking corpses chased them, not as slow as a single walking corpse seemed. Some of them were limping and almost running and jumping. They seemed to fall at any time, but not only did they not fall, but they chased them very tightly. I was dragged by Chen Ming and ran wildly on the dark road. Before I ran a few tens of meters, I started to gasp. Chen Ming's speed was so fast that I couldn't keep up. Noting the speed at which I was slowing down, Chen Ming squeezed my hand tightly and said, "I want to get rid of them and hold on." Biting my lip, I nodded at him. The walking corpses behind them were very excited. The 2 big meals that Chen Ming and I ran seemed to stimulate their brains, and they roared endlessly. On the wide road, there were walking corpses that were wandering on the side of the road and approached us. After Chen Ming swung a knife and chopped over a few, they found that our speed was slowed down a lot. Even running all night can't get rid of the walking corpses behind him. There is no way we can only avoid those walking corpses that suddenly jump out as much as possible. This section of the road, we ran like an extreme adventure. Several times he was almost caught by a walking corpse that suddenly rushed out of the darkness. I didn't dare to scream, I could only gritted my teeth and followed Chen Ming. After running for more than 1 kilometer, a small road was forked on the side of the road. On both sides of the small road should be the circled development zones. They are all temporary roads laid out by pebble, which is not easy to walk. Chen Ming said that I was still walking fast on it. I almost reached the limit. I didn't see clearly when I passed a raised rock. I stumbled on it. After a few steps, I was about to fall down again. Chen Ming lifted my arms around the waist and hugged me. Living, are you okay? Numbers, nothing. I was almost speechless. For the past 2 decades, I didn't like sports. I would run so far. I felt like my blood vessels would burst at any time. The blue veins on my temples jumped for a long time. Probably seeing that I really couldn't hold on, Chen Ming squatted down and stood in front of me. Come up. But I was afraid that he would slow down when he was carrying me, and I was ready to stick to it. Don't talk nonsense, come up. Although the walking corpse in the back had been thrown away for a certain distance before, this meeting was already close. I didn't dare to delay any more time and quickly jumped on Chen Ming's back. After he was stable, Chen Ming began to run forward again. I thought that carrying me on his back would slow him down, but I never thought that he would be like carrying a bag of Chinese cabbage without being affected at all. The road is very dark, but the surroundings are relatively empty, and with the hazy moonlight you can barely see some shadows. But I was still staring at the road for fear that a dark hole would appear. When we two fell into it, it would really become a meal for walking corpses. After running for a while, none of the things I was worried about happened, because not only did there not appear a dark hole in front of me, but a fruit forest went through. It used to be a very remote place. I have lived in the city for 20 years and I have never been here once, but I have heard that when the picking season is coming, the flow of people here is very hot. Now naturally there is no more of the hot scene at the beginning, the black hole woods. The trees are all left with branches and leaves, looking like monsters with teeth and claws. Chen Ming reminded me in a low voice, "Lie on my shoulders, be careful." Then he plunged into the woods. I didn't know what kind of fruit trees this forest was before, and it always didn't grow very high. I lay on Chen Ming's back and kept my head buried as much as possible. But helplessly, Chen Ming himself was relatively tall. My head and back were still given by the branches. The scratching hurts, and after running out for a while, I can't stand it anymore, so I can only call Chen Ming to let me down. After Chen Ming put me down, he didn't rush me to walk with me. After looking around, he pointed to one of the taller trees and said, "Go up." I was almost confused at that time, climbing a tree. The point where the first branch of the tree can be stepped on is more than 2 meters high, and I can't reach it with my hand outstretched. It takes some skill to climb up with bare hands. I have never climbed a tree before, and there is no way to go up. In the end, in order to save time, Chen Ming, who had already climbed to another tree, jumped down again, squatted on the ground and let me step on his shoulders, and he forced me up. Then he didn't have the chance to go back to the taller tree before, and the voices of the walking corpses could be heard, and they had already entered the woods. Chen Ming listened quietly for a while, probably confirming the location of the walking dead, and finally climbed up to the tree where I was hiding quickly. Although the branches are very thick, the distance between them is very narrow. Because of fear, I stood in the middle and hugged one of the branches. After Chen Ming came up, the area that was not wide was immediately crowded. Both of us were the next two people who were barely able to stand on their side. At this time, we didn't dare to adjust our actions anymore, because the previous tree climbing made the trunk sway, and several walking corpses had already been attracted. If they made any movement, they would find our position. The area Chen Ming chose was a place where the branches were relatively dense, and it was not at the top. Moonlight couldn't be cast down. As long as the two of us stayed still on the tree, we shouldn't be spotted. The two of us were clamped on the tree branches, in a state of being side by side and close to each other. I tried to lie forward as far as I could, not as close as the two of them, until the tree trunk I was holding in front of me made a creaking sound. Chen Ming's arm, which was originally hanging to the side, was raised and smashed my shoulders and forced me to lean on his chest in a supine manner. At the same time, he whispered into my ears, "Don't move, they are here." As soon as his voice fell, I saw 2 dangling walking corpses that had passed through the woods in front of me, wandering in the direction where we were. Then, 3, 4, and 5, they were all attracted by the previous movement. It's just that Chen Ming and I will hide here. They don't realize that something is wrong like human beings do, so they walked forward with a streak. Seeing the walking corpses passing by under our feet, I was almost astonished. Are these walking corpses all fools? This tree branch is only 2 meters long, and Chen Ming and I are standing here. Didn't see it. Thinking of this, I raised my head and glanced at the other branches of the tree, and suddenly found that it was so dark that I really couldn't see anything. The visible distance is less than 1 meter. As they passed, the roar was endless, and I unconsciously grasped Chen Ming's hand around my shoulder tightly, and a cold sweat broke out all over my body. It's a lie to say that you are not afraid. If you don't believe me, come here and try it. Finally, after the last walking corpse slowly swayed past, the two of us waited for a while and Chen Ming looked around for a long time before speaking. Okay, let's go back. He took the lead to jump down from the tree branch, and after helping me from below, the two men hunched over and prepared to rush out of the woods, returning to the previous path and reuniting with others as soon as possible. Mom and Dad must be worried about it. As a result, when I was thinking about following Chen Ming back with my heart, I forgot to the effect that the walking corpses did not follow the path completely. A large number of walking corpses did not mean that everything was gone. When I was thrown to the ground by the walking corpse that appeared suddenly, in addition to panic, I subconsciously stretched out my hand suddenly and grabbed his head. The walking corpse was very irritable, screaming desperately trying to bite me. In just a second, I almost felt unable to hold it. Once gritted my teeth, I simply moved my hands hard in front of his eye sockets and pinched my fingers into his eye sockets fiercely. The weird touch made me almost spit it out. Chen Ming was also entangled with walking corpses on the side, where the woods were low, and it was very inconvenient for him to take action. Both walking corpses were entangled for a while. During this period, I was pressed underneath by the walking corpse and confronted me with difficulty. The walking corpse is not afraid of pain at all. I don't feel the slightest feeling when my eyeballs are snapped out, and they still desperately want to bite me. After Chen Ming solved the two walking corpses, he ran towards me quickly, and finally after he stabbed the corpses severely in the head, I collapsed on the ground. After a few seconds, he asked Chen Ming, "Aren't you good at Xiao Li's flying knife? Why didn't you just use it?" Chen Ming drew the dagger from the head of the walking dead and glanced at me after hearing the words, "Because it is possible that the knife will fly to your head." Hearing that, my face stiffens. After we wiped away the blood on our hands, the two of us did not delay time, and we returned quickly according to the original path. When I came, I was chased by a walking corpse. I was full of my brain on how to escape. I didn't have the time to pay attention to the situation on both sides. There would be no threat of the walking corpse. When I went back, I looked at the situation on both sides. This kind of large-scale project has harvested the original cultivated land, and the popular burial for thousands of years has allowed the working people to bury their relatives in their own land. Such a large development zone. How much the grave hasn't come yet. 2 steps quickly firmly grasped Chen Ming's arm. He looked at me sideways. "What are you doing? Number so warm." He moved closer to him. After returning to the main road, we ran into a small walking corpse again, who looked like they were only 4 or 5 years old when they were alive. They were small but very ferocious, with a hideous face, no less threatening than the big walking corpse. But with Chen Ming, such a small walking corpse can be easily dealt with. I am a typical person with a mountain backing. As long as there is someone around me who can help me, I basically rely on that person very much. When Chen Ming and I went back, almost an hour or two should have passed since before. Sun Miao and the others had already cleaned the 2 houses, and a group of people moved in. My parents have been standing at the door watching the movement outside the door. After Chen Ming and I arrived, they opened the door and drew us into the house as soon as possible. Then there was a panic question. "How did you hurt? Why did you come back so long? How did you get rid of the walking corpse?" After talking about what just happened, my parents let out a deep sigh and thanked Chen Ming for a while. Kiki had shrunk in the corner and got up and went into the room inside. Let parents take the children and grandma into the inner room together, and the few of us huddled outside and sat on the floor. Except for some things for car repairs, there is nothing in this room that can keep warm. It is naturally impossible to make a fire. The light of the fire will attract all the walking corpses that pass by outside. Lin Wei and Xiao Yu leaned beside me, knowing that they had something to ask. I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes to rest, waiting for them to speak. Sure enough, the light rain poked at me shortly afterwards. "Himo, are you asleep?" I shook my head slightly. "Nothing." "Then, ask you something?" "And ask, Kiki, is it true that he lives with Chen Ming?" She pressed these words very quietly, trying not to let other people hear them, but the room was very quiet, and it was impossible not to hear them. I opened my eyes and scanned the house, and found that Su Yuan and Su Kiki went into the back room and rested with their parents. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Yu. How do I know if they have lived together? Speaking of Xiao Yu, you are asking me to suspect that I killed the child. Of course not anymore. Xiao Yu was a little startled. How could I doubt you? Lin Wei and I never thought you would kill a child. It's just weird why Kiki said that at the time. I pointed to Chen Ming, who was sitting by the door, and said to her, just ask yourself. Xiao Yu shrank her neck. I don't want it. Lin Wei looked at Xiao Yu and chuckled before speaking to me. If Kiki was lying, then she was too much. She didn't worry about your life or death at all. Okay, Lin Wei, Xiao Yu. Stinky, who thought he was asleep, suddenly interjected, frowning and looking at the three of us. You two don't pick things up there. It's not a matter of course anyway, we are all already. After coming out, is it interesting to provoke one's own relationship? The smelly words were very rude and he immediately angered Xiao Yu. No, how do you say it? How did we instigate the separation? If you don't understand, you can't ask. If it's true, then Kiki is too much. Got it, did we say it wrong? Xiao Yu, be quiet, Lin Wei reminded. Okay, let's not say what is it. I have done shameless things and others are not happy to say it. Xiao Yu waved her hand very unhappily and sullied herself. To be honest, although Xiao Yu's temper is a bit anxious, sometimes she is really reassuring. She doesn't have as many ideas as other people, like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. She never hides it. For example, now she feels that Kiki is wrong, that is, she doesn't like Kiki. When tomorrow, maybe Kiki gives her a piece of bread, she will like Kiki again. Just after the room was quiet, Sun Miao said quietly, making everyone in the room stunned, "Where is the Dawn?" We forgot the Dawn in the compound. What to do? Or let's go back to him, can't leave him there, he is still injured. I asked in a deep voice. Although we didn't communicate much with Xuguang after all, I rescued it. No, he has already left. Chen Ming opened his eyes and looked at us. When did you leave? Where did you go? Xiao Yu asked. Yeah, aren't you still eating with us at noon? Chen Ming looked at me. Do you remember the dark figure at that time? I was taken aback for a moment. You mean when we saw Sister Xiao Wang, the dark shadow rushing out from behind the bush was the Dawn? Why did he hide there at night? Why did he run? He knows more things than you and I know, but he didn't want to live, so he deliberately led me away and reminded him what he knew. He should have gone far now. He has to look for it, people. I was silent for a while and Sun Miao looked at Chen Ming. So, at that time, Xuguang knew what was going on and knew it was a trap, so before leaving, did you deliberately lead you away? Chen Ming nodded. Lin Wei sighed. His injury is not healed yet, but he is a persistent person and hopes to live well after he leaves. To be honest, the 2 days of life in retrospect make people feel like watching a movie. I don't know who said that before. If life is like a TV show, then this person must be very unhappy. Leaning against the wall and closing his eyes, the surrounding area has become quiet, and occasionally a few walking corpses that are not far away come across from the road outside. Gradually my thoughts began to blur. If a person's sleep state is particularly good, then after waking up, he will feel that falling asleep was just a short time ago. When Xiao Yu shook me up, I always felt stupefied that the time had just passed 5 minutes. I opened my eyes and saw that the sky was already bright. Chen Ming, Sun Miao, and Su Yuan have already left the house. There were a few walking corpses lying in front of the house. It seemed that when I was asleep, a walking corpse approached and was dealt with by them. We got up and stretched. We didn't delay, and after a slight trimming, we decided to go to the parking lot as early as possible to find a usable car. Grandma and the others were still waiting for us in the house. Chen Ming, Sun Miao, Su Yuan, Xiao Yu, and I went into the yard together. Dad and Stinky stayed to protect other people. The gate of the parking lot yard was half open. The few of us tried our best to lower our voices. After Chen Ming observed the yard, we quickly stepped in through the gate. As I said before, this parking lot mainly parks those large trucks, which are used to pull goods on weekdays. Not to mention whether we can drive away. Even if we can drive away, the noise made by such a large car on the road is estimated to be able to attract walking corpses in a radius of several kilometers. We will not cause such trouble for ourselves. After roughly scanning, I asked Chen Ming, what should I do? We can't use it here. Chen Ming pursed his mouth and stared at the yard quietly. After a while, he pointed to a minivan with a bucket in the corner and said, that's okay. To be honest, I really don't know what to call this kind of car. There is a small bucket at the back, which is about a few square meters of space, and the front is a normal body. Let's call it a small truck for the time being. This parking lot is very big, although there are no traces of walking corpses now. There were so many walking corpses in the previous house, which we dare not care about. A group of people quickly ran to the side of the small truck guarding the surroundings. We paid attention to the surroundings. Chen Ming opened the door in 2s and 3s. After going up and fiddled with it for a while, he heard the sound of the car starting. With joy, we immediately looked back. After staying in the car for a while, Chen Ming came down and pointed to the parking lot and said to us, there is no gas, go find something. The oil drums in the parking lot were not bad. After we picked up 2, we drew some oil from other cars nearby. This time we finally did not continue to have bad luck. Fortunately, when we drew the third car, we found that there was still a lot of mailboxes left. After pumping up 2 barrels and filling the small truck with gas, the group jumped into the carriage and prepared to run towards the gate. As a result, just as the car started, there was a sudden scream in front of the gate. Randomly in that scream, I saw Nuo every day, stumbled and ran into the parking lot, and there behind him followed 2 roaring walking corpses tightly. Chen Ming discovered Tianchen and Nuo being chased by walking corpses early. When the few of us were ready to jump into the car to save people, he slammed on the accelerator and rushed towards the gate. Due to inertia, the few of us all fell in the car and almost climbed up. Xiaoyu Sun Miao and I patted the roof of the car and called Chen Ming in the cab to stop. Chen Ming seemed to be unable to hear him, and the speed increased very quickly, as if he had stepped on the accelerator directly to the end. Every day she ran towards us with Nu's constant screams and crying, facing the car. I almost yelled at them and broke my throat. Run to the side, avoid. The 2 children were completely shocked as if they couldn't hear me at all. The frightened expression on his small face was distorted. The 2 children who stumbled seemed to fall down at any time. The whole heart I saw was screwed up. At the moment, Sun Miao on the side seemed to understand Chen Ming's meaning in an instant and shouted to the 3 of us, "Hurry up." Before I could react, Chen Ming slammed the car around and quickly circumvented Tianchen and Nuo not far in front. I was almost thrown out of the car because of my sudden inertia. Chen Ming made another big 90-degree turn, and the whole car ran into the walking corpse chasing Tianchen and Nuo. If it weren't for me being thrown off the car, the scene at that moment should be as exciting as a Hong Kong police movie. But when I was thrown to the ground, apart from eating a mouthful of dust, I just fell dizzy. The second after I touched the ground, I heard 2 bangs from the car behind me, and I felt relieved when I turned to my confidant. After the car stopped, Xiaoyu shouted in a sharp voice, "Chen Ming." I fell silently. In the next second, I heard the sound of the door being opened, and then there was a panic of footsteps. Chen Ming ran over at a quick pace, pushed my upper body up, stared at my head for a long time, and then spit out slightly. "Tone." Fortunately, I didn't fall to my head. After speaking, he let go of his hand and threw me back to the ground. Twitching the corners of my mouth looking at Chen Ming walking towards Tianchen and Nuo, I thought about it, or I would just pretend to be dead and scare him. Xiaoyu and Sun Miao helped me up from the ground and asked with concern, "Is it all right?" From the corner of my eye, I looked at Chen Ming and Sun Miao who carried the child in the car and finally relaxed. "It's okay, the clothes are thick, the car is not high, and there is no fall." That's good, it scares me to death," Xiaoyu said along his chest. As a result, as soon as her voice fell, there was another scream in front of her. "It's Su Kiki's." Su Yuan's face changed as soon as he heard this voice, and he rushed out of the door with his leg pulled out. The few of us had no time to grab him, so we greeted Chen Ming, who was driving, and rushed out following Su Yuan. When I saw the situation outside the door, I almost gasped. The door of the hut was wide open. Su Kiki and her grandmother and parents were besieged by a group of walking corpses, about 6 or 7 walking corpses to the dilapidated little one. In the bus, because of Kiki's horrified screams, 3 or 2 walking corpses scattered around were also approaching the bus. The appearance of a few of us caused the walking corpses that were close to the bus to turn their heads and walk towards our feasts. Just as we pulled out our knives to prepare for a *** battle, there was a sound of a car engine behind us. 2 seconds later, Chen Ming drove the small box car and slammed into the walking corpses. Although the walking corpses were not afraid of pain, they were still humans, and their body could not be able to withstand a car. He was hit several meters away. The one who landed first broke his head, and although the remaining 2 were still calling out, they were no longer afraid. Chen Ming and Sun Miao immediately got out of the car and locked the child in the car. The few of us rushed towards the walking corpse that besieged their parents without delay. There are more people, more power, and more courage. Rushing to the front, I don't know where the courage came from, grabbed the clothes of a big walking corpse from behind and slammed it towards the open space behind him. He didn't have any good balance ability and was crooked. Niang choked a few steps and fell to the ground, rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps, straddled him and stabbed his head severely. A knife penetrated the head that was full of rotten meat, and there was an indescribable sense of refreshment. Just as we hacked and killed the walking corpses, 1 or 2 walking corpses had already rushed into the carriage without window glass. Dad and one of them dealt with to protect the mother behind him, and Kiki kept going to the corner because of excessive panic. Retracted, and it turned out to be in a completely different place from my parents. Another walking corpse gradually walked towards her and I yelled to remind Kiki, Kiki, you have a dagger, pick it up and stab him to death, don't be afraid. Su Yuan almost broke his voice, Kiki, you will be bitten and take out the knife. But Kiki has been completely frightened. She is used to the days when someone is protected. Even if she has a dagger on her body, she has no courage to pull it out, shrinking and screaming. How can screaming scare away the sane walking corpse? When the walking corpse reached Kiki's side, it jumped straight on. It was a walking corpse of a woman who was not too tall. At the last moment, Kiki had a little more courage. When the walking corpse pounced on her, she reached out to support the two shoulders of the walking corpse, trying to prevent the walking corpse from biting herself. Su Yuan was almost crazy, but was helplessly trapped by the walking corpse in front of him. As a result, when a group of us were extremely anxious and at a loss, Chen Ming suddenly called me, and then kicked a walking corpse in front of us between the two of us, and I hurried forward and pierced through it. The head of a walking corpse. When I turned around, I saw Chen Ming rushing towards the shuttle bus. When approaching the shuttle bus, he dropped the knife in his hand and jumped sharply towards the car, grabbing quickly with both hands. A bulge above the car window, immediately after raising his legs, he leaped into the car with ease, rushed in front of Kiki in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed the back neck of the walking corpse from behind. Fiercely, the walking corpse immediately fell into the aisle in the middle. Chen Ming quickly pulled Kiki from the corner. He just wanted to deal with the walking corpse but was scared to give Kiki a hug. Living, Kiki held him with great strength and Chen Ming pulled her twice without pulling away. Just struggling from the moment of life and death, the survival instinct of human beings will desperately grasp the life-saving straw in front of them. It's as if a drowning person will catch his rescuer. But that result often leads to the drowning of the rescuer and the drowning. When Chen Ming was hugged tightly by Kiki, the walking corpse dangling from the ground stood up again and rushed towards Chen Ming again with his big mouth. Kiki, let go, Xiao Yu and I yelled at the inside of the car. But she seemed to be completely inaudible. When the walking corpse rushed forward, Chen Ming grabbed the walking corpse's neck, and with a fierce force, almost all his fingers were embedded in the flesh of the walking corpse's neck. Immediately afterwards, the head of the walking corpse was slammed into the armrest of the next seat. After a few consecutive blows, the manic female walking corpse finally calmed down. On the other side, the father pressed the walking corpse to the ground. Because he had to hold his arms to control the walking corpse, the mother on the side dared not come forward to help. Chen Ming almost dragged Qi. Qi ran up to Dad and chopped a few feet at the head of the walking corpse. The surroundings finally became completely quiet. Chen Ming stared at his hands and feet stained with blood and brains, frowning and shaking his brows. It's dirty. After my parents got off the car, I looked around and asked, Smelly and Nyanyan, where is Lin Weiren? Dad gasped and pointed to the direction where Chen Ming and I ran away yesterday. I was chased by a walking corpse over there. Unscrewing his eyebrows, Chen Ming motioned to Su Yuan to pull Su Kiki past him. After he was free, he turned around and picked up the knife. He motioned to Dad to take his parents and children into the car first. After walking away, Sun Miao and I followed them in the direction where they left. Su Yuan and Xiao Yu want to leave behind to comfort Kiki and the terrified grandmother. There was a rush on the road, no trace of anyone was found, and he dared not shout loudly for fear of alarming more walking corpses around. After running like this for a long time, Sun Miao pointed to another fork in the road and shouted, Look! Chen Ming and I stopped and looked in the direction Sun Miao pointed. Far away, a group of dark walking corpses ran away in a direction facing away from us. Will it be them? I asked. Chen Ming stared at it twice. Let's take a look. The next 3 of us will be bolder. This fork road should have been built not long ago. On both sides of the road are mostly undeveloped groves or small river ditches. It was still a serious village the year before. One road runs straight through, and both sides are basically undeveloped. See no place that can be blocked or protected. The 3 of us rushed toward the group of walking corpses with such big thorns. They are far away from us, and there will be no walking corpses who will look back without hearing anything, so it is relatively safe at the moment. But as the distance from them got closer and closer, the 3 of us slowed down in unison and began to cautiously follow behind the group of walking corpses. According to the truth, the 3 of us were a little too close. The walking corpse team in front of us was at most 10 meters away, and we could even hear the roar of the walking corpse in front. Chen Ming looked at the walking dead team for a while and then said, It's them. When Sun Miao heard the words, he also said, How can we save this? We can't make it, the road is still long. After listening to them, I also narrowed my eyes and looked forward. This team of walking corpses looks like about 20, walking relatively scattered on the wide road. They carefully looked forward from the gap between them and suddenly found that Lin Wei was holding the crying years. They ran hastily behind the smelly, but their footsteps obviously started to choke, and after running so far, they must have begun to lose strength. Lin Wei had a miscarriage before, let alone how weak her body was. You may not be able to see it on weekdays, but you can feel it immediately once you perform this kind of super physical exercise. Sun Miao and Chen Ming discussed a few words on the sidelines, and I was not in the mood to listen. I tightened my brows and stared at the front. I blamed the stinky smell for some untimely reasons. Run with the child. The most important thing is that Stinky ran in front of Lin Wei without the slightest intention of turning around to pull her. Looking at it, I became anxious, and with a dagger I whispered to Chen Ming and Sun Miao beside me, "Let's go, Lin Wei and the others can't hold it." Chen Ming put his hand at me. "Wait." We are still following the group of walking corpses on both sides of the road, passing by a forest. In fact, it is said that the woods are small saplings, but they are densely planted. It should be the area that will be developed before, and the original residents will temporarily plant them. Then the developer will pay more for it. Just after the woods were about to pass, Chen Ming, who was still quietly following, suddenly drew out the dagger and rushed forward. I was taken aback for a moment, and the next second I reacted and prepared to follow up and help. But before I took out the knife, Sun Miao on the side grabbed my arm and then squatted to the side of a small mound more than 1 meter high on the side of the road. "What are you doing? We have to help them quickly." Sun Miao did not let go. He has always been a serious person. The surname Chen can do it by himself. You can only make trouble if you go. I was stunned by him, and when I wanted to continue speaking, I was interrupted by him. "Don't talk nonsense. He is much better than you think." Chen Ming didn't seem to have any intention of stopping when he rushed behind the walking corpse. After slashing into the head of the first walking corpse, he hurriedly seized the time when the walking corpse in front didn't notice, quickly ran across the gap between them. My heart lifted up almost instantly. It's too risky for Chen Ming to do this. If you're not careful, you may be caught by 2 or 3 walking corpses and fall to the ground. But my worry was obviously unnecessary on Chen Ming. His speed was very fast. When he was about to rush out of the pile of walking corpses, the few walking corpses in front seemed to notice him and turned their guns around, moved closer to him. Chen Ming didn't seem to show any panic because he was about to be surrounded. He seemed to shout something to Lin Wei and Stinky in front of him. Lin Wei suddenly turned around and ran towards the cultivated land beside the road. After passing by, Stinky then reacted and followed. Besieged by the walking corpses, Chen Ming violently threw the dagger in his hand towards the head of the walking corpse rushing towards him. With one hit, the dagger was firmly fixed on the forehead of one of the walking corpses in the next second. At the moment that walking corpse fell to the ground, Chen Ming rushed forward and kicked fiercely. Upon reaching the body of another walking corpse at the moment of landing, he rolled on the spot and withdrew to the fallen walking corpse, and withdrew the dagger again, got up quickly and randomly, and rushed back to the side of the knocked walking corpse. Pierced his head with a sharp knife. The moment he just got up, the walking corpse behind was already close to his back. Seeing that he opened his mouth wide to bite the back of Chen Ming's head, Chen Ming, who was half squatting on the ground, seemed to open his eyes from the back of his head for an instant. In the same way, the hand holding the dagger hit the backhand behind him with a knife, and the body of the walking corpse instantly softened. I saw Chen Ming's enthusiasm for these tricks, and I almost wanted to wave a hand in applause. In this way, Chen Ming successfully rushed out of the encirclement of walking corpses in front of him, turned around, and even ran towards the farmland on the side. Upon seeing this, Sun Miao beside me pulled me up from behind the mound. "Go up the loop." Now I finally understood their plan. Chen Ming stepped forward to disturb the walking corpse to attract the walking corpse to focus on him, and then gave Lin Wei and Stinky the opportunity to quickly go around in a semicircle from the farmland on the side. The walking corpse behind him then returned to the road again. Although the walking corpses were cruel, they were just a bunch of idiots without their thoughts. They didn't know how to stop them by fences. In addition, Chen Ming attracted their attention, and Lin Wei and Stinky managed to bypass them and return to the road. Sun Miao and I hurried up to greet him. Sun Miao took it from Lin Wei, who was panting as a cow and had a pale face, and then signaled, "Go," but Chen Ming, I hesitated. "He will follow up in a while," Sun Miao said. There was no way. I could only help Lin Wei, who would fall to the ground at any time, and ran back with him in the direction he came. During the period, he turned his head and glanced. Chen Ming, who came back from the cultivated land, couldn't quickly shake off the cowhide candy. The ordinary walking corpses simply played a dangerous cat and mouse game with them around. Keep running in circles in that large area. By then, he felt warm. He knew that Lin Wei and Stinky were exhausted. If he came back and chased the zombie, they might not be able to run away, so he deliberately delayed the time to give us enough time to escape. On the next journey, although we don't have to worry about the walking corpses behind us, we still tried our best to run, because there will also be a few small teams of the Walking Dead Alliance on both sides of the road at any time. That's enough for us to choke. Just when Lin Wei almost fainted, she finally saw the car in front of the parking lot from a distance. Dad seemed to see us from a distance and immediately started the car and drove towards us. After the car parked beside him, Dad and Zio Yusu got out of the car immediately and put Lin Wei and Stinky on the car. Year after year, she was held by her grandmother and sat in the cab. All of us quickly jumped into the back carriage. Dad rolled down the glass window of the cab and asked us, "Where is Chen Ming?" I stared at the road in the distance and said, "I'll be there in a while." As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared in our field of vision from the road just now. After a pause in my heart, I just wanted to call out Chen Ming's name, but suddenly realized that the person was walking and staggering very unstable. Even the body was tilted to one side, obviously not a living person. The Walking Dead, the heart that just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly came up again. Could it be that Chen Ming he? In the next second, another figure rushed out of the road quickly, and the walking corpse immediately looked back and was knocked to the ground before it could respond. "Chen Ming," I shouted out in surprise. After Chen Ming got in the car, our party walked straight to the south. After leaving the city, we walked a section of the highway and turned to an uneven village road. We were about to enter the village to find food. When I was young, when there was no day at that time, my parents used to take my brother and me all the way by car and stumbling to visit relatives over there. Most of my relatives are unfamiliar to me and can't name them. Almost all of them are elders. Their bodies are very good and my brother and I are very kind. While walking on the road, looking at the familiar scenery on both sides, I sighed inside that the things were wrong. Chen Ming sat leaning on the side of the carriage and stared at the scenery passing by. After hearing what I said, he turned his head and looked over. "Have you been here?" "Yeah." I nodded. "Yes, I've been with my parents before during the new year and there is some relatives here and the whole family lives here." Zio Yu smoothed the tousled hair and said, "I don't know if I can see them if I go." The voice just fell off as if she felt that she was wrong and she hurriedly changed her words. I laughed. "It's okay. I see them once a year. I haven't seen them in the past few years. I don't know them very well and don't have too deep feelings." Lin Wei's meeting finally eased, and she wrapped her padded jacket tightly and said shiveringly, "When will it be here? It's so cold." "It should be there in a while." After Sun Miao finished speaking, he vacated a bit of his side and gave Lin Wei a bit. He had the front of the car blocked from the wind and was relatively warm. Upon seeing this, Kiki looked at Chen Ming and opened her lips a few times, as if she had something to say, but she didn't say it in the end. The car finally turned to the village road. The small truck had a poor shock-proof function, and we were in the carriage, and the internal organs that had been bumped all the way came out. Finally, when Chen Ming's face turned green, the car finally stopped at the entrance of the village. Dad came down from the cab and stared at the village and shouted at us, "Would you like to drive in?" The stomachs of the few of us were all overwhelmed, and there was no time to answer. After jumping out of the car, I rushed to the side of the road and retched for a long time. Said it is miserable. A group of us have been running around for so long last night and have not eaten anything. People are iron, rice, or steel. We are hungry if we don't eat a meal. In addition to the previous physical exercise, it will feel like seeing the grass on the ground. There is a fresh taste of green vegetables. After deliberation, we decided to park the car on the road and turn around on the road that we had turned in before, so as to prevent us from running away in time if we encounter any danger. After letting Grandma and Lin Wei stay, Chen Ming, Sun Miao, and I went into the village. Su Yuan and Zio Yu and my dad stayed to protect the others. As for the smelly, no one expects him any more than Zheng Xiaoxian. Men who are even weaker are really rare. The three of us were very cautious when we entered the village. We had to look very carefully for a long time before passing through every alley before we could continue to the next box. A village said that although it is not big, it is really a big project if every road is carefully searched. Finally, when I passed a large courtyard, I grabbed Chen Ming and Sun Miao. "It doesn't look like there are a large number of walking corpses here. It's a waste of time to find other people, and it's not safe for other people on the road. Let's clean up a yard first and then take them over. Can we talk about other things later?" Chen Ming nodded after thinking for a while. "Okay." Sun Miao pointed to a courtyard with a big red iron gate in front of us and said, "This family should have a wealthy family in the past. Go in and have a look." The three of them were close to the door. I approached and tried to push the door down, only to find that the plunger was inserted from the inside and it couldn't be opened at all. "Can't open." I looked back at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming looked up at the lower courtyard wall. "I'll go in." The courtyard wall of ordinary people would not be made too high, but this family's courtyard wall was made surprisingly high. I thought Chen Ming couldn't get up, but he took advantage of it, and I didn't see exactly how to get his hand. I climbed to the wall in twos. At such a high distance, I jumped into the yard from the other side without any hesitation. In. Hearing the sound of his footsteps after landing, I was sure it was not like breaking his hands or feet, so I rubbed Sun Miao and said, "Is he a monkey?" Sun Miao thought for a while, "More like a thief." Puff. I couldn't help but laugh. Chen Ming didn't come to open the door for us immediately after entering. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he seemed to go straight into the house. Then I heard a dull, low growl. And Sun Miao put away their smiles immediately. "There are walking corpses here. In fact, the plunger is inserted from the inside, which proves that otherwise there will be living people or walking dead in this room." It's no wonder that Chen Ming didn't open the door for us immediately, but went in first to check. Not much time, Chen Ming opened the door for me and Sun Miao, pointing to a corpse lying on the ground in the yard and said, "Just one, you can live." Chen Ming and Sun Miao stayed behind to clean up the corpse of the walking corpse. I ran out of the village and called my parents to come over. From a distance, I saw the corpse of an old lady lying on the ground next to their car. Su Yu and Zio Yu and Dad, standing guard beside the car with a knife, quickly ran towards them too. When I was next to the car, I glanced at the 3-inch golden lotus wrapped in the walking dead of the old lady and said to my father and them, "Okay. We have found a place to live, let's go first." Jumped into the car and my father drove us into the village. After pointing the way, I turned back to Zio Yu and asked, "What happened just now?" Zio Yu played with the dagger and heard the words, "The walking corpse sprang from the nearby forest, the old guy can't stand still." The family's yard was big enough and we parked the car in the yard. Chen Ming and Sun Miao had already thrown the dead bodies out. After getting off the car, my mother and grandmother walked around the yard and each house. They kept nodding their heads in praise and praised the family's choice of location for the house. It is airy and sunny. Lin Wei and I took the lead in the kitchen and found 2 jars full of rice noodles and some pickles, dried radish, and mustard greens. Pickles are a good thing. They are very popular here. One is that they are full of flavor, and the other is that they can be kept for a long time. Behind the pickles, there was a wine jar which was tightly sealed. Dad rushed in when he heard the wind. The moment he opened the wine jar, he was excited. "Yo, this family is particular about it. This wine is in bulk." Maudai, my dad loves to have 2 mouthfuls for most of his life. He hasn't drunk this long, embarrassed life. He can't wait to taste it. Before he found something full of wine, his mother called out to help clean up the house before going out. To Lin Wei and me, he was anxiously warned, "Don't beat me, this is a good thing." I smiled and waved to my father, Go. "Keep this wine for you." Lin Wei simply tidied the kitchen. Here are the pots and stoves, the kind of stove that requires briquettes. To be honest, this kind of stove has not been seen for a long time. It was better to call in Grandma, and it was a risk to light up the stove in the kitchen, which took a lot of effort. Although the pot is not difficult, there will be a lot of smoke, so it can only be used at night so as not to attract walking corpses. There is a water pipe in the yard, but water is no longer available. There is no well in the yard, and there is no way to cook for the time being. After tidying up the room, as soon as I was about to help my parents tidy up the room, I heard Zio Oyu's voice in the cabin next to the kitchen. "Silent. Lin Wei, come and see." Zio Oyu's voice has always been very sharp. Suddenly, Lin Wei and I thought that something had happened to her. We drew a dagger and kicked open the door of the room and rushed in. As a result, Zio Yu stood in the room intact. Li giggled. I just wanted to scold her for yelling, but when I turned my head, I found out. This house is like a treasure trove. There are bacon and rouge chickens, ducks, and fish hanging everywhere in the room. Almost half of the room is hung. In the corner of the room, there is a large tank full of loose pieces. This thing is located in Fayang, Anhui. The area is very popular. Almost every household has them. My brother's girlfriend is from there. After she and my brother are together, she often brings those things to our house. She uses some special techniques to pull the noodles into strips. Put them in a frying pan and fry them. It is completely different from fried dough sticks. They can be stored for a long time and they can be eaten directly. They are very fragrant. Sanzi, the local dialect of Fayang, San is just a homophone. This discovery can be said to be our surprise. After cleaning the house, parents aired all the quilts while the sun was good. Looking at the quilt clothes in the yard and the people talking and laughing, I sighed happily and patted Xiaoyu and Lin Wei on the shoulders beside me. We will definitely live here for a long time. Food and clothing will be solved temporarily. After speaking, Kiki, who was standing not far away, glanced at me, bit her lip and walked over. After she came, Xiaoyu and Lin Wei turned their heads and looked at me twice and then walked away with excuses. What? Because of the previous incident, I was somewhat angry with her. She hung her head and thought for a long time, and she looked a little pitiful, and for a while I couldn't bear it. Himo, last time I didn't mean it. She was finally about to say that, but I did not answer, waiting for her to continue. At that time, everyone said it was you. I really thought. I shouldn't distrust you, but I was really dizzy at the time. I wanted to at least keep Chen Ming on that basis, so I said those things. Then, I didn't mean to hurt you, but the final fact is that you did hurt me. She was a little flustered. Aren't you okay? Forgive me once, I don't want my brother to be embarrassed. In fact, sometimes when I am angry with others, I am particularly afraid of hearing that person's apology. Forgive her, I feel aggrieved in my heart. Don't forgive her, everyone apologizes. It seems that it is your fault not to forgive. Su Yuan had noticed early that Kiki approached me and looked at his concerned eyes. I suppressed the dissatisfaction and stubbornness in my heart and patted Kiki on the shoulder, pretending to be generous. What a big deal, it passed. Forget it, Kiki, whose expression has been slightly serious in recent days, finally smiled upon hearing this. Secretly sighed, Kiki has a good brother. I thought that Kiki would live forever and never want to care about me, but this club suddenly took the initiative to apologize, and her attitude was so sincere that even Lin Wei and Xiao Yu were a little unpredictable. My parents were just so happy because we were back together. They secretly taught me that since I came out of the compound, there is no need to pretend to be a husband and wife, so stay away from Chen Ming. As a result, my grandmother heard her with sharp ears and slapped her dad on the back of her head with a slap. What the asterisk are you talking about? Who should stay away? Mom and dad are very filial people, never rebelling against the old man's meaning, but even though my grandmother educated my dad, my mom would still wink me aside and let me remember what I said just now. There is no well in this yard, and everyone hasn't eaten for 2 meals. We finally decided that Chen Ming and Sun Mao and I would go out looking for water, and all the others would stay in the yard and continue cleaning. As you can see, everyone likes this place. Sometimes, simple farmyards are easier to feel at ease than tall buildings. Because no wells or water sources were found along the way before, we decided to look for them in the village this time. There should be some people who still have manual stroking wells. If you can find that, it's fine. The light of reform and opening up has been shining on the land of China for many years, and the living standards of every household in the countryside have also improved. We have found several houses and installed water pipes. Naturally, water can no longer be produced at this time. When he walked out of a farmhouse in disappointment again, Sun Miao wiped the sweat on his head and said, "It's better to find a river quickly." The sun was so big that all 3 of us were sweating. I rubbed my foreheads with my sleeves and said, "Isn't there a big river here? At most, it's just a few small ditches. They were dug out manually. They are all stagnant water. Drink." After looking for a few more without giving up, the 3 of us had to stop again. I think, perhaps the water will come sooner if you worship Lord Dragon. Sun Miao simply unzipped his jacket. Looking at this guy on weekdays seems to be quite unspoken. In fact, he is a boring man. When he is unfamiliar with you, he pretends to be a cold-blooded man for a period of time. Gradually, he becomes familiar with the occasional tease. In the end, you will find he has transformed from Mensao to Mingsao. You can pull it down, and you still worship the Dragon Lord. Do you have the background of Monkey King? I slammed. After thinking about it for a long time, it seemed that he didn't expect how to hit me back. Sun Miao's face sank, pretending to be deep. When is it? Can you be more serious? Chen Ming seemed to be too lazy to take care of the 2 of us who were sitting on the rock. After spinning around alone, suddenly buried his steps and walked towards the door of a nearby house. In front of this family's house, there are 2 wooden sticks inserted into the soil to form a small vegetable plot. But there is nothing in it except for the gray-black soil and a little bit of unmelted snow in the corners. I don't know what Chen Ming was curious about that house. When he walked to the door of the house, he first tried to push the door with his hand. After not pushing it open, he just listened to the movement in the house. Sun Miao and I didn't do it anymore. We just walked over. We wanted to ask Chen Ming if there were walking corpses in the house, but before we spoke, we heard the cry of a child in the yard. The sound was very small, almost nowhere. I fished out my ears, making sure it was not a hallucination, and whispered to Chen Ming, "Is there someone in the room?" Chen Ming raised his hand and motioned for me to be quiet. Busy silence. Chen Ming raised his head and started a large number of courtyard walls. It seemed that he was about to enter the hall again. Sun Miao on the side also listened attentively, nodded slightly at me and whispered, "Someone." Chen Ming had already begun to retreat and was about to take advantage of his strength to jump into the yard. 1 second before the yard, a female voice suddenly came from the yard. "Who is outside?" It seemed that he had discovered us, and his voice was very alert. Just when Sun Miao and I were wondering how the people in the house would find out, Chen Ming had already raised his head and looked into the courtyard. I was busy following his gaze and looked over, and suddenly found that on the roof of the second-story building in the courtyard, there was a fat black woman standing. I don't know how long it has been since she found us on the roof. In short, our sneaky actions before made her on guard. Before we could speak, she would ask again sharply, "What are you doing?" Sun Miao and I looked at Chen Ming. He stood at a place far away from the wall, originally intending to take advantage of his strength to jump in. He would simply stand on the spot, slightly tilted his head and replied after thinking for a while, "I just heard the sound in the room and wanted to ask for saliva. Drink." After hearing Chen Ming's words, the woman's original guard posture was slightly relaxed, but she still asked suspiciously, "Why don't you knock on the door if you know someone?" Chen Ming said without blushing and breathing, "I heard the cry of the child, thinking that you are in trouble, and I want to go in and help if I am in a hurry." Although the truthfulness of what Chen Ming said has yet to be verified, it will be said that even if it is false, it is a white lie to us. Since there are people in this house, it proves that they must have a way to drink water. If we talk to them and know where to fetch water, our problem will be solved. In this way, it is much better than the three of us wandering around like a headless fly. Did you drink water? Go find another place by yourself and go quickly. Although the woman's tone was better than the tone she had just spoken, she was still not very friendly. After hearing this, I hurriedly answered, "Sister, don't be angry. We have been in front of your house for so long. It is our fault, but we are looking for water for the elderly and children in the family. They have not been for a long time. Eating, no drinking water, such a cold day. We are also in a hurry, so you can do it. You don't give us water to drink, at least tell us where we can find it, okay?" My tone is very pitiful. Chen Ming and Sun Miao did not know how to talk to such a woman. Judging from her appearance, she lived here almost 9 out of 10. Women's most fatal weakness is soft-heartedness. Reasoning with them may not work, but pretending to be pitiful 90% of them will be unbearable. This is also, in my opinion, in this world, if this is the most sacred place for female characters. Their genes are inherently sensual and kind, but some people are all concealed by the oppression of life and reality. After I finished speaking, the woman really fell silent. After a long time passed, he said, "What is your last name?" I looked at her somewhat depressed, but I was a little short-sighted and couldn't see the face clearly, so I nodded. "How do you know? Are you the daughter of Uncle He's house?" Your name is Himo. May you be. How would you know my name?" Hearing that the woman slapped her thigh, quickly turned around and ran down from the roof, yelling as she ran. Her voice was a bit agitated. Daddy Zioxy, hurry up. Uncle He's family is silent outside. Standing, go and open the door." Sun Miao looked at me strangely. "She actually knew you." I also couldn't figure it out. "I don't know. I used to come here a few years ago. I don't have any impression. There are relatives living here, but I don't know which one it is at all." When Chen Ming walked to the door, he glanced at me. "Pig brain. You." I became angry, but then with a rush of footsteps, the door inside was opened. A black man with a short head and a woman who had just stood upstairs stood in the door. After carefully watching the surroundings, they greeted the three of us. Come in, or the Rakshasa ghost will come soon." That's terrible. Raksha ghost. I was surprised by this name and was violently pulled into the yard by the woman. After the man closed the courtyard door, he greeted the three of us to enter the house. Entering the room in a daze, I still didn't understand what the person in front of me had to do with me. After entering the house, the woman enthusiastically found us stools and let us sit down. The room was a bit messy, and the man rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "Sister, don't dislike the house. The situation outside here, there is no mood to clean up." I was confused by the overenthusiasm woman pressing down on the stool and scanning the room. Although I was familiar, I couldn't remember if I had been here. I could only smile and say, "Big brother, sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I don't understand." The woman slapped her head on the back of her head before she finished speaking. She smiled heartily and said, "The little girl is talking nonsense again. I'm your sister. It's your brother-in-law. Why didn't you even get this wrong? But I'm sorry." I am indeed Himo. I only know that my uncle's house lives here. I really don't recognize it, sister and brother-in-law. The woman found two porcelain cups and poured some water for Chen Ming and Sun Miao and said, Haha, I haven't figured out our relationship since childhood. I heard from my sister that your uncle and your grandma is a sibling, and I am your uncle's granddaughter. Do you know our relationship? Hearing that, I was busy doing it from the position and I was so inspiring and suddenly I remembered, oh, look at my memory, it's really too bad. A few years ago, my parents were elders, so they didn't come to her house. In most cases, I saw her twice while eating at my uncle's house. At that time, I was young and I only knew about eating, so I didn't recognize her. Kingren, it's no wonder that when I first came, I didn't think I had any impression of this place. She is the eldest granddaughter of her uncle, named Yanping. Although her name is earthy, it is the name her parents usually use, because this eldest sister is the most enthusiastic and knowing person of all relatives and friends. Everyone praises her, takes care of her mother-in-law, and also takes care of her natal relatives. Unlike other spoiled juniors, she takes blood kinship very seriously. This can be seen from the enthusiasm when she first met me. I should have called her big cousin, but our custom is that the words cannot be used. Even if the relationship is really cousin, cousin, or cousin, 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 or cousin can't be called, your two don't seem to be very close and it becomes a custom over time. So my parents used to teach me to call her sister Yanping. I haven't seen her for many years. She was fat and dark and she couldn't recognize her at all. Seeing that I understood the relationship, Yanping's sister happily talked about my childhood issues, or some trivial matters or conflicts between relatives, such as uncle-cousin married a daughter-in-law who was not filial to uncle, grandma, and uncle and uncle. My uncle is quarreling who feeds the cow and eats his wheat seedlings. Wait. In previous years, my mother loved to talk about these things when I was with them. I could always talk for a whole day. In fact, I didn't want to listen very much. But looking at Sister Yanping's smiling face, she was full of interest and couldn't bear to interrupt. She was. Finally, the cousin on the side couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward and patted Yanping's shoulder. Pingzi, what else are you talking about? What else is there to say when people are dead? After hearing this, Yanping's face gradually sank as if she had realized something. She said somewhat sullenly, yeah, and said that all these things are dead, all by the Rakshasa ghost. It's a fate. I looked back at Sun Miao and Chen Ming and asked my cousin-in-law a little strangely, brother-in-law, this Rakshasa ghost you are talking about, does it mean walking corpses? Hearing that, the cousin rubbed his hands and squatted back on the ground. For this countryman who is used to farm work, it seems that squatting is more comfortable than sitting. Yes, it's true, I haven't reached this point before. Sometimes it was often shown on TV saying that it was such a name. The name of a cultural person was interesting. The dead stood up and walked again. Isn't it just a walking corpse? Then why did you and Yamping sister call them Rakshasa ghost? The brother-in-law thought for a while and then said, this title was called by the crazy daughter of the village chief, saying that the fool's eyes can see the guy we can't see. Isn't this dead man standing up and walking just to resurrect him? She was right. The walking corpses that rushed into the village yelled at the Rakshasa ghosts. We all watched TV and knew that those guys were eating people, but she was not afraid, so she rushed up after being noisy and suddenly before she was killed. I'm not crazy. I yelled at her parents in the distance and ran away. Isn't this a strange thing? That girl has been crazy since she was hit with a brick on her head a few years ago. With a bite of the walking corpse, it suddenly healed. I answered, so you will call the walking corpse Rakshasa ghost in the future? Hey, what? The cousin probably said that he was thirsty. He got up and poured a glass of water and said, everyone was frightened. They were so loud they wanted to run. As a result, half of the village's people were killed that day, quite a lot. That's what I call your sister. What about the remaining people? Sun Miao asked. Some homes don't have much to eat. After a few days of hiding, they can't bear to come and find food. Some of them died one after another. There should be other people in this village, right? I asked. It's probably gone. The brother-in-law waved his hand, go down the road ahead and go south near the train track in a particularly remote place. I heard that a village was taken over by someone and it was made into a gadget. Zaya Cheng, the rest of the people are probably over there too. The military took over, Chen Ming asked, who had not spoken. The brother-in-law thought for a while, and Yanping on the side seemed to have recovered from the loss she had just lost. She wiped her eyes and replied, no, a group of capable people from other places is what it is. A group of people find something. Something blocked the entrance of the walking corpses into the village, and then a group of big masters guarded and guaranteed that Rakshasa ghosts would not enter. We were also what the family heard before, and we didn't ask much about how they knew it, but it should never leave 10. Why don't you go? I asked. Sister Wen Yanyan sighed. The two children in the family are still young. Denai is only 10 years old and the egg child is only more than 2 years old. I don't know anything. What about our family of 4? It takes dozens of kilometers to say that how can a family be able to withstand the past? We came out to find water. If we continue to talk, it will be too long. Let's go back. Everyone else is hungry. Sun Miao reminded aloud. Sister Yanping's expression shook when she heard that. She grabbed me and asked, "Your parents are here too. They are all doing well." "Well, always stay with me, Grandma and Tianqian." Sister Yanping immediately caught the loophole in my words and took it seriously. "Where is your brother?" I was taken aback, not knowing how to answer. Sister Yamping was impatient and urged, "You said it. My brother, no more." After these few months, I thought I had slightly smoothed the scar left by my brother in his heart. Sister Yamping asked, only to realize that the blood relative's farewell brought its impossible to heal his wounds. Sister Yamping was also stunned, and the tears that had just stopped were wiped out again, and she choked up and said, "The uncle and aunt are so crying." Taking a deep breath, I shook my head. They are still strong and their spirits are very good. They will definitely feel sad in their hearts, but they just don't want to tell me. Yes. Sister Yanping nodded. Uncle I know that he will resist everything on his shoulders for the rest of his life. If it is not for the uncomfortable feelings of the body and bones, how can you make a girl come out to take risks? Sister Yanping is indeed a person who considers everything in a comprehensive manner. Dad has indeed changed a lot. Unlike before, everything is single. Now more often he shows the kind of helplessness and hesitation. It is estimated that the eldest son passed away. The pain that has not been relieved, father as a mountain. Seeing that I was in a bad mood, Sister Yanping cried for a while and wiped away her tears. She pulled us into the yard and pointed to a well and said, "Hey, that is the well we used in our house. Let the uncles come here to live." I hurriedly waved my hand and refused. No, there are too many people on our side." "All relatives?" Sister Yamping asked. "No, some of them are friends." After hearing this, Sister Yamping pulled me aside, pointed at Chen Ming and Sun Miao, who had already started fetching water with her brother-in-law, and asked, "These two boys, is it your boyfriend?" I hurriedly waved to deny. No, how could it be possible? We are all partners. We were born and died together outside." "Sister Yamping, you think too much. There are only 2 small buckets in Yamping's house. And we can only carry these 2 buckets of water back and forth at a time, because Yamping and her brother-in-law don't go out very often, and they worry that there are 2 children in the family, even though they want to see their dad. Mom, but in the end he didn't dare to go out. When we returned with the water, she repeatedly told her to come and chat with her as long as it was safe. The psychological fear that walking corpses brings to people cannot be described in words. When you stand up and dare to raise a butcher knife at them, you are not so scared. The main reason is that Yamping and the others, who only know how to hide. Years of loneliness, perhaps seeing the asterisk scene of Walking Dead cannibalism, were scared by the screams of those people, so fear has filled their bodies. It is not a matter of 1 day or 2 to eliminate these fears. I did not persuade her to go home with Chen Ming and Sun Miao. One of them carried water, and the other 2 had to pay attention to the situation for him. It is much faster to go in and find water wells in each house than when I came back. After returning home, my mother and grandmother had the foresight to empty the tank of dispersing child. These 2 buckets of water are only enough for washing. There is no way. We can only go there 1 more time, and this time also took the 2 buckets that we found at home. Before going out, I said to my parents, "Guess where we found this water?" Dad was studying how to wash the tank to save water. Hearing this, he looked at me and asked, "Where did I find it?" "Do you remember Sister Yanping, the granddaughter of your uncle's house? Don't you remember?" After speaking, the mother on the side suddenly answered, "What, the water from her house?" "Yes, it's her house. Her family is still alive." Dad looked very happy and excited. "Yes, the family of 4 is well at home." Hearing this, my mother patted her thigh. "Oh, good people are rewarded. Your sister is kind-hearted for a lifetime. God bless her." "Why didn't she come back with you?" Dad asked. "There are 2 children in the family. She doesn't dare to go out and tells me to go there often." Hearing this, my father closed his face and said, "I'm probably scared." Then he turned his head and looked at his mother. "You and Mom will stay here first, and my daughter and I will go over to Pingxi and look at it." Good, go. In the end, my father went out with the 3 of us to Sister Yamping's house. Because I just said that I will bring water twice again, so she and her cousin have been waiting behind the door. Maybe they saw us from a distance in the door. Opening the door this time is a muster up the courage to rush out of the house to welcome us in of. When she saw my dad, Sister Yamping was so happy that she could hardly close her mouth from ear to ear. Yeah. Uncle, I was still whispering to you when I asked. This is coming, but I have seen it, so I hurried into the house. Advanced house. Dad and cousin nodded and said hello before starting to say hello to Sister Ying Yanping. Pingsy is still the same as before. It's very easy to see people. Sister Yamping laughed when she heard the words and waved her hand a little embarrassed. Uncle, don't bury me such a broken house. If you don't want to come in and sit down, it will give your niece my big face. After entering the house, since the three of us still had to fetch water, Dad just stood in the yard and chatted with Sister Yamping and the others. Most of them were eating or not, good health and good children. The cousin's husband is an honest man, babbling on the side to help us fetch water from the well, sweating profusely. When we wanted to take over, he waved to the side and pushed aside. I'm here to fight, you have to lift it up for a while, you are exhausted, how can you deal with a Rakshasa ghost? Bah. Sister Yanping, who was with her father, interrupted him when she heard this sentence. You are the only one who can't speak. Is there such a curse by you? The cousin's face was a little bit awkward. I won't just say that, why are you in a hurry? Seeing that they were about to quarrel, my father hurriedly changed the subject. Someone made a round of it and both of them simply ignored each other. After the water was filled, Sister Yamping wanted to let her dad stay and talk to her again, but this time there are 4 buckets. Chen Ming and Sun Miao mentioned that I can't protect them alone, so I can only guarantee tomorrow. Sister Yamping reluctantly let us leave after we fetched water. Before leaving, he gave my dad 2 Chinese cabbage, saying that they were hidden in her cellar. My dad didn't postpone it either. After all, we have so many people to eat, it's really not a matter of face. On the way back, we did not dare to speak, kept quiet and walked as quickly as possible. As soon as we got home, before our mother could ask, my father said, this little Yanping, she looks like she was when she was a child. That kind of intimacy makes people have nothing to say. This is not. This is the situation now, and we have to give us 2 cabbages that big. My mother took the cabbage and motioned us to pour water into the tank, leaving a bucket for washing the pot and washing dishes, plus boiled water, and then responded to my dad. You will go over and give him some meat tomorrow. Yes, don't leave the 2 kids hungry. With water together with the family experts, grandma and mother, they quickly washed everything clean. We also boiled a pot of hot water on the stove and mixed it with cold water, and a group of us washed our faces. While waiting for dinner, a few of us were nestled in the yard and chatting. Su Yuan leaned on the car and asked us, are we planning to live here for a long time? Hearing that, Sun Miao played with a dry gourd he didn't know where he picked up and said, this is not a place to look forward to. Why? Xiaoyu asked Sun Miao, why didn't you look forward to it? Sun Miao put the gourd away and looked at her. First, it is definitely okay for now. If we have so many people over time, it is inevitable that we will get sick and catch a cold. There is no medicine here and nothing, let alone some other diseases. We don't even know, once someone commits a crime, we can only do nothing. How do you curse people? You can't think of something good. What if no one is really sick? This time, Lin Wei took Xiaoyu's words. Sun Miao's words are reasonable. Human life is a matter of life. We can't bet on health, diseases come and fall. We can't guarantee that everyone will always be healthy and healthy. We still think about the long term, point is better. Then what did you plan for? Su Yuan asked. Lin Wei thought for a while and looked at Sun Miao. I don't know that my thoughts are different from everyone. The person we rescued before is Xuguang. He said that there seem to be many shelters in our country. This also shows that not just our place, the entire country, even the entire world and the entire planet have been covered by zombies. After all, we have relied on civilization for so many years. The best thing to do is to find a shelter just like Dawn. A large safe shelter set up by ZF. I have the same view as Lin Wei. Of course we can rest and rejuvenate here for the time being. As for going to the shelter, we can wait for the warmer weather. Sun Miao said. Xiaoyu heard the words and said, although I don't want to, what Sun Miao and Lin Wei said is indeed reasonable. We really can't stay in this place forever. Once there is something, we can't handle it at all. I turned my head to look at Chen Ming on the side. What do you think? He thought for a while and said, perhaps the village beside the train track mentioned earlier is worth visiting. What train track? Xiaoyu and the others didn't know the place Yanping said. After I roughly explained it to them, Lin Wei said thoughtfully, it's really worth going over to see. But it sounds like a shelter organized by the people spontaneously. The scope should be small. It's better than here. Chen Ming looked at her. In the end, we decided to wait for the winter to pass in this yard now. When the weather gets warmer and people wear less clothes, it will be easier to deal with walking corpses. Then we will come back and decide where to go. The not too late group of people ate some body-warming porridge. The grandmother fried bacon, mixed cabbage, and made noodles again, and prepared to steam the buns at a later date so she could send some to Yamping and the others. Mom and Dad were so busy that they took Nyan he knew at the corner of the house every day to find the rubber band left by the child, and they jumped up. Seeing his half-year-old boy jumping on rubber bands with 2-3-year-old kids, I was a little speechless. Chen Ming seemed to find it interesting, leaning against the wall, tilting his head to watch the three of them play for a while. In the end, Nuo suddenly wanted to pull Baba. The genius reluctantly shouted at Chen Ming, who was holding Nuo to the bathroom, "Let my sister hurry up." When you first move into a certain place, most people's habit is to place everything you have in a place where you feel comfortable. So in the next few days, most of us were reorganizing this small house. The big water tank, which was filled with Sun Miao, Chen Ming, Stinky, Xiaoyu, and Dad in turn, and we slept every night. At the end of the day, we could finally wash our faces and feet with hot water. My mother finally went to meet Yamping's sister, and the two of them always talked all day. Sister Yanping's 2 children, the eldest daughter is always called Danny, and the younger son, because he was overborn at the time, has been hiding from family planning and has not registered for household registration, so he just yelled at Dandan. Because the name is so unsightly, we privately changed it to an egg. The stuff at home was enough for us to eat for a long time, and a large piece of briquettes was also placed under the eaves. It was obvious that the owner had just moved back before the Walking Dead broke out. As everything went on the right track, the days became calmer and calmer. This village has to be said to be a treasured land of geomantic omen. We have only seen a few walking corpses after being here for a few days, sometimes even for several days. To a walking corpse always gives people an illusion that the world is already safe. Although there are not many rooms here, the advantage is that the rooms are big enough and a few people sleep on the floor and they are spacious enough. Once the days are calm, it is not easy for me to fall asleep. On the contrary, the night when I wandered outside, I slept soundly due to physical exhaustion. I couldn't sleep over and over again, so I just gave up, wrapped in a coat and prepared to go to the yard to blow a hare. When I went out, Xiaoyu seemed not asleep yet and asked me in a daze, "Where did you go at night?" Seeing that everyone else was already asleep, I responded softly, "Can't sleep, go out and sit for a while." After waiting for a while, no one answered, but after a closer look, Xiaoyu was already asleep. It works. It only takes a second to fall asleep. The past few days have been sunny and full of moonlight. I don't know why I always like the moon so much. I always feel that it is very pleasant to be able to stare at the moon for a while at night. Few people know my hobby, because in the previous world, I would be scolded to pretend to be X if I told others that I had such an elegant hobby of watching the moon. When I arrived in the yard, I realized that I was obviously not the only person with this hobby. Chen Ming sat on a stool in the yard, his head hanging down, wondering what he was looking at. Stepping closer, he still caught his attention. Looking back at me, he didn't speak. He tightened his clothes and sat down on the other side of the table, only to realize that he was staring at a small steel knife. Something similar to the small steel knife he used to kill the woman last time. The only obvious difference is that the one in Chen Ming's hands should have a profound meaning to him. There are some strange patterns on the blade, which are obviously some polished spots left after being played for a long time. For the last time, Chen Ming killed that woman so easily, which has always been quite puzzled to me. Although the lives of people nowadays are worthless, if according to him, if he used to be a policeman, how could he not even blink his eyes when he killed someone? "Have you learned to throw darts before?" I couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming turned the steel knife in his hand and nodded in response. "Probably. What's a rough idea?" I was a little puzzled. "I don't know if I haven't learned it." Without answering my sentence, Chen Ming stared at the steel knife in his hand for a while, then suddenly raised his head to look at me and asked calmly as usual, "Himo, what scares you the most? Is it humans or is it okay? Corpse?" I didn't expect him to ask this question suddenly. I thought about it for a while before I replied. Of course it's a walking corpse. Although the human heart is also terrible, the bad guys are there after all. Yes, no matter which one wants to eat you. "Are you afraid?" Chen Ming's expression flickered slightly when asked this question. I honestly nodded my head and answered the questions in a rare and serious manner. Of course I am afraid. How can people live without fear in this world? There are too many things worthy of fear: fear of illness, fear of separation, fear of quarrels, fear in the walking corpse. If you lose your fear completely, what will happen? I haven't thought about this question. I scratched my head, but how come there are people who are not afraid? Isn't that like a walking corpse? After hearing these words, Chen Ming didn't speak for a long time and then looked at me. The donkey's head was not right and he said, "Do you want to leave with me?" Huh. I looked at him in surprise. Aren't we all agreed to wait for the winter to pass before leaving? He shook his head. No, I mean follow me now. I was stunned and stammered. You mean, say, me and you eloped. Immediately after Chen Ming didn't wait for Chen Ming's answer, my mind exploded. Aren't you? You're crazy. Even if you are really fascinated by my beautiful exterior and interior, you can't let me run away with you. Besides, my parents did not object to you becoming a son-in-law. When I said the last sentence, I blushed shyly. Chen Ming looked at me quietly, his eyes flowed, and he said for a long time, "You think too much." After finishing speaking, he seemed to feel that it was not enough to hit me and added, "I am not hungry yet." After 3 seconds of petrification, tears fluttered in the wind in an instant. Liar, all liars, he said he would only live with me. I thought you had a secret crush for a long time. Angrily went back to the house, got into the bed and covered his head and started to sleep. Scolding Chen Ming while sleeping, gradually, actually fell asleep. There were many different dreams in the dream, but I can't remember it clearly. I only remembered one that seemed to be at a wedding. Chen Ming was wearing a nice suit, standing in front of me stiff and heroic, knelt on one knee and opened the ring. The box said romantically to me, "You ugly." Although it was just an absurd dream, it still woke me up. When I got up, Kiki had already gotten up and Xia Oyu and Lin Wei were still asleep. I was confused for a while, and suddenly, as if thinking of something, I jumped up and looked for the mirror all over the room. Finally, I saw me in front of the bathroom mirror, with scattered hair, disheveled clothes, yellowish complexion, and dark circles under my eyes. I was like Sadako's cousin. I washed my face unwillingly and found that, except for the wet hair sticking to the face and making it even more embarrassing, the rest was basically hopeless. Oh no. After so many days, I finally tidied up my hair and cleaned the inside and out of my face, and applied the big treasure found in this family's home. The moment I walked out of the bathroom, I felt cute again, and I just wandered around the yard, ready to let Chen Ming's poisonous tongue take a good look at how beautiful this lady is. As a result, I wandered back and forth twice, including the roof of the building and their rooms, but I didn't even see Chen Ming's person. After asking Tianqian, he also said that Chen Ming was not in the toilet. Scratching my head, I cried out to the people in the yard strangely, "Hey, who of you saw Chen Ming? Why didn't I see anyone after looking around?" Kiki, who seemed a little sluggish all morning, looked at me after hearing the words and said weakly, "It's gone. I've been looking for a morning. He's gone." Hearing this, I didn't react at first and then shouted to my father, "Did he go to Yamping's house today?" After my dad denied it, Sun Miao also shook his head. I got up after 5 o'clock. People who didn't see him originally thought they were going to fetch water, but if this is the case, he will definitely notify us, and it's just going to such a close place, this point should also come back. Where will he go? Will he be in danger? Kiki said. As she said, she started crying anxiously. Su Yuan hurriedly consoled him. What danger can he have if he is so powerful, specifying where this will go by himself and dislike us for delaying things, so I wandered around by myself. I have to say that Su Yuan's persuasion is really not half the strength. Kiki was even more sad when she heard crying. She looked at me and asked, "Where did he go?" After learning that Chen Ming was missing, the first thought that came to my mind was that he absconded. But when I changed my mind, I wondered if he could run well and then became puzzled. In order to appease Kiki's emotions, Su Yuan had to go out to the village to find Chen Ming. Because he was not assured that he was alone, Sun Miao also followed out. After the two of them went out, Lin Wei soothed Kiki for a while and then said, "You are so old, why are you so ignorant? Your brother who is crying here feels distressed and ran out to find Chen Ming. What if you encounter danger, do you bear it?" Kiki wiped her tears, glanced at me from time to time, choked at Lin Wei and said, "But where will he go?" Niu also began to look for Chen Ming, which would be a bit irritable. I picked her up and said to Kiki, "He is comfortable, he may find a place where the sun is good, don't you too anxious." This is what I comforted Kiki and also comforted myself. After hearing what I said, Kiki looked at me with teary eyes. "You don't know where he went?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Su Yuan and Sun Miao went out for a long time. We didn't rush back until we had lunch." They didn't wait for them to speak, and we knew what the result was just by looking at their expressions. My mother went into the kitchen to prepare meals for them. Grandma pulled me aside and asked what was going on. I was also completely confused. Apart from saying that I didn't know, I was shaking my head. My grandma stomped her head and turned away when she saw that she couldn't ask any questions. In the afternoon, our family was sitting in the yard, and everyone tacitly knew that they were actually waiting for Chen Ming to return. At this moment, there was a knock on the door suddenly. The sound was very slight, but everyone present was shaken. I was the closest to the door and hurried to open the door. Chen Ming had already reached his throat and barely yelled it, but he was not the one standing outside the door. The cousin's husband and cousin were holding the two children and looked at them in panic. I hurriedly turned away and let them into the house. "Sister, how dare you go out?" I asked as I closed the door. The people in the yard were already paying attention to the situation at the gate. Seeing that the person coming in was Yanping's family, Kiki's face flashed with unconcealable loss. Mom and Dad hurriedly stood up from their positions and greeted them. "You said you two don't dare to go out on weekdays. Why are you still bringing your kids here today? What's wrong?" What's wrong with the family? Sister Yamping probably hadn't been out for a long time and she still had a nervous look on her face. She took a sip of the water that Grandma handed over and replied, "What? Is that kid Chen Ming here, isn't this?" I and Lao Xing come over to see what's going on. That wouldn't be enough to bring the child out. Look at this kid in your family, dare to bring it out even if he coughs so badly. The youngest son of Yanping's family started coughing seriously since he entered the yard. Sister Yanping Wenyan said helplessly, "It's cold, the child can't stand the winter and the clothes are thick enough, but Mer is also difficult. If it wasn't for this kid who had a cold and was uncomfortable, he would cry silently. They also don't expect to be found by me in front of my house." Dandin was probably because of a cold for too long and lacked energy. This time he would come to him every year and want to play with him. He just flinched and avoided and finally hid in Sister Yanping's arms altogether. After a simple greeting, Yanping asked about Chen Ming again. We talked about it. She sighed and patted her leg. I said that the eyelids are twitching. Wait for the day. Hai never comes back. Don't wait, or he will leave or he will be eaten by the Rakshasa ghost. Sister Yanping has always said what she said and she got used to it. I heard that although I was tugging in my heart, but Kiki on the side couldn't bear it. She got up from the stool and rushed to Sister Yamping's body and pointed at her. She scolded, "What nonsense are you old woman talking about?" Sister Yamping was stunned by her aggressiveness. After watching her for a long time, she hesitated and said, What did you just say? Kiki, what are you doing? What nonsense?" Su Yuan spoke to Kiki with such a heavy tone for the first time and pulled her aside fiercely. Kiki was probably already in anger, but was thrown away by her brother who had always loved her. She immediately lost control and screamed and rushed forward to beat her brother. I was stopped by the three of Xiao Yulanwei and me. "What are you doing? Your brother is so good to you, how can you want to beat him?" "Sister Yanping has no other meaning, you calm down." In order to persuade the out-of-control Xiao Yu, I almost tried my best to shout out those words, trying to cover her screams. But as soon as the voice fell, Su Kiki, who had been rushing towards Su Yuan, suddenly slapped me backhand and slapped it. The slap was so heavy that I didn't expect it at all, and my face immediately became numb. Xiao Yu and Lin Wei didn't expect that she would suddenly do something to me, and they were all stunned. After the entire yard was quiet for a few seconds, the short-term grandmother walked to me with the crutches that Chen Ming had handcrafted for her 2 days ago, pulled me behind her and knocked the crutches on the ground. Xiang said to Kiki, "You little girl. You little girl, you are so ignorant, don't listen to your brother. We quietly and kindly persuade you if you don't listen, just do what you want to do with her. Didn't your old man teach you the rules?" When Su Yuan saw his grandma stepping forward, he was disappointed to stand aside and he hurriedly stepped forward and stood in front of Kiki, explaining to her grandma, "No grandma, Kiki is too affectionate for Chen Ming's kid, this will make you dizzy. I'll tell her in a while, don't be angry," and he mows, "I'm sorry, I will say sorry to you on behalf of Kiki." "Brother, what do you owe?" I hit this woman. What else would she do except pretending to be high level, pretending to be a goddess, and pretending to be kind? Now she'll tell me ridicule, maybe Chen Ming has seen it through. She wants to go. Looking at Kiki, who was very crazy, the parents on the side couldn't stand it anymore. My mother frowned at Su Yuan and said, "Little Wen, your uncle and I have always loved you and Kiki children. It's like being born, but you see." What did this silently make Kiki hate so much? "No, auntie." Su Yuan was almost sweating this time and he also explained to my mother. Behind her, Xiaoyu and Lin Wei pulled her to persuade Kiki, but she was still screaming frantically, standing behind her grandmother. I looked at her and only thought she seemed a little sick. I don't know where these morbidities come from. Maybe it's the princess's illness that has come for a long time, or maybe it's the deep love for Chen Ming. But the most likely thing is that her mental state is about to collapse under the pressure of long-term fear. Just when Kiki yelled at me once, Su Yuan finally couldn't bear it, turned her head and slapped her severely and screamed, "Shut up." Su Yuan slapped with reluctance, with distress, with more helplessness and discipline, with a heavy hand, and through Kiki's tilted face she can see the nosebleeds from her. "Look at you, what is this for?" Dad has always been a face-saving person, And when he saw this, he went around looking for papers to wipe Kiki's nosebleeds with Yamping, who had just recovered. It seems that Kiki was very disgusted by the words that Sister Yamping said that Chen Ming might be dead. As soon as she got closer, Kiki glared at her and cursed, "Get away." The unhappy Sister Yamping was finally suppressed, but this time she looked blue and white and looked at Kiki, tears flashing in her eyes, and she turned to her brother-in-law and said, "Lao Xing, there is nothing here. It's up, let's go back if we get involved with the child." The cousin's husband was already full of anger. Although she wanted to speak, after all, Kiki was a girl and could only endure it. Hearing this, the two children followed Yamping and walked outside the gate. Dad stepped forward to grab them. "Yamping, what are you doing?" Sister Yamping didn't look back at my dad. Her tone of voice was crying. "Uncle, I will go home first. If you have anything to do, please tell me and Lao Xing. The children should rest at this meeting and don't stay." After speaking, he opened the door and walked out. Dad couldn't persuade him, so he hurriedly asked Sun Miao and Chu Chu to keep up and protect a little bit. With a stinky muttering face full of reluctance, Xiao Yu pushed him away. "Useless things, I'll go." Then he picked up the dagger and chased up with the Yamping sisters' family outside the door with Sun Miao. After Yamping and the others left, the yard became empty. My dad didn't want our family to join hands to bully Kiki, a little girl, and dragged my mother into the house with the three children. Grandma is really angry. This will stand in front of me, looking serious at Kiki but will not speak. Lin Wei originally stood beside Kiki, but this time she would also walk aside. Su Yuan would never have the heart to beat Kiki again, and after a while quietly he spoke to Kiki heartily. "Kiki, look at you. It's just a trivial matter. Why are you so self-willed? What kind of temper is going on? Small things." Kiki's anger obviously hasn't retreated and Su Yuan looks displeased at Su Yuan's face. "I grew up and like someone like Chen Ming. He is gone now, but you say it's just a small thing. What do you say, brother? Isn't it too selfish?" "The selfish one is you," Grandma said sharply. "You little girl, I don't know what is wrong. The whole family is letting you, for your good you can't see it at all and always feel that everyone is harming you. Your brother broke his heart for you and you can't see it. A disobedient child like you is really chilling." When Kiki first came, my grandma liked her very much, because she felt that such a little girl was about my age, especially when Kiki was petted by her brother, she was more squeamish. Grandma always felt that she had an innocent taste on her body, so she was especially innocent. "For your care, this will be able to tell this. I am afraid that I am also angry today. What's up with you? Who else can you see besides your hypocritical granddaughter in your eyes? Shut up and you, don't be here to be disgusting." Grandma was so annoyed by Kiki's words that she choked for 2 steps before stabilizing her pace. You didn't find a word for a while." I held my grandma and looked at Su Kiki, who was standing in the yard disappointed. Then I greeted Lin Wei on the side and helped Grandma into the house with me. Leaving Su Yuan and Su Kiki, the smelly three stood in the yard. Stinky has always treated Kiki better than the rest of us. He even knew Lin Wei, Xiaoyu, and Sun Miao earlier, and he didn't care much. After entering the house, Lin Wei looked at me apologetically. "Mo, I'm sorry. In this case, it's really hard for me to interrupt, and I don't know why she suddenly." Helping Grandma to sit down, I waved my hand to indicate that it was all right. Grandma sighed and then followed Lin Wei's words. Wei, Grandma tells you Kiki this child. She didn't do this suddenly because Chen Ming left." At this point, Grandma thumped her chest. "She's been holding her breath all the time, she's holding it here. She is annoyed, she looks like she is a little princess at home, and suddenly only her brother is left who came to us from birth and death. Silently, it is almost the same as her. Her size, but her parents hurt her, and my grandmother loves her, she feels jealous. But she knows that these can't be taken away, so she also wants more people to care about her, and it means to steal food from the puppy. She saw Chen Ming, that boy was handsome, good-handed, and calm and unwilling to talk. Isn't that what you like at your age? Then she argued she grabbed it. I couldn't grab it, just childish, angry, sulking, jealous, and even disgusting silence. Lin Wei smiled bitterly when she heard the words, yes. I and Xiaoyu who have lost everything, she has nothing to be jealous of. Grandma heard this and shook her hand and patted Lin Wei's hand. My child. It is not a blessing to be silently tired. She is more tired than you, and my parents and I are all so old. So small it's all a drag, she can't lose it. At this point my grandmother shook her throat and cried, I am an immortal and I know that living is a drag on children. Brother Momo is gone. She is a little girl who has gritted her teeth to support our family. She is suffering in her heart. You don't understand, you don't understand. At the end of the day, Grandma lost her voice and stopped talking and her old hand wiped tremblingly. Tears. I don't know what to say. I always think it's hypocritical to say anything to my grandmother. I could only leave the house silently and let Lin Wei have a good chat with her. Kiki and the others are still in the yard. I left the house and went up to the top of the building alone. On the top of the building, there are clothes that have just been dried today. Walked over, put the clothes away, put them on their elbows, leaned against the supporting wall and looked at the black lights in the distance. It's black everywhere, it's black everywhere. From the sky to the earth, it is breathless. Suddenly, I felt extremely tired. After a wry smile, I was tired when my grandmother said something, and then I started to pretend to be tired. If I really said I was fat, I would pant. It's also hypocritical. After standing for a while, I almost calmed down. I was going to go back to wash my face and rest. I had to apologize to Sister Yamping tomorrow, and I went to the village's small medical room to find cold medicine for Dandan. The child had a cold. It will become pneumonia or encephalitis after a long time. As a result, he was about to turn around and suddenly saw two rusty lights appearing in his field of vision from a distance. My brain vibrated. I hurriedly stopped and squinted my eyes and stared at the light carefully. That's right, it's the light. After staring carefully for a while, I noticed that it was the light of the car lights. Although it was beaten very dark, it was particularly dazzling in this dark place. The most important thing is that they have more than one car, many cars. I roughly counted them, at least there are 20 or 30 cars. The convoy drove quickly on the far road and disappeared from sight after a short while. Almost for the first time, I felt that such a huge fleet, most likely it is the army of ZF. But then I think again this possibility is very small, because since the zombie virus broke out at the turn of the spring and summer last year, ZF has almost no control over the virus from the beginning, and has been at a point where it has almost no alternative to the virus. At that time, I listened to the radio, and indeed introduced a lot of strategies to deal with the virus and the people after the corpse, but at that time they were only concentrated in some large cities. Small places like ours have not been taken care of. But there was no difference. The end result was that all local defense lines collapsed. If the shelter mentioned by Dawn is correct, then for thousands of years from clever primates, humans who have climbed to the top of the food chain in the face of this unknown virus are ruined like ants and built huge walls, blocking the invasion of the outside world, trying to preserve the only remaining creatures of mankind. What's even more sad is, we who are arguing to such a degree today have no choice but to try our best to risk our lives and enter the huge city wall just to save our lives. I didn't tell everyone about the vehicles. First, I didn't want to create unnecessary guesses and hopes for them. Second, the teams just passed by here and we didn't know where they were going. After I folded my clothes and put them in my own rooms, I saw that there was no one in the yard, so I ran to the kitchen and got some hot water. I wanted to just wash my face. Later, I even washed my hair and shampoo. It's almost gone. So many people use a lot of money, and if there is a chance, they have to go back to the city and bring some necessities back. After washing my hair, I wiped my body briefly. I just felt that my whole body was comfortable, wrapped in wet hair. I don't want to go back to the house for the time being, so I just did it in the yard. It was a little windy and the hair dries faster. I sat in the yard for a long time. During this time, Xiaoyu got up to drink tea and saw me staying in the yard. He came over and asked, "I just woke up and wondered how your quilt is empty." I was still in the yard. Lin Wei and Kiki and I slept in the same room. Pointing to the hair that is still not dry, I said, "I have washed my hair and it hasn't dried." After scanning his eyes, Xiaoyu yawned. "Washing your hair at night, you can be really good at it. I'll go back to sleep first. You should also go into the house quickly, it's cold outside." Nodded, it was agreed. When Xiaoyu said that it was really cold, he went into the house and poured a glass of boiling water and added some extravagant tea, ready to have a taste. Although Kiki was a bit too much today, she at least remembered that Chen Ming was gone, and she knew she was worried. It seems that other people are not very concerned about Chen Ming's departure. He always said, "It's okay, he is so good, there will be no problem." But the more they said that, the more worried I was that I couldn't sleep at night. In addition to my wet hair, there was one more thing. I wanted to wait for him to come back. This sitting was until the early hours of the morning. Grandma was very old and got up very early and found that I was still sitting in the yard, forcing me to go to bed quickly. No way, I can only get up and go back to the house. Before entering the house, my grandmother said, "If Chen Ming's child comes back, I will call you the first time, rest assured." I went back to the house and Kiki was already awake. She was in a daze under the blanket. Seeing me coming in, she immediately turned her back and put the blanket on top of her head. I curled my mouth, took off my clothes, and got under the covers. After lying down, I couldn't sleep over and over again. After Lin Wei and Xiao Yu got up, I also gave up sleeping and got up in the yard. After eating some breakfast, my parents said again why Chen Ming hadn't come back, and his grandmother stared at him and stopped talking. I probably wanted to make amends for my sister. When I was about to go to Yanping's house, Su Yuan asked to go with me. Kiki was still sulking in the room. Smelly was comforting her. Xiao Yulinwei and I carried the basket and went out with Su Yuan and Sun Miao. The reason for carrying the basket is because although the weather is still a bit cold, it is already spring after all, and some grasses are beginning to grow. Many of them are edible, although not many, but every time we go out, we will pick some back. Now I am consuming it every day, even though it is a drop in the bucket. It is a bit comforting. On the road in front of Sister Yanping's house, we met a walking corpse with a broken leg, crawling on the ground and shouting at us. I don't know how far I climbed from where to reach this village. After Sun Miao stepped forward and solved him with a sharp knife, he only felt that he really gave the walking corpse a happy life, and he would definitely be grateful if he was still conscious. All the way to Yanping's house, the cousin's husband opened the door. Seeing us coming, he smiled and said, "Come on, where is Sister Yanping?" I asked. The cousin-in-law pointed to the room, glanced at Su Yuan and said in a low voice, "In the room I came back yesterday and cried for a long time." "Why didn't you persuade you?" "How can I persuade? You can't persuade you to feel such a thing. Besides, you don't know about your sister. The most important thing is love." After the cousin's husband said, Su Yuan on the side fell down. Bowed his head. "I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble. It was my sister's fault yesterday." The cousin's husband is also a sensible person, and he waved his hand embarrassedly when he heard the words. "Why are you so inconsistent? Aren't these quarrels and things all trivial? Don't take it to heart." After we entered the yard, Sister Yanping couldn't help but greeted her. After a few simple greetings, Su Yuan bowed to her again and apologized. Sister Yanping has always lived in the country, and she was all face-to-face when she rubbed and apologized before each other. She bowed and apologized only on TV. She felt embarrassed immediately. She quickly helped Su Yuan up and said, "What are you doing?" "This is what a big deal, young and uncontrollable temper, isn't it normal? Sister understands it all." Sister Yanping and Su Yuan are about the same age, but on the surface, they seem to be more than 10 years older than Su Yuan. The cousin's husband should look younger in comparison, secretly side-to-side. When a woman gets married and has children, she's overdrawing her youth and body, and she gets old soon after she has a child. In addition, Sister Yanping manages the family, does farm work, and is reluctant to take care of herself, so it is inevitable to show her old age. Seeing that Sister Yanping was in a better mood, I stepped forward and asked, "Sister, we will go out looking for food or something. Do you want to be together?" Sister Yanping shook her head, smoothed the broken hair on her forehead and said, "My son has a fever, I won't go." "What? Why did you get a fever?" I was a little worried. Although Sun Miao is not a full-time doctor, he is also considered a half-hearted Chinese medicine doctor. Let him see how your child is doing for you. Upon hearing that Sun Miao was a doctor or a Chinese medicine doctor, the look on Sister Yanping's face immediately became excited. "Really? Are you really a doctor?" Sun Miao glanced at me and asked Yanping's sister, "Where is the child?" We went to the second floor of Yanping's house, and Danny was holding the crying egg. Seeing us come up, put Dandan on the bed and ran over to Sister Yanping and said, Mom, brother always cry." "I see. Don't worry, there is a doctor here," Sister Yanping said as she squatted down and tied Danny's braids again. Sun Miao walked to the bed, tried the child's head first, turned his head and replied, "It's really hot." Immediately touched the child's wrist. It should be the pulse diagnosis. We didn't pant for fear of disturbing him. After a long time, Sun Miao frowned and said, "I haven't seen the pulse phase before, it's weird." The corner of my mouth twisted, speaking, "This kid's situation is not quite right." Upon hearing this, Sister Yanping panicked immediately. "What's wrong?" Sun Miao looked at the whites of the child's eyes and other places again and said, "I can't tell the details. After all, I'm just a beginner, so it's better to take some anti-fever medicines for the time being." Danny on the side heard the words and asked, "Brother doctor, there is something strange growing in the belly button of my younger brother." "What's the strange thing?" Yanping's sister seemed to be very surprised and asked before Sun Miao. "It's the black thing like that on Dad's back." "What?" Sister Yanping seemed a little surprised. Hearing this, Sun Miao asked, "What is on her father's back?" The cousin replied, "I have a black birthmark on my back." Hearing that, Sun Miao immediately stepped forward and opened the child's clothes. The child was probably asleep before, so the clothes were not too thick. After it was opened, centered on the belly button, it spread around the area as large as the base of a glass, and a large black mark appeared particularly dazzling on the soft belly of the egg. Sister Yamping rushed over and after 2 glances she reached out and touched it in disbelief. This. How is this possible? I haven't given him a bath 2 days ago. What's the matter? What's the matter? Will it be like this? As he said, he began to rub the thing that resembled a birthmark, rubbing it more and more forcefully, as if rubbing it off as dirt. Dandan was already groggy and wanted to fall asleep, but she was so scared by Yamping's sudden movement that she burst into tears. The cousin's husband was a little distressed and stepped forward and broke off Sister Yamping's arm and said sharply, "What are you doing? The child is crying." Seeing the child being picked up by her cousin's husband, Sister Yamping was stunned for a while. She stood up and grabbed Sun Meow. "Doctor, doctor, do you know what happened to my son? How can it be so big all night?" Sister Yamping's strength is not small and she is obviously frightened. Sun Meow looked at me twice and comforted Yamping's sister. "Don't worry, there were a lot of melanin accumulations on the body before. This child is just a little faster. Don't worry, let's go out and get him some anti-fever medicine, come back to eat." He turned his head and looked at me. "He Mo Yuan Su Yuan Zio you come with me, let Lin Wei wait here, let's try to go back quickly." After speaking, I patted Sister Yamping's hand, greeted us and went downstairs. My cousin sent us to the door. During the period, he asked 2 more questions about whether the child will be okay. Only after Sun Meow's affirmative reply did he feel relieved. He had to go out with us, saying that he was embarrassed to let us do it for his children. The adventure was stopped by us and the family still needs his care. After going out for a certain distance, Sun Meow's face became serious and he asked us, "You all saw the black spot just now, right?" I saw. Because Sun Meow suddenly became serious, the 3 of us immediately became nervous. "I don't know much about it. Do you know if there is a black spot on the belly button in the infection of the walking corpse?" After thinking for a while, I hurriedly replied, "No." When my brother was bitten, he was changed into a hospital gown. Except for the bite, he was inflamed and there was nothing wrong with him. The pants were dad. If something is wrong, he will definitely say it too. That's weird. Sun Meow couldn't figure it out. "This is unscientific. How can there be so many things growing overnight?" Su Yuan said, "Could it be any skin disease?" Sun Meow shook his head. "I have never heard of such a skin disease that grows into black spots." Sun Meow denied Su Yuan's speculation, "But I have never heard of this skin disease. Perhaps it just happened to be something you haven't heard of." Zio Yu said, "I hope." Sun Meow looked back at us after speaking, "Where to find medicine?" When I was about to talk to a small clinic, Su Yuan said, "Just go in a few homes and there will always be one with cold medicine and anti-fever medicine." Right. Zio Yu nodded, "Especially in a home with children. I have to say, their brains are really better than mine." We just went ahead and walked into a few rooms with open doors. We found cold medicine but no anti-fever medicine. We even encountered 2 walking corpses that were not worth the loss. The 4 of us were shocked. Finally, in front of a house with a closed door, when Su Yuan and Sun Meow were struggling to set up a ladder, Sun Meow below said viciously. When the surname Chen was there, he looked over the wall and felt that he was pretending. This will be without him, only to know that pretending to be coercion also proves that people have the ability. I said, "Can you hurry up with the surname Su?" Su Yuan had never done this kind of work over the wall. He seemed a little clumsy and finally climbed up the wall with difficulty, and it took a long time to go down. As a result, he just jumped into the yard and suddenly there was a cry of a walking corpse. Su Yuan seemed to be frightened suddenly and roared, "Oh, my mother." Then Ping Ping helped the corpse a few times, quieted down. Su Yuan immediately opened the door for us, walked into the courtyard and saw a corpse of a walking corpse lying on the ground. It was a walking corpse of a child about 1 or 2 years old. It's no wonder that Su Yuan was so small that he didn't notice when he entered the yard. The family's yard dropped 2 pieces of clothes that were supposed to have been dried before. Among them, there were a few obviously worn by children, which should be the little walking corpse on the ground depending on the size. Su Yuan and the others immediately went into the house and started rummaging. After I closed the courtyard door, I picked up a slightly larger piece of clothing and wrapped the little walking corpse. During the period, I noticed that the arm of the little walking corpse had almost completely rotted. Although he was already a walking corpse, he was still stuck in his heart. After putting the clothes wrapped around him in the corner, he put on 2 more clothes. "Now there is no time to let him. You are safe when you enter the soil. Hope this will make you more comfortable." The family really had anti-fever medicine. When Zio Yu ran out excitedly with anti-fever medicine, she saw me standing in a daze in front of the corpse of the little walking corpse. She seemed to understand what she called Su Yuan and Sun Meow. Signaled to find it, then walked to my side, patted my shoulder and said, Okay, he is free, and beautiful woman he is not in this glass heart. What we need to do is to ensure that this does not happen again in front of us. It's a tragic thing, let's go. Smiling at Xiaoyu, I turned around and went back to Yamping's house with them. In fact, what Xiaoyu didn't know was that on the day I first met Chen Ming, I once found a diary in the hospital. It was written by a young male doctor. The diary is very detailed, even to the point that I ate half a bowl of lunch. I carefully read from the beginning to the end, and finally discovered that my brother was not the first to see the emergence of this virus. But under the cover of an unknown force, he had secretly been in the crowd a few weeks ago. It spread, of course. These are just my guesses based on the things in the diary. And it is not that important now because the world has become like this no matter what it was then. What impresses me is that the 5-month-old daughter of the young doctor began to develop a high fever a few days before the end of the diary. And then the internal organs experienced rapid exhaustion after being sent to the doctor, almost irretrievably fast. After the hospital was helpless as a doctor, he knew that he was powerless and didn't want his child to die in the cold hospital, so he chose to take his daughter home. After returning home, the daughter died that night. Then the diary was blank for a day. Then there was only one simple sentence. Unbelievable, God returned my daughter to me. No matter what she becomes, Dad loves her. Then there was only one date in the diary on the last day, and it seemed that I had to stop writing before I was too hurried to write anything. In fact, this diary has long been forgotten by me. It was only when I observed the little walking corpse up close that I didn't know why it suddenly occurred to me. I don't know whether these little babies who are incarnations of walking corpses are still alive, whether their parents cry when they are alive, and if they die, they in heaven. Have they seen their children? However, wandering embarrassedly in this almost black and white empty world, it hurts to some extent. Naturally, it is impossible for me to know. When she returned to Sister Yamping's house, her eyes were red from crying while holding the baby. Seeing us back is like seeing a savior. After Sun Miao gave the child medicine, she asked her to put the child on the bed. After Yamping put it down reluctantly, she knelt down on the side of the bed, rubbed her teary eyes, and asked Sun Miao, "Is there nothing wrong with the child?" Because Sun Miao himself didn't understand the situation at all, he could only temporarily comfort him. "It's nothing, it should be some infectious skin disease. You and this child should sleep separately tonight." Sister Yamping immediately cried, "He is still ill, how can he let the girl sleep by himself? Where is he?" Sun Miao raised his eyebrows. "If you don't want to, you have to be willing. When the time comes to infect other people, who will take care of this child?" The cousin's husband was calm on the sidelines and asked, "Is the person who caught a cold and fever in the past 2 days related to the skin disease?" Sun Miao nodded. "It should be related. Remember not to spend a long time in the same room with him." Then he followed up with another sentence. "Cold medicine and anti-fever medicine are left for you. Don't forget it 3 times a day after meals. Eat." The cousin's husband quickly took the medicine and nodded again and again. People always have an inexplicable respect for doctors. After staying at Yamping's house for a while, we said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Sister Yamping wiped her tears and did not forget to remind me to go home and persuade her parents to tell them that she was not angry. Now we are no longer in the mood to dig vegetables. When the group went back to the house, they just entered the yard and saw our grandmother dragging Kiki to say something. However, relying on my grandmother's past behavior should be comforting Kiki not to be angry because of yesterday's events. The elderly are like this. They have lived for decades and have experienced more. The precipitation of decades of ups and downs has made them more indifferent to things and people than we are, and they only want to be in peace, not like us. So just a sigh of relief. Seeing that our face was not good, my father asked, "What's the matter?" I took a breath. Something happened to Sister Yamping. Hearing that, my mother hurriedly put down the life in her hands and asked us, "What's wrong? What happened?" In this situation, as long as you say something is wrong, you will be contacted with the walking corpse. Once it gets involved with the walking corpse, your life is dead. After thinking for a while, Sun Miao continued, "There is a black spot on the stomach of their kid." What? Dad didn't understand. "What does this mean?" Stinky also asked. "Is it a problem if there is dust on my stomach?" After a white glance at him, Xiaoyu said, "Shut up, it's all a speck." Sun Miao replied to his father, "For the time being, we don't know what's going on. We can only wait and see what is going on. It's best to be okay." Dad seemed to be a little worried. "Yes, I hope. After lunch, my dad wanted to go to Yamping's house to see what was going on. Grandma stopped him and said that he shouldn't go to their house at this time to trouble them, and even if he went, he would wait the next day. In the afternoon, while the others were resting, Kiki found me in private, bowed her head and apologized to me again, wanting me to go out with her and find Chen Ming. To be honest, I was too lazy to respond to her apology. The reason why I am willing to go out with her is because I also want to find Chen Ming. Without informing the others, the two of us sneaked out the door. Kiki didn't have any ability to deal with walking corpses. Although she didn't like her, she still had to look at Su Yuan's face. I kept reminding her to follow along. This is also the first time I have made a lap of the entire village. When we arrived at the end of the village in front of a small river ditch, there was a walking corpse that was almost submerged to the mouth and shocked Kiki. After staring at it twice, Kiki asked tremblingly, "Can walking corpses swim?" I shook my head. It shouldn't be. If so, there should be many walking corpses in the water. Look at this walking corpse, it's obviously trapped inside. We didn't dare to leave the village, and after going around for a while, we were ready to go home. There is a kind of unspeakable depression in my heart. Where did Chen Ming go? In the eyes of their parents, Chen Ming is an adult with good skills. The possibility of encountering danger is not high. The most likely thing is that he chose to leave. Since he wants to leave, he must have considered it well and is unwilling to force it. Me and Kiki are not good. One is young and vigorous. For the second, it is reluctant, unable to accept his sudden departure, and said nothing. After all, people are poor creatures dominated by emotions. Even though I have been reluctant to admit that, after Chen Ming left, I still found that before I knew it, I couldn't live without the sense of security and dependence he gave. From the day I plucked up the courage to leave the back kitchen of the hospital canteen, he was the one who extended a helping hand to help me prop up this home. Although Chen Ming didn't talk much in the past and concealed his identity a lot, I always feel that he is not a bad person. Because when I met me, it was when I was most embarrassed. He is still willing to stretch out my hand, which proves that in his bones he is a kind person. Also in the compound, if it weren't for him, we must have known that Niu Niu and Aunt Long were beaten to death every year. We would never have thought of seeing them in the past. It's ridiculous to say that when we accuse others of being cold-blooded, we are doing the coldest-blooded thing ourselves. As we passed by Yanping's house, there was a sudden violent cry from the room. Kiki and I stagnated. Immediately after hearing the sound of running in the yard, the door was opened and Danny rushed outside the house with tears on her face. When I saw Kiki and me, I was shocked. Then I realized that it was me and then ran over crying, "Aunt Momo. My brother is crazy, go and see." I was completely dumbfounded and I pulled Kiki forward, grabbed Danny and went into the yard. Why would Sister Yamping let Danny and a child run outside the door? When the door was closed, I asked Danny, "Why are you going out?" "Why is your mother crying?" "Danny is still crying. My mother asked me to find Aunt Momo. My brother is crazy." "Why are you crazy?" "He bites." My brain exploded. "Who did you bite?" "Bite Dad's hand." In an instant, the brain exploded completely with a thud. The yard was safe. I ignored the two of them and rushed to the second floor where the cry came from. As soon as I turned to the second floor, I saw Yamping's sister Yamping, who was crying with her teeth and dancing claws at the top of the stairs. The cousin-in-law sat slumped to the side, using an old dress to firmly press the wound on his wrist. The blood had already stained the clothes. After 2 seconds of dumbfounded, it was Yanping's sister who saw me first, and the words of faint silence were mixed in the crying and yelling, which brought me back to reality. I rushed to Yanping's side. On the basis of her original foundation, I pressed Danden's chest and the other hand pressed his forehead, firmly controlling him. The strength of a child is amazing, but still let me see his pupils clearly. The pupils of walking corpses are fundamentally different from those of human beings. Perhaps because they collapsed after death, they only have a little black spot when they wake up again. After a shock for 2 seconds, I turned my head and glanced at Sister Yamping, who had almost passed out from crying, and tremblingly drew out the dagger. The cousin-in-law saw my movements at a glance. Although his face was pale, he still asked aloud, "What are you doing in silence?" Sister Yamping also looked at me when she heard the words, noticed the knife and said, "Silent." I bit my lip. He is out of help. He must be happy. "No," Sister Yamping roared out, "he is still so young, how could he not be saved?" "No, absolutely not." "Silently, you can't move him." My voice was already shaking. "Sister Yamping, he is dead." "No, no. He's still moving. He just bit her dad mischievously and I'll know in a while." Sister Yamping said as if she wanted to bend over to hug the child and was pushed away by me. "You don't want to die? He has become a walking corpse." Seeing my mother being pushed aside by me, Danny also cried out, and she stepped forward and punched me in the head. "Don't hit my mother." Sister Yamping was probably afraid that I would do it, so she crawled over again, trying to get me out of the child on the ground. We push and push like this, and the child is no longer in control. Without Gujai Yamping's obstruction, I pushed her again and raised the knife while Yamping was tilted to the side trying to kill him with a knife. But he didn't notice the cousin on the side, guarding the calf eagerly. Before I noticed, he rushed over and pushed me away. He didn't grasp the strength at this moment. I flashed and I rolled down the stairs. No one was holding the walking corpse child, so he rushed up and bit my cousin-in-law's leg with one bite. The moment I rolled down, I was stunned by the fall. Kiki on the side was frightened. She stepped forward and helped me up. Is it all right? Feeling warm, I shook my head. It's okay. After speaking, he rushed upstairs. The cousin's husband had already covered the calf that had lost a piece of meat and fell on the ground, rolling all over the floor in pain. Sister Yanping sat there blankly and lost her soul. Danny wanted to rush forward and push away the younger brother who bit her dad. Danny, don't go there. Before I could finish my words, she was already in her mouth. In a burst of childish screams, Danny bitten Danny's thin waist. The most frightening thing about this virus is that there is no remedy. Even if it's just a carelessness after being bitten, the other people are basically helpless. He rushed upstairs and kicked the egg that was biting Danny's mouth. After he fell to the ground, he roared and was about to rush up again. Sister Yanping was completely startled by the side. Staring blankly at everything in front of her, she was basically indifferent to Danny's cry. After seeing that Danny was bitten, my cousin almost crawled to the side of her daughter and took Danny into her arms. When Dandon rushed up again, I grabbed his neck. A wave of nameless anger gushed out from his chest. Looking at the small face in front of him, the narrowing of his black eyes made him less innocent and cute, and a little bit more sour and terror. I don't know where I got my strength. I lifted this little baby weighing more than 20 kilograms with my bare hands. I lifted him up in the air. His limbs were waving wildly in the air. The meat that went down came out mixed with blood, and it fell down my shoulder along the arm, and the clothes were also covered with blood. Just staring at him struggling for a long time, I twisted his neck, walked slowly to the balcony on the second floor and threw him down severely. He is no longer the innocent child he was before, and now he lives with a demon. The demon killed his father and sister with his mouth. Damn it, anything that hurts my family is damned. He probably just broke his leg, which would be lying on the ground weirdly and still trying to howl at me on the second floor. Kiki was taken aback and yelled out in a loud voice, then rushed to the second floor and hid behind me. When returning to the stairs, the cousin's husband still hugged Danny tightly. Danny kept crying because of the pain in the wound. Sister Yamping was still sluggish in place. I took a scarf on the armrest and squatted to the side of my cousin's husband, trying to help him bandage the wound on his leg, but he found it weak and avoided it. Push Danny to me, child. Without speaking, I pulled over Danny, who was already weak in her legs due to blood loss, and wrapped her tightly around the wound. Then she was held in her arms by her father again. Sister Yamping sat on the ground blankly, looking sideways at the place where I was ashamed. When Danny returned to her father's arms, she whispered, "You killed my son." I originally wanted to walk to her side to comfort her but stopped. Just walked to the other corner and squatted down. Kiki stood next to me, and when she saw it, she pulled me and whispered, "Let's go and inform the others." Shaking my head, I responded softly, "No, we can't go." Kiki naturally didn't dare to go out on her own. Looking at the cousin who was holding the child in front of me and appeared in a coma intermittently, I suddenly felt truly. Two lively and real lives are about to disappear from this world. Everything is too fragile, not as strong as we thought. In this way, we were silent for about 10 minutes. Kiki and I went out without authorization and were finally found out. Su Yuan and his father-son Miao Xiaoyu and the others came to the house of Yamping's sister. Kiki was afraid of the dead body in the yard and didn't dare to open the door. I went over and opened the door. When Dad saw me, his original serious face immediately loosened. Just wanted to ask me why I walked around without making a sound, and at a glance, I saw the groaning eggs on the ground in the yard. Then a group of people also found out. Dad stunned in front of the door in shock, or son Meow led the way into the house, ran to Dandon and looked around and asked me, "How come?" Let them all enter the yard. After closing the yard door, I collapsed and said, "Suddenly my cousin and Danny were bitten by him." What? Dad's voice trembled like never before. After speaking, he immediately turned and ran into the house. Son Meow and the others followed closely. Kiki stayed with me, stood beside Dandon and asked, "Let's go." Without answering her words, I drew out the dagger, and the anger that had just surged out was all dissipated. I would regret the cruelty I treated him just now. After staring at him for a while, I asked Kiki, "Shouldn't I do that?" Kiki shook her head. "He is already a walking corpse." This sentence played a very strong soothing effect on me, took a deep breath, squatted down and stabbed Dandon's head severely. When he calmed down, I regretted it and couldn't restrain myself. If I could insist on killing him just now, would I be able to save Danny's life? It's too late to say anything now. This world does not give anyone the right to regret. Just as I was standing in the yard in a daze, there was a sudden scream of light rain from the room, and then the roar of walking corpses, but it soon became quiet. It should be Sun Meow and Su Yuan's hands. I went into the room with some choking steps and saw Sun Meow and Su Yuan dumbly carrying the body of my cousin's husband to the corner. Danny is still in a coma. Sister Yanping stood in the corner and looked at her twice. After shaking her face for a while, she suddenly moved her body slowly and crawled towards Danny's side. Dad followed behind her, his voice a little blocked, and said, "Pingsy." He seemed to want to say something but couldn't say it anyway. Sister Yanping insisted on crawling to Danny's side, stretched out her hand and spoke with a dumb voice, almost unable to connect the words into a sentence. "Nai, get up, it's cold on the ground." Danny was lying on the ground with her eyes closed. She probably had a long-term influence on the patriarchal ideology in this village, and she was wearing very shabby clothes. The hair is also a bit thin and yellow, and the braids are crooked. It should have been to take care of my brother when I got up early, and I had no time to clean up. Sister Yanping twitched her nose twice, half kneeling on the ground and still shaking Danny gently, tears streaming out quietly, passing through her desperate face into the cracked and bitter corners of her mouth. "Nai, get up. Why Mom calls you?" "Nai, Mom is calling you." "Guy Nai, I'm up, we won't sleep anymore." There was deathly silence in the room, only Yanping's hoarse voice and silent sobbing as well as the cry of heartbreak. I kept wiping my tears, trying to remind Sister Yanping to stay away from Danny. She might corpse sometime. Lin Wei grabbed me, shook her head slightly, and pointed at Su Yuan and Sun Meow who were waiting in a row, indicating that there would be no danger. Just like that, another few minutes passed. I noticed that Danny's fingers on the ground moved slightly. I was shocked, thinking she was going to be corpse. Even Sun Meow was ready to step forward. As a result, Danny on the ground spit out two words gently, "Mom." Almost everyone present was shocked. In the next second, in the shocked gaze of the people present, Danny slowly opened her eyes, looked at Sister Yanping and shouted again, "Mom." The voice was weak but not the slightest dying appearance. Sister Yanping's depressed mood completely collapsed after hearing these two mothers. She took Danny into her arms and started crying. "Danny, my dear daughter, my dear." Sister Yanping, who grew up in the village, is like thousands of peasants, and her life has been so hard that she has long lost the heartwarming thoughts of saying to children like us. I think that Danny may have lived until now and never heard her mother say such things. No matter how unbelievable and shocked we are, Danny has certainly not been infected in the past 2 hours. Sun Meow checked her wound, and after a simple cleansing he returned to our side and said slightly, "Let's observe again. Let Su Yuan take Kiki home first, and after talking to the family about the situation here, we will be here quietly with Sister Yanping." In the middle of the journey, I pulled Xiaoyu into the yard and found a shovel wrapped in a large cloth with the child's body on the ground. There are 2 small vegetable plots in front of Sister Yanping. On one side, Xiaoyu and I dug a small hole in silence, put the child's body in the pit. Before burying it, the light rain stopped me, motioned me to put down the shovel in my hand, took a deep breath and closed my eyes, lowered my head to face the egg in the pit and spoke softly. "My benevolent father, this child is also your own. He is now returning to heaven. I hope you can guide him to heaven. My benevolent father, may you bless him. Amen." Then he opened his eyes and looked at me and said, "Okay, buried. The pit is not big, we too will bury the pit soon." The first time I didn't want to go back to the safe yard, Xiaoyu and I stood alone in the vegetable garden with a shovel and talked. Facing Danden's new grave, Xiaoyu remained silent for a long time before speaking. "You threw him like that." Nodded, I sighed. I didn't know what to think at the time. I was anxious, and I knew he was no longer to blame, but there was nowhere to blame. Xiaoyu followed with a sigh. "You have always come to see your family, no wonder." After saying that, it seemed as though something came to mind. But it's strange to say that Dun Nai should have been bitten about the same time as her cousin. She has become a walking corpse, has nothing to do with her. I was also very surprised. I don't know, I always thought that this virus will definitely die if it is bitten. How could it be impossible to reach Danny? Isn't the time yet? After pondering for a while, the two of us had no idea at all. And after a few more words, we were going to go back to the yard to see what was going on. As a result, when I was about to close the door, I swiped my eyes and suddenly saw several figures in the distance. The reason why I can notice is that Yanping's home is located in the first row of the village. There is a large area of farmland in front of the house. It is very empty and there is almost no shelter except a few trees in front of the house. and those few people stood on the side of the farmland. The reason why I can tell that they are not walking corpses is because I recognized one of them who seemed to be Chen Ming. Seeing my hand closing, the door stopped. Xiaoyu glanced at me strangely and then followed my line of sight. After a second, he said in surprise, "Chen Ming, Xiaoyu is not short-sighted, and after she has said that, I am almost certain that the person is Chen Ming. You are waiting here, I'll take a look." Then before Xiaoyu could answer, I flew towards the place where Chen Ming was in the distance. The place is empty, I can see them and they can see me naturally. Just when I was still some distance away from them, Chen Ming and the people beside him turned their heads and looked at me. There are 5 people including Chen Ming. The strange thing is that the other 4 are all uniforms. Noting my approach, one of those people suddenly held up a handful of something and aimed at me. Chen Ming grabbed his wrist. It seemed that he had whispered something to that person, and that person accepted it. My pace was so fast that I immediately became a little hesitant. What was the person holding a gun just now? When I was about to walk next to Chen Ming, I heard Chen Ming speak to them calmly. "Go back and tell him that I will never go back." Immediately after I walked to his side, the few people glanced at me, and one of the sturdy black men in black coats said solemnly, "Please also the sir not to embarrass us who run errands." Chen Ming stretched out his hand and pulled me to his side and said to those people, "If I want to embarrass you, it's okay for you to die when you were trapped in the car yesterday. You." One of the men in black seemed to be a little angry and was caught by the black man. He glanced at Chen Ming. Chief Chen thought for himself that our people will be waiting in Hefei. "Now, don't delay, you sir." After finishing speaking, he glanced at me and motioned to the other people to leave. As a result, after walking a few steps, he turned around and said, "Oh yes, I forgot to remind you that the head of the lock is already on the way back." Chen Ming, who had always been dull like a ghost, breathless suddenly when he heard the words, raised his head and looked at the man, pouting his mouth tightly but didn't say a word. Although the person didn't look back, he seemed to have guessed Chen Ming's reaction and then said, "You must remember to hurry up, we will wait for you to come." After speaking, a few people left without looking back. At the end of the road, there were a few cars parked there. After they got in the car and left, I looked at Chen Ming and asked, "You left this time, just saw them go?" Chen Ming dangled his head and didn't know what he was thinking. It took a long time before he nodded. "Yes." "Who are they?" Chen Ming replied. "For a long time, a group of people who can't get rid of." After speaking, he looked at my shoulder and said, "Someone is injured." After hearing this, I lowered my head and looked at my shoulder. The blood stains from Danny bitten by Danny were still on my body, and Chen Ming noticed it. Nodded. Dangdon suddenly mutated, killing his cousin and Danny. Chen Ming pursed his lips and looked back at the village. Sudden mutation, take me to see. When bringing Chen Ming back to Yamping's house, Xiaoyu had already notified the others in the yard. Kiki, who had already gone home, didn't know why she suddenly came here again. She would see me from a distance. Walking towards them with Chen Ming, she broke free from Su Yuan and grabbed her hand and ran towards us. Seeing her approaching, I almost subconsciously stood a little further away from Chen Ming. When Kiki rushed to Chen Ming's side, she was obviously excited and didn't know what to say. Rubbing the side of the padded jacket with an expression of wanting to laugh but not daring, his eyes were peeping around. Are you back? I'm so worried about you." As soon as he finished speaking, his face flushed. Chen Ming glanced at her but didn't answer the conversation and walked around her. After Chen Ming went around, Kiki was obviously stunned. I couldn't bear to step forward and patted her on the shoulder. "Okay, let's go back first." No matter what excessive things Kiki has done, it can only show that she has a bad temper or lacks discipline. The more verbal people are, in fact, most of them are not bad at heart. For example, a friend I used to know is a network. The author of the novel, whose name is 77, is beautiful, but he just loves to yell, but he has a good heart. When we arrived in front of the courtyard, Chen Ming saw at a glance the grave that Xiaoyu and I had just buried. After a pause, he turned his head and looked at me. "What you said just now, the sudden change, are there any physical signs?" I nodded. "Yes, there is a black spot on the belly button." Chen Ming frowned. "Only black spots?" I paused. When I saw it before, there were really only dark spots. "How long ago?" "It's been a long time." Chen Ming glanced at the small grave again, suddenly bent over and picked up that was discarded aside and began to plan the grave. A group of us were all caught up in a strange way. After a while, Sun Miao also stepped forward to help. After a few meetings, the grave was dug up. Chen Ming squatted on the edge of the pit and used a dagger to pick open the clothes wrapped in balls. Exposed the blood-stained egg inside. Kiki and Xiaoyu opened their eyes. After staring at the corpse for a second time, Chen Ming opened the small sweater that Dangdon was wearing. The moment his belly was exposed, I was taken aback for a moment. and I realized that Danden's belly was completely empty and the original black spots had completely disappeared. How could this happen? Sun Miao asked in surprise. All the people present who had seen the dark spots on the belly of Dandan were all surprised. After looking at it twice, Chen Ming picked Dandan's clothes back, wrapped them in his coat, and worked with Sun Miao to fill in the hole. Then he explained, "The black spots you mentioned are after infection. The features that appear on the body surface are also one of the only ways to detect the bite except for the bite wound, but it only lasts for a short time, no more than a few hours, and it disappears very quickly." But Dandan was not bitten. I said. Chen Ming put away the dagger. "There are many ways of infection. For example, if you drink water mixed with blood and blood from walking corpses, you will also be infected, and there will be no wounds on the body." Sun Miao questioned, "You mean maybe this kid accidentally ate something related to the walking dead?" Su Yuan seemed to understand Chen Ming's words at this time. In this way, the child most likely touched something like blood from a walking corpse and took something to eat without properly washing it and ate the blood. Chen Ming nodded. Xiao Yu was shocked when he heard the words. "Then we used to chop down walking corpses and stain their bodies with blood. Wouldn't we be infected if we eat?" Chen Ming looked at her. "No, just a little cleaning is enough. Although the virus is unsolvable, it is not so contagious. It is like 1,000 walking corpses in a big river and the water can still be drunk. What if there are 1,001? I asked. Chen Ming glanced at me, seemingly too lazy to pay attention to me, turned around and went into the yard. Following them, I was a little puzzled. How could Chen Ming know so much? When I entered the house, my father stood beside Yamping's sister, paying attention to Danny's condition all the time, and his face was full of doubts. Noting the sound of our footsteps entering the house, he turned his head and looked over. When he saw Chen Ming, he noticed a pause and asked with some fatigue, "My child, are you back?" Chen Ming nodded to his father and then cast his eyes on the body of his cousin's husband in the corner. Dad is a sensible person, knowing what to ask and not to ask. Even if he is really curious about what Chen Ming is doing these days, he will never ask. When we were in the yard, we talked about the strange situation that happened to Danny. This passed for a while. When we came into the room, Danny didn't even faint at any time except for sobbing constantly because of the pain of the wound. Chen Ming walked to the side of her and Sister Yanping. Sister Yanping, who was holding the child, pressed her face to Danny's face, as if she couldn't notice the person next to her at all. After looking at her twice, Chen Ming squatted down to see if Danny's belly had dark spots. As a result, her hand hadn't touched Danny. Sister Yanping seemed to have suddenly returned to her senses. After holding Danny tightly for 2 points, she asked Chen Ming alertly, "What are you doing?" Without answering her words, Chen Ming seemed to know that Sister Yanping could not communicate at this time. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yamping's arm, forcing her to let go of Danny in her arms. Upon seeing this, Sun Miao on the side immediately stepped forward and hugged Danny, who had almost fallen to the ground. My daughter was suddenly taken away, and Sister Yamping went crazy, yelling and wanting to come over to her, but my father and I were held together. Sister Yamping stared at Sun Miao, who was holding the child, screaming like crazy. Chen Minjuan wanted to walk towards Sun Miao, but he would simply stop, tighten his brows, and walked back to the side of Yamping's sister Yamping and slammed a hand knife on the back of her neck. Sister Yamping had to stop abruptly as soon as she continued halfway through her roar. Her body weakened and she collapsed on the ground. Dad Xiaoyu and I can only carry Sister Yamping into the bed in the house first and let her take a good rest. It is estimated that after waking up for a long time in the future, the mental torture will be enough for her. Although Chen Ming's method is simple and rough, it is also good for Yamping's sister Yamping to get a good night's sleep. There are 3 major tragedies in life: the loss of his father in his youth, the loss of his husband in the middle age, and the loss of his son in old age. Sister Yamping experienced both in a few minutes. It is estimated that normal people will not be able to support it. After closing the bedroom door, Chen Ming and the others had all reached the first floor, and the cousin's body was still missing in the corner. I picked up the clothes left on the ground and stepped forward to cover his purple face. After Xiaoyu and his father sighed, the 3 turned and went downstairs. Human lives are sometimes so humble, like ants. To be able to live healthily and safely all the time proves that God loves you enough. Xiaoyu suddenly wiped her tears when she was going down the stairs, just like that, thinking that I hadn't noticed it, so she pretended to be okay and continued downstairs. Chen Ming and Sun Miao were already waiting downstairs. Danny was held in her arms by Sun Miao. She would not cry anymore and she sat obediently and did not move. "Hey, what the asterisk is going on? How can it suddenly become like this?" When Yamping was not there, my father finally showed his emotions, patted his thigh and sat on the chair with a sigh. I walked over and squatted in front of Sun Miao to look at Danny, then turned to Chen Ming and asked, "Do you know anything about Danny?" Chen Ming shook his head. "I don't know, I haven't seen this and she doesn't have any signs of infection." Su Yuan talked about Su Kiki who seemed to be awkward and asked Chen Ming, "Could it be that the time is not up?" Sun Miao frowned. "It's not easy to calculate this way. At the beginning, there were still people who were bitten for more than a day without mutating, and then there were still a few minutes to mutate." Su Yuan nodded, "But this makes sense, maybe she is the kind and it may change in more than one day." Xiao Yu also said, "If that's the case, what are we going to do during this period? Have you been here all the time?" "Yes." I said, "If Yamping waited so long and Sister Yamping woke up, she would not be able to stand it when she found out that we were monitoring Danny like this." "Then what should I do?" Xiao Yu asked. "It won't work if she is by her side. We don't know when she will change." After a pause, Dad patted his thigh again. "Don't let Pingzi stay in this ghost place. If she had lived with us in the first place, she wouldn't be like this. Come on." You young children helped, buried her cousin-in-law silently, and then carried Pingzi back to our place. "What about Danny?" I asked. Dad glanced at Huangshu Danny and said, "Take it back too. Let her stay in the car in the yard first." I have to say that what my dad put forward is the best proposal so far. No one objected, and immediately I took Danny from Sun Miao's arms, and Chen Ming went out with him to prepare to dig a hole. Dad and Su Yuan went upstairs to move the body of the cousin's husband. After everyone was busy, Xiao Yu glanced at Kiki, who was still sulking, and asked her, "What's wrong with you?" Kiki was unhappy at first, so she glanced at Xiao Yu and said, "What's up to you?" Xiao Yu was so annoyed by her words that she whispered, "Who cares about you, trouble?" Kiki seemed to have heard it. As soon as her expression changed, she was about to quarrel with her. Su Yuan on the second floor seemed to have noticed the movement early and shouted to Kiki, "You give me peace of mind." After Chen Ming and Sun Miao dug the pit, all of us walked out of the yard and stood on the edge of the grave outside the yard, almost half a circle. The grave is next to Dandan. This is probably what my dad meant, perhaps because I hope my cousin can still be accompanied by his son in heaven. After we mourned for a while, Xiao Yu stepped forward and lowered his head and said in a low voice, "My benevolent father, this father and son are also your people. A few hours ago, his son just made his way to heaven. He is now returning to heaven. I hope you can guide him on the way to heaven, benevolent father. May you bless their father and son and give them peace and stability. Amen." I have to say that although Xiao Yu said that Aunt Zhazha is noisy to death, but this kind of pious voice makes people feel very convincing. At any time, people will need a beautiful sustenance and faith in their hearts. The tranquility and beauty of Christianity, the pursuit of peace and happiness, the pursuit of honesty, trustworthiness, and kindness have defined human beings as sinners from the beginning. We are all sinful to Jehovah. This definition can make us use it even lower to face the world with his attitude. Or maybe I am not enough to explain the great doctrines in barren language. The two funerals ended hurriedly and simply. For many people, or walking corpses who were once humans, being able to enter the soil and be safe is actually an extravagant desire. Now we can't give a better funeral to the cousin, the only thing we can do. When she returned home carrying Sister Yamping, her mother and grandma waited in the yard with red eyes and crying. Seeing us carrying the fainted Sister Yamping, my mother greeted us to put her on the bed that had been prepared in the room, and turned her face back and wiped tears from time to time. Grandma was also holding a handkerchief and wiping tears with her walking stick. Danny was held back by Chen Ming. Nuo, who was playing in the yard, rushed over with excitement when she saw Chen Ming's return, but when she saw Chen Ming couldn't hug her because she was holding Danny. The corner of his small mouth bends down immediately, his head tilted up with tears and followed behind Chen Ming. Chen Ming put Danny in the car according to what he had said before. Su Yuan took the quilt and spread it on the back seat, and then put Danny in and covered it. After all this was done, my grandma walked out of the room wiping her eyes and asked me with some doubts, silently, doesn't it mean that the big girl was also bitten?" I took my grandmother's arm and looked at the car. There are no signs of change for the time being, at least let Sister Yamping get up and look at her again. Upon hearing this, the grandmother sighed twice about the impermanence of the world and then began to wipe her tears again. Chen Ming picked up Nuo from the ground. After he got his wish, Nuo grinned happily. He held Chen Ming's head and kissed him on the cheek for a long time. Just when all of us were in the yard waiting for Sister Yamping to wake up, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the yard. Hearing that, we all looked towards the door.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.